Today's highlight video is about the 1981-82 New York Jets sack exchange defense, which set a still-standing team record of 66 sacks, which at the time they said it was one short of the then Pro Football record of 67 unofficial sacks by the 13-1 AFL/American Football League champion 1967-68 Oakland Raiders, who lost Super Bowl II to the mighty Vince Lombardi Packers by the score of 33-14. Sacks did not become an official stat until the 9-game strike-short 1982-83 season, a year after the Jets' spectacular season. Speaking of the 1981 Jets, they got off to a horrendous 0-3 start. However, during the remaining 13 games of the then 16-game NFL regular season schedule, the Jets had a blistering record of 10-2-1, with that lone tie being a 28-28 tie to their arch division rivals, the Miami Dolphins, at their now defunct yet forever iconic stadium, the Miami Orange Bowl in Miami, Florida. Of those 66 aforementioned sacks, the Jets' front four, also affectionately known once again as the New York Sack Exchange, recorded 53 and a half of them. Hall of Famer and Pro Bowler and 1981 first team All-Pro member, number 73, Joe Klecko, led the league with 20 and a half. Should be Hall of Famer and hopefully soon defensive end and fellow Pro Bowler and first team All-Pro member, number 99, Mark Gastineau, finished second in the league and on the team with 20 sacks. Recently deceased defensive tackle number 74, the late great soldier of peace, a.k.a. Abdul Salaam, had 7 sacks, and number 93, defensive tackle Marty Lyons, had 6 sacks. The Jets were simply phenomenal all year with their front four. Harassing quarterbacks was allowed linebackers like Greg Buttle and Lance Mill to lay back in zone and pick off errant passes, as well as play ferociously in the box against the run. Darrell Ray had a magnificent year also. He had, I believe, 7 interceptions out of the Jets' 21. And out of those 32 aforementioned forced turnovers, I was able to record 22 of them. I sincerely hope my fellow NFL fans, and especially you New York Jet fans, thoroughly enjoy this video. Thank you.
Today, from Three Rivers Stadium, it's the New York Jets versus the Pittsburgh Steelers. Today's game is brought to you by the New Chrysler Corporation and your Dodge and Chrysler Plymouth dealers, coming back strong with the cars and the value America wants. By Canon, plain paper copiers. Micronics makes it simple. By Schlitz, the master brewer's brew. Just one taste and you'll know behind every Schlitz is a man who knows his beer. And by GTE. GTE is telecommunications and a whole lot more. Good afternoon and welcome to the home of the champions of recent years, the Pittsburgh Steelers. Are they in their demise now? That question being asked even by the coaches. Chuck Noll says, I don't think we are, but we're not sure. This is Don Criqui with John Brody as Walt Michaels and his New York Jets are set to go against the Steelers here at Three Rivers Stadium. Both these teams 0-2 on the year. The pressure building in both towns. Certainly it's built for Walt Michaels as a head coach now in his 5th year. It hasn't built for Chuck Noll from his coaching position standpoint. He's going to the Hall of Fame as a coach one day, but he wants his team to win again, and he thinks it can. Pat Leahy kicks off for the Jets. Anderson is back deep for the Steelers, and he says no. Larry Anderson downs the ball in his end zone. It'll come out to the 20-yard line, and the Steelers with Bradshaw at quarterback going offense 1st and 10. Pittsburgh opened here against Kansas City a couple of weeks ago. Turned the ball over some 7 times. As Chuck Noll said afterwards, our ineptness was a team effort. There's the offense. Bradshaw at quarterback. Frank Pollard will start as a runner, and the great Franco Harris the fullback. Stallworth and Swan, the wideouts for Pittsburgh, although we might see Calvin Sweeney and Jim Smith in the starting lineup. They're going to alternate their people. It's Smith who's going to start for Lynn Swan. He'll be down in the second series, no doubt. Gain as it was, and now Pittsburgh looking to strike from the 38, goes to the run. Pollard up ahead. 3-foot ball, Jets have it. The Jets get the ball. Pittsburgh turns it over. And so back at Three Rivers, just as they started the season turning it over, they do on their opening series. And Walt Michaels has some instant relief.
What you've seen, Don, is the same thing that's hampered in the first two games. And people say, is it their lackadaisical attitude? No, sometimes a guy will try to take up a slack for another player that's not having his best day. They've made these kind of mistakes trying to do too much, I believe, in the first couple games. They've got to cut them down.
Now the Jets going offensively. The Jets on defense with Gastineau, Abdul, Salaam, Lyons, and Klecko across the front. Little starting, Link in the middle, Lance Mel on the right side. The secondary has been victimized this season. Bobby Jackson and Donald Dykes at the corners, Darrell Ray and Kenny Schroyer, the safeties.
He's going to pick you apart.
Bradshaw's been something. I'll tell you something else. He's a nice guy with all his success. He wears it well. He really wants to play football again. There was a talk, of course, about him going to Hollywood making a television serial. The guy says he wants to play for at least 5 more years. He's 33, but very, very well conditioned. He might be around at least 40. Third down, Bradshaw has to run. Klecko gets him. Joe Klecko back in the lineup now. His sprained ankle apparently quickly recovered, and he runs down Terry Bradshaw.
I don't think his ankle's recovered, Don, but he is one of those kind of guys that you can't keep out of the lineup if he can get his body moving.
You're right. He is limping off.
There's a lot of purpose in that man. He does not want to miss this. He knows the importance of this ball game to the Jets and their whole franchise. They've got to get off and get something humming. He's going to do what he can to help.
Back. Now his 10th year out of Penn State. He's got 67 yards today, and you see Bradshaw's numbers. Getting down for minus 145 passing. He's got a lot more than that. He's over 200 yards for the day. Now Bradshaw sets the Steeler offense, 25-yard line, first down and 10. Whoops, lost the ball, got it back, but there's a loss to the 36-yard line. 3 guys running deep, including Benny Cunningham over the middle.
Yeah, that happens a lot, though, when you get a safety blitz and the man comes clean after your quarterback. You're going to have some receivers running free, but the quarterback has to get the ball going forward. He's very lucky it bounced back to him. Second down.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Marv Albert along with Jim Turner as we get set for the Houston Oilers and the New York Jets from Shea Stadium in New York as 10-year veteran Tony Fritsch gets set to kick to Kenny Lewis and Bruce Hopper. The Jets come in at 0-3, won up by Buffalo 31-0, losing to Cincinnati 31-30. Last Sunday, the drubbing in Pittsburgh 38-10. Oilers at 2-1 on the season. A reverse as Kurt Sohn took it from Hopper, but it does not pick up much on it. So the Jets looking to maneuver right at the start. Back at Shea Stadium, the Houston Oilers getting set to go 1st and 10 from their 20. Earl Campbell said to be as healthy as he has been all season long. Only has a bruised left shoulder, bruised right shoulder, and a bruised neck today. A look at the receivers and that offensive line. David Carter replacing Carl Mock at center on the play. And a look at that Jet defensive unit. Mark Gastineau, who had a big game against Houston here at Shea in that Jet overtime victory. Butto, Blinka, and Mel are the linebackers. Holmes, Dykes, Schroy, and Ray are the deep men. Jerry Holmes replacing the injured Bobby Jackson to make that stop. First quarter, Atlanta in front of Cleveland, 3-0. And now Ronnie Coleman has come on, replacing Rod Carpenter. Stabler throwing the middle, and let's see what they're rolling. Good hit by Schroy on Renfro, and it's being called a completed pass. He had possession.
It's a judgment call, Marv. We've discussed this in the NBC meetings with the NFL officials. I'm not too sure that this wasn't a fumble. He hadn't hit the ground yet. It's a nice hit by Kenny Schroy. It's also a nice throw by Kenny Stabler. He's unshakable, Marv. Speaking of a man who's unshakable, there's a man with some pressure on him.
Walt Michaels, 23-42 as head coach of the Jets. He took over, frankly, a mess that was left by Lou Holtz, and then developed a competitive club. The Jets were 8-8 in both 78 and 79, but since then he's had great difficulties. 4-12 a year ago.
It's interesting that the people who are calling for his head today are some of the very people who demanded he'd be hired a couple of years back as the head coach of the New York Jets.
Walt Michaels was a very popular choice.
Yes, he
in
was.
the media. Because he was passed by originally.
Yes, he was.
It is a 4th and less than a yard. 7:45 left, first quarter. No score. Full house backfield. And the Oilers pick it up. Earl Campbell stopped by Salaam and Buttle. May have been a juggling act prompting that roar, but Campbell hanging on.
That was a terrific tackle by Greg Buttle on Earl Campbell. We'll take it. He's from the I backfield. If you get it with 3rd and 1, you might as well give it to the Sherman tank himself. But watch this hit by 51 Greg Buttle. That's a fine play by the defense. This is going to be close. It depends upon how they set it.
And the Oilers feel they picked it up.
It's going to be close, Marv.
From our broadcast angle, I thought they did. We'll see. They're having a meeting.
Holy cow.
They did not pick it up.
Good for the Jets. That'll pick them up. Good for them.
So Earl Campbell off the jarring tackle by Buttle, short of the first down. And the Jets will take over now. 1st and 10 at their 30-yard line.
Points from there.
Wesley Walker with his 2nd touchdown reception of the season. And the Jets consuming 4 minutes, 44 seconds to do it. Houston, 1st and 10 at their 20-yard line. Earl Campbell stopped by Klecko and Dell.
Marv, a quick touchdown, a nice drive by the offense. Always hypes up your defense. A nice play by Joe Klecko, number 73. He ought to be pretty proud of an old teammate of his, Steve Watson from Denver, who scored 3 touchdowns last week.
Klecko has been limping right throughout the week.
He plays hurt, Marv. He plays hurt.
He's been hobbling with a sprained ankle. Loss of 1, 2nd and 11 back at the 19 as they go out of the I. Campbell found the hole, but the Jets then closed it.
Well, Kenny's playing it safe down here. He's not going to throw one up, cough it up, and let him have good field position or another cheap touchdown. You can't shake up Kenny Stabler. He wrote the book on coolness on the field.
Lyons, Bell, and Schroy combining. 3-yard pickup. It's a 3rd and 8 at the 22. And the Jets put the extra defensive back in. Johnny Lynn comes in at the nickel back position. Lots of time for Stabler. And it is intercepted. Pass intended for Renfro. Johnny Lynn, the 2nd-year man out of UCLA, with a big play for the Jets.
Look at the excitement. Maybe they can pull it together here for this game, Marv. Just maybe. The ball was underthrown, though. Let there be no question about that. A nice interception. We're going to take a look at Kenny. A lot of people still question Kenny's ability to throw the ball to the sideline. Very good coverage. Renfro tries to take it away from him. That's a nice interception. Good pressure by Joe Klecko on Stabler. Watch him, Kenny's moving. Big play for the Jets.
Looking to bounce back from the 0-3 start, and they lead at 21-7. 6 minutes gone by, second quarter. From the 23, Stabler first down. Spinning move by Carpenter, and this crowd is really in the game. Stan Blinka making the stop on Rob Carpenter.
Blinka had 26 tackles last year here at Shea against the Oilers. You know, when the offense helps that defense out, it brings them alive. We saw it on good coverage on the kickoff, too.
And thus far, Earl Campbell has been held in check. He did score the Houston touchdown, but has 22 yards on 8 carries.
But let's remember, Kenny Stabler is still the opposing quarterback.
It is still very early, as both the Jets and Houston saw it last year in the ball game here at Shea. Kenny Ball, the cover receiver, again. It is picked off. This time, Darrell Ray. So Stabler intercepted by Lynn and now by Ray.
We're going to see it again. Once again, the ball is not thrown with the power. Look at the great recovery by Ray. Oh, he had a touchdown if he didn't step out of bounds there. The all-decade team of Oklahoma in the 70s. Darrell Ray.
Jim, what is the problem with this Houston offense? They had difficulties last week. There's been criticism that Stabler can't throw long.
I think he can throw long. I don't think there's any...
Back at Shea, this is Marv Albert along with Jim Turner, one-time outstanding place kicker for the New York Jets and the Denver Broncos. The Jets in front, 21-7. Houston, first down at their 20. Tim Wilson and Earl Campbell now in the backfield. Campbell follows Wilson and gets outside. Earl Campbell.
He can run, Kenny. 235 pounds. Once again, a quick pitch out of the I formation. So what we were told before isn't holding up, Marv. Watch him turn the corner here. You wouldn't think a man that big would be that fast. Look at him. If he hadn't stumbled right there, he may have gone 80 yards.
And number 47, Jerry Holmes, second-year man out of West Virginia, able to race in the 4-yard run by Campbell. That's his season-long 67 yards, 9 carries now for Campbell. First down at the 37. And Stabler brought down by Gastineau. Mark Gastineau, who saw a lot of Kenny Stabler in the game last year here at Shea, with his first sack of the day.
It's his first sack of the year. He had a field day last year. 3 sacks, caused Mo Towns, the offensive tackle of the Oilers, to hold him 3 times. I think Gastineau and Kenny Stabler knew each other pretty well last year. Watch it. We'll see it again. A quick fake in there to Earl. He's looking. Everybody's covered. And Gastineau, watch him throw him down. Oh, you can't treat an old fellow like that. Look at him.
A loss of 10 on the play, making for a 2nd and 20 for the Oilers. Earl Campbell swallowed up at the 45. Joe Klecko among several Jets to get at Earl Campbell, and we're looking at a crisper New York Jet ball club right now. But keep in mind, last year here at Shea, the Jets led the Oilers 21-0 at one point. Houston came back, and then the Jets pulled it out in overtime. So we still have a long way to go. It is a 3rd and 18. Ronnie Coleman has replaced Tim Wilson in the Houston backfield. Look out. The blitz, and Stabler goes down again. Combination of Gastineau and Ray on the blitz. But a penalty marker is thrown.
A safety blitz. A safety blitz caught Kenny then. We were told before the game that they would do anything they could today to win this game. I think we might see a little roughing the quarterback there. Face masking. That hurts. That really hurts. We'll take another look at it. We're going to see Darrell Ray, the safety, coming in. Tremendous pressure from everywhere. Yeah, there it is. Gastineau puts the finishing touches on it, but there was a face mask.
Personal foul, grasping the face mask, 5 yards and first down.
Jim, what do you assess as the major reason that the Jets have been able to turn around to this point in this ball game?
I really think it's simple. Everybody in the world has been against the Jets, the New York media, the fans, and now that they see they've got an opportunity to come together as a team, it's pretty easy for them to play good now.
You feel there's less pressure on them now?
Yes, at this moment, yes.
First down at the 48-yard line. Tim Wilson, who nearly coughed it up, gets to the 45. Buttle and Blinka bring him down short of a first down.
That wasn't a sharp handoff. We'll see it here. He didn't really have it in his possession for the first 3 or 4 yards. Look at. That's one of the good breaks of the game for the Oilers, that they didn't fumble right away right there, and still picked up 6-7 yards.
2nd and 3 for Houston at the Jet 45-yard line. Again, they're out of the eye. It's Campbell. Close to the first down marker. Abdul Salaam makes the stop. Penalty marker down. Right here, though, let's go to Bryant Gumbel.
Well, Marv, we told you there was...
All right, Bryant, they are walking off the penalty against the New York Jets. Donald Dykes with a late hit.
Well, it was a late hit, but he's been very aggressive in the last 2 series with any receiver coming down his side.
Number 26, first down.
If he doesn't watch it, Kenny's going to throw a touchdown right by him here and wake him up in a hurry.
Of course, if you're the Jets, you don't want to pick up penalties, but aggressive type penalties being picked up on the part of this ball club, not a bad thing. You know they're in the ball game.
That's right.
Reverse and Burrow, not able to do anything with it. Kenny Schroy hitting Burrow back at the 40, but again a penalty marker down.
Schroy read that one all the way. He saw the reverse action and just came up to support. Oh, tough break for the Jets.
But now the Jets are being hit by costly penalties. Both Houston and the Jets no stranger to these circumstances the past couple of weeks.
I believe they're going to call that one on Joe Klecko. I think they've just called it.
Number 73, unsportsmanlike conduct, number 73.
Yes, on Joe Klecko. He was arguing about the call, and Jim Tunney is not going to let this game get out of hand.
You saw Tunney go to his lips to indicate the penalty, a little bit too much mouth on the part of Joe Klecko.
Well, by golly, a defensive player, as you said, should get hostile. He should be aggressive out there.
First down, half the distance of the goal line.
That's 3 penalties in a row, 2 major ones. You can't have it if you're going to, try to win this game today.
So the Oilers marching down off those penalties assessed on the Jets. They have a first down at the Jet 12-yard line. Stabler for Casper, not able to hold on.
You won't see that very often. Dave Casper dropping a touchdown pass. That's a DB drop ball. Perfect pass by Kenny Stabler. See the tail end of it. Casper's wide. A perfect pass. Look at this. Very seldom do you see this.
Casper beat Buttle. It's been a rough week for Casper, playing with a pulled hamstring. He's been battling the flu. Actually has not been healthy since the opening game against the Rams. 2nd and 10 at the 12, just under 5 minutes left. Second quarter. Rob Carpenter. It's Buttle stopping Carpenter.
Great defense. I just don't know what to say. I am surprised at the way the defense is playing. They're reading their plays. Their game plan evidently was well scouted out this week. Kenny's going to have to go to the air to score on this ball club.
I would think, Jim, from all the abuse the Jet defensive unit has taken, particularly the last week, you will really not need any clippings up on the bulletin board.
No, and when you say all the abuse, you're being very nice to them.
It is 3rd and about 18. Stabler's pass deflected away. They swarm on Stabler. Lance Bell from the right side. Mark Gastineau from the left. And again, the ovation from the crowd. Who is 6 for 7 thus far this season. His only miss was a blocked field goal. Will come on following the deflected pass. Reinfeld holding with 19 seconds remaining.
That's a nice run by Carpenter, but we got to realize the Jets were playing rather soft there. Nothing cheap, nothing long.
So the Houston Oilers first down at the 38-yard line. 18-yard run by the 5-year man out of Miami of Ohio, Rob Carpenter. Head coach Ed Miles chatting with Ken Stabler. Someone wrote that Stabler looks like a pirate who loves his work. Not a bad description.
That's not a bad description. I guarantee he loves his work. If you've never been snake bit, beaten in the last 2 seconds by Kenny Stabler, you've never had the privilege of watching the man work like a surgeon and tear a team apart. I have the utmost respect for Kenny Stabler.
Ken has had his difficulties, though, against the Jets in their last 2 meetings, and both were overtime games. Houston winning one and the Jets winning last year, but in his last 2 games against the Jets, he's suffered 9 interceptions going into today and has had his problems in that area in the first half.
Some teams rise up and play against other teams. Very good. In the old days, the Jets had a hard time beating the Denver Broncos.
Jets going with 6 defensive backs. Stabler is crushed again. It's Joe Klecko getting to the quarterback.
He's had 1 sack now in each game. 4 in 4 games. Joe Klecko.
And time running down.
They were going to go for a Hail Mary. Had flooded the zone on the left side. Watch the rush.
And the clock will run out of the first half for the New York Jets. Their finest moment yards last week against Miami, except for the 71-yard touchdown pass to Ken Burrow. Houston offense in a struggle. Incomplete. Stabler close to being sacked. He was shoved down following the delivery. Klecko and Gastineau spending a lot of time in the Houston backfield.
They did the same thing last year. I think it's safe to say that today Kenny's been very ineffective. Very, very ineffective. I'm not too sure to say that that may be Kenny's fault or the fact that the Jets are just playing outstanding football at the moment.
2nd and 10 for Houston, back at their 20. And again, he is sacked. It's Kenny Schroy, the strong safety, on the blitz.
Another safety blitz. Both times they've done the safety blitz, twice it's resulted in a sack on the quarterback. Watch him come in. Kenny's got nowhere to go but down. Tremendous play by Kenny Schroy.
And that's the 4th sack of the day by the New York Jets.
They're getting their sacks through the safety blitz a little bit different than what Miami did to Kenny Stabler last week.
Last week it was Bob Baumhauer going right through the middle. Darrell Ray with a sack earlier. Look out. It's a safety. David Carter, the Houston center, recovering in the end zone and covered up.
Right through his hands. Carl Mock's not playing today. David Carter's new in there. Kenny can't get to it. It bounces away. Klecko's in there. Struggle for the ball.
Combination of Klecko and Buttle all over David Carter. 2 more points for the New York Jets. He has dropped some in critical situations.
Yes, he has, and that may be why they haven't thrown to him a tremendous amount of the time this year.
Time running down in this third quarter. A 2nd and 5 coming up. And the Jets have recovered. Greg Butta with the hit on Ken Stabler. So the Jets will take over deep in Houston territory as this third quarter has run out at the end of 3. The score here at Shea. The Jets 26, the Oilers 17. We'll be right back after these messages from your local station.
Take a look at what we see here. Watch. He does fumble the ball. It's knocked down by Butta. But watch number 48, Schroy there. He knows the ball's on the ground. He holds Kinney so that he can't get the ball that's at his feet. Heads up by Schroy. Heads up play.
Thanks, Marvin. The Silver Dome in Detroit. The Lions are gambling on 4th down ahead 3-zip. Tom Skledaney completes a pass to Calicut. Detroit has a 1st down. This eventually led to a field goal. Now let's back to Marv.
All right, Byron. Jets leading Houston 33-17. We have 11 and a half remaining in this fourth quarter. And the Jets with a 33-17 lead. 3rd and 7 for Stabler. And that's sack number 5 for the New York Jets. Gastineau with his 2nd.
I tell you, they know if there's another flag is being thrown, it never fails. Watch what's happening in here. Klecko's not going to let him up. A little bit of fighting going on. He's holding. I wouldn't fight Klecko, not even with a tank. Look at this. But see, they know Kenny Stabler has to pass to get back in this game. The defensive line is just teeing off and going after him.
Foul during the dead ball. 73 offense. 73 New York. 39 Houston.
Well, they called it on both the second-year running back out of Texas A&M, number 39, Edger Armstrong, and there's Joe Klecko, number 73.
I like Klecko. I like his attitude. That's the second penalty he's had today, but I like his attitude. Walt Michaels is tough that way, always fighting for the team. But the advantage right now is to the defense of the Jets. Kinney must throw. He doesn't have all the mobility in the world. They're just teeing off. Klecko and Gastineau, they're living in the offensive back.
2nd and 20 back at the 10. Jets just teeing off and getting to Stabler. That time he was fortunate to get it away.
He did the only thing he could do there. Klecko had him in the end zone for a safety. He just threw it away. Walt Michaels has to feel very good inside at this moment. All the pressure he took. People blatantly and openly saying the man should be fired today. He has to feel very good about his team's performance, with the exception of the penalties.
Of course, another question will be raised by Michaels' critics tomorrow. They'll say, why couldn't the Jets be playing like this all along?
And if they look bad next week, it'll start all over again.
Stabler throwing sideline and underthrows. Intended pass for Mike Renfro. There's a hand for the Jet defensive unit. Jim, I have a feeling that Ken Stabler will not be enjoying dinner tonight with his offensive line.
No, I don't think he will, but that pass is a good case in point of what we've been discussing. The ball was underthrown with no velocity on it at all.
All right, Jim, that's the final score. Detroit over Oakland, 16-0. So now both Detroit and Oakland are 2 up and 2 down. Field goals by Ed Murray of the Lions. John Reeves pops it up, and it's Gastineau covering up. It was Klecko who ran the blocker right into Reeves, who was able to survive the initial hit, and then then lost the handle.
Mark, nothing is going right for the Houston Oilers. Watch this charge by Klecko. He takes his man, Angelo Fields, 320 plus probably, right into John Reeves. Look at that. There's a problem. He keeps going. Now watch it slip out of his hands. No, my goodness. Mark Gastineau and Joe Klecko today.
And we are seeing the New York Jets that we saw during the preseason. A very enjoyable afternoon for this young man, Joe Klecko. That Jet front line has been magnificent. Klecko, Gastineau, Lyons, and Salaam. Jets take over at their 47. First down at their 22-yard line. This is John Reeves, and he is hit. And it is ruled. Let's see, they ruled it a sack or incomplete.
I would call that a sack. They may call it an incomplete because his hand is in the air. Nonetheless, Mark Gastineau is having himself one great day again, as he did last year against the Oilers.
Gastineau wanted the sack, but they say incomplete.
Yeah, the quarterback's arm was up in the air.
Jets with 7 sacks today. 40 miles looking at Houston's final play. Reeves putting it up, and it is intercepted. Lance Mel concluding matters with the interception. And that will wrap it. Richard Todd and Walt Michaels shaking hands. The New York Jets with their first victory of 1981, and a convincer as they have walloped the Houston Oilers 33-17. A sensational day for Richard Todd. A very poor day for Ken Stabler. The Jets now at 1-3, and the Oilers drop to a record of 2 up and 2 down. Next week, Houston will be home for Cincinnati, and then in 2 weeks home for the Seattle Seahawks. Next Sunday, the Jets play at Miami, then 3 straight at home against New England, Buffalo, and Seattle. Richard Todd finished unofficially 25 for 39, 312 yards, 3 touchdowns, and no interceptions. Had to be one of his finest in his
1982, Chrysler has the cars, the quality, and the prices America needs. By Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis. Brewers of Michelob, put a little weekend in your week. By Exxon. We're Exxon, working on energy for you. And by Radio Shack, a Tandy company, your nationwide supermarket of sound. Welcome back to the Orange Bowl in Miami. Bob Costas along with Bob Trumpy. Number 56 is Lance Mel, the starting right side linebacker for the Jets. Now he's disappeared behind some of his teammates. But if you get a look at his right foot, a trainer's trunk weighing about 100 pounds dropped on it in the locker room before the game. It had 5 stitches to fix his toe, but nonetheless, he says that he will start. The Dolphins have won the toss. Pat Leahy will kick off. Fulton Walker, who wears number 41, rookie from West Virginia, standing at the goal line. He's the deep man. Walker has driven a couple of yards back into the end zone, and he'll bring it out. Across the 25, breaks the tackle, loses the ball, and it's out of bounds at about the 33-yard line. Ron Crosby was the man who hit him. The Dolphin running backs, Tom Vigorito and Andrew Franklin, as we'll take a look at their lineup. They lost Woody Bennett and Tony Nathan to injuries. The number 1 draft pick, David Overstreet, went up to Canada, but Vigorito and Franklin have stepped in and been very pleasant surprises for Don Shula. Harris, Moore, and the tight end, Ronnie Lee. Moore has been limited to just 5 catches so far this year. Offensive line, Giesler gets Klecko, and Laxo gets Gastineau. Klecko and Abdul Salaam. Gain of 2. Here's the 4-3 defense. Gastineau 4 sacks last week. Klecko has had 1 in each game for a total of 4. Salaam and Lyons are the tackles. Mel, as we told you, playing hurt. Buttle and Blinka are the other linebackers. Jerry Holmes starting in place of the injured Bobby Jackson, who has a calf injury. Schroy and Ray are the safeties. Ray has 3 interceptions.
Recovery by the linebackers. The front 7 of the New York Jets, their 4 defensive linemen and their 3 linebackers. I can't believe there are 7 stronger people in the NFL on defense than those 7.
On 3rd and long, Cephalo is in as a 3rd wide receiver. There's Matt Moore in motion. Johnny Lynn, who wears number 29, is in as the nickelback for the Jets, and there's another New York sack. Up where they left off. Marty Lyons got there first, number 93, and Abdul Salaam finished it off.
One of the things about this New York Jet defensive line, they're all 4 very, very strong. And even though the defensive ends, Klecko and Gastineau, get all of the print, there's Marty Lyons. You know who he beats? Bob Kuchenberg, 5-time All-Pro, one of the best offensive linemen in the business. Sack number 1 for the Jets on the day.
Hello, everybody. This is Charlie Jones, Lynn Dawson, and we're set for the kickoff. It will be John Smith of the New England Patriots kicking off to either Kurt Sohn or Johnny Lamb Jones of the New York Jets as the Jets won the toss. A gorgeous afternoon. The temperature in the 60s and the sun is shining. Lamb Jones fumbles it back into the end zone, and then he makes the mistake and decides to run it out and will be dropped at the 2-yard line. Since he did not have possession, he could have recovered it in the end zone and had the ball at the 20. Ken Toller down very quickly for the Patriots, so the Jets go to work offensively following a kickoff mistake by Johnny Lamb Jones. Let's take a look at the offensive set of the New England Patriots. Matt Cavanaugh at quarterback with the rookie Tony Collins and Don Callahan, the 2 running backs. Stanley Morgan and Harold Jackson are the wide receivers, and Hasselbeck is the tight end. And there is the offensive line of Wheeler, Hanna, Brock, Kreider, and Jordan. The New York Jets basically in a 4-3 with Gastineau, Salaam, Lyons, and Klecko up front. The linebackers, Greg Buttle, Stan Blinka, and Lance Mel. Quite a story on Mel last week with changes at corners, Jerry Holmes and Donald Dykes, Ken Schroy and Darrell Ray at the safety spots. And now Mosi Tatupu comes in, Calhoun comes out.
George Rogers, 5-yard run for the score, and Philadelphia is the only unbeaten, untied team in the National Football League. Taking a look at the head coach of the Jets, Walt Michaels. Very concerned right now because even if they don't have a first down, they're definitely in field goal range. And they've got the first.
So a pair of first downs in the drive for the New England Patriots that started at the 50-yard line.
Patriots, really, they haven't had problems offensively. It's been defense that's been a problem. They've been giving up almost 220 yards per game rushing. That means the other team has the football. They're maintaining possession of the football, and the offense is on the sideline.
It's a first down, New England. No score. 11:05 left to go. We're in the first quarter at Shea Stadium. Tony Collins will mark it for no gain as Gastineau and Salaam were both there. It'll be second down and 10.
And once again getting into a situation where Cavanaugh is going to have to go to the air. See some more substitutions coming in for the New England Patriots. Vegas Ferguson coming into the ball game.
Mosi Tatupu.
Tatupu in also.
One of the defensive linemen in the National Football League, Los Angeles out in front of Atlanta 7-0, said that bringing down Tatupu was like tackling a soft drink machine. Reverse. Harold Jackson. Excellent read by the defense. The flag is down. Lance Mel, the outside linebacker on the right side, made the tackle. And now we'll check out the flag.
That might be going against the New England Patriots.
Offensive holding. A loss of about 5 yards on the play, so it'd be 3rd and 15 or 2nd and 20. But as you mentioned a moment ago, field goal range becomes crucial in this offensive thrust by the New England Patriots.
They may refuse this penalty.
The Patriots are looking to go with 3 wide receivers.
Illegal block above the waist from the rear. 58 offense is declined. It's 3rd down.
The call on Pete Brock, the center. It'll be 3rd and 15.
They wanted to take that down away from him. They lost about 5 downs on the play, so did not want to give them 2 downs to pick up additional yardage.
Hasselbeck in motion from the shotgun. And the first sack of the ball game. And the 18th on the year for the Jets. And it is Joe Klecko who got it. Klecko now has 5.5 on the year, and that means that he keeps his string intact of being involved in a sack in every ball game.
You would know that he was injured. He's got a foot and an ankle injury. As you can see, Joe Klecko going off the field rather slowly. Coming back, passing situation, the Jets know it. As you can see, Klecko just sheds the blocker, Dwight Wheeler, number 62, and gets to the quarterback. Now, they were in field goal range. Now they're back punting the football.
Ken Hartley, the new punter for New England, hits on the 10 and goes into the end zone for the touchback. Will bring it out to the 20-yard line, where the Jets will be moving on offense. We have 9 minutes and 45 seconds. Time remaining in the first quarter, and we have no score between New England and the Jets following that 37-yard kick. We'll be back in a moment. 20 yards on the play. Blinka and Mel both blitzing. First down. Collins.
Joe Klecko.
Gain of 1, 2nd and 9.
I thought he had a bad foot and a bad ankle, but he's been moving around out there like
but a great attitude.
That's right. Shows you the quickness of these big men. You were talking about Mark Gastineau running a 40-yard dash at 280 pounds in less than 4.6 seconds.
That's right.
I'm glad I'm retired.
In my second life, I want his body when I come back.
Like a couple of years ago, I consider him not the best outside linebacker in the game.
First down, New England, 41-yard line of the Jets. Good protection. Pass is tipped. It's intercepted. Jets have the football. Darrell Ray, that is his 4th interception of the year. Back-to-back turnovers, and then the ball pops loose in a scramble for it at the 45-yard line. The Jets recover the fumble. They retain possession after the turnover.
Now the Jets have something to cheer about, because Stanley Morgan, number 86, had his hands on the football. And when you get your hands on the ball and it pops up in the air, generally there's a defensive man around. That ball looked like it should have been caught by Morgan. Kavanaugh throwing the ball. It is a little high, but you can see right there he had his hands on the football. Dell Ray, ever alert, coming up with the interception, bringing it back to the 45-yard line of the Patriots. Excellent field position right now for the New York Jets.
And credit Donald Dykes with a fumble recovery. A 34-yard interception return. 45-yard line.
The second of the afternoon.
Let's see if New England now can put together their second drive. The last time they moved 80 yards in 10 plays, and here's a sack. Abdul, Salaam, and Joe Klecko pick up the second sack for the Jets, who have a total of 19 on the year. New England on the other side has only 3 sacks.
Now there was a play action fake by Kavanaugh. But you can see the offensive tackle is backing up. So what does that tell the defensive end? It doesn't tell him it's a running play. It tells him it's a pass play. So that's why Klecko was right back in the face of the quarterback. What has to happen is that offensive tackle has to fire out at that defensive end to make him think that it's a run. Otherwise,
second quarter at Shea Stadium, the New York Jets leading New England 21-7. Richard Todd has thrown 3 touchdown passes, 2 to Jerome Barkham, the second on a tip, and then to Wesley Walker. The New England Patriots scoring as Mose Tatupu scored from 2 yards out, capping an 80-yard drive. Kavanaugh has completed 6 of 9 for 74 yards, a touchdown and an interception. Tony Collins gets the call, and Abdul Salaam is there to greet him.
Patriots not moving.
running attack is not going right now for the Patriots, which is putting them in a position where they've got to put the ball up in the air on second down. Now they're 2nd and 9. They're going to have to throw the ball or have some sort of a turnovers in the ball game. Patriots giving it up twice.
Play action fake. Did not fake Joe Klecko.
It's what they were trying to do. They had an offensive lineman coming out. That was a designed play because Kavanaugh does have the ability to run with that football. They were hoping that Klecko would chase the ball carriers, or supposedly ball carriers, but here was a problem on that one. The offensive tackle didn't go that way. He went the other way, and that's who that defensive end is reading. He's reading the offensive tackle. First downs, the Jets 13 to 9, and taking a look all around, total yards 227 for the New York Jets, 133 for the Patriots. Passing wise, Todd is having a good day. Now, 3 turnovers by the Jets compared to the 1 for the Patriots. There would be 7 points less on the board, I think, with the Patriots if they hadn't coughed up that football late in the first half.
Time of possession was close to being equal, not that much difference. Only one time of possession counts, and that is who has the game football. Pat Leahy kicking off with Tony Collins, the deep back. Collins takes it a yard deep, and he'll return. He's out to the 10, 15. Across the 20 to about the 23, maybe the 24-yard line. They'll spot it at the 23, a return of 24. So New England goes to work with Matt Cavanaugh, the quarterback. Tony Collins and Don Calhoun, the starting running back, should both be in there, with Harold Jackson, Stanley Morgan, and Don Hasselbeck as the 3 receivers. Hasselbeck, of course, being the tight end, and that offensive line stays basically the same: Wheeler, Hanna, Brock, Kreider, and Jordan. So New England from their own 23-yard line, trailing by 7, 21-14. As we open the second half at Shea Stadium. Temperature in the mid-60s, very little wind today. The second back through is Collins, and he has a couple of yards to the 25. It'll be 2nd down 8 as Marty Lyons and Joe Klecko make the tackle. Let's look at the defense of the Jets. That front 4 of Gastineau, Salaam, Lyons, and Klecko. The linebackers, Buttle, Blinka, and Mel. Changes in the secondary from the start with Holmes and Dykes on the corners, Troy and Ray at the safety. 2nd down and 8, and again New England not that successful on first down.
You mentioned that
picking up only 2 yards.
Mentioned in the first half they were.
2nd down and 10 at the New York 47-yard line. We're 1 minute and 3 seconds into the second half.
Because Charlie, they all know you're going to get hit out there. This is a game of getting knocked around quite a bit. That's no secret. But when you catch it in the middle, you're going to get hit very hard.
But sometimes you want to know from which side.
Yeah, you want to know who's going to do it.
Cavanaugh underthrown. Bad pass. Had his man open. That was mostly Tatupu.
It's a bad pass. You can credit the defense for putting the pressure on him, because he really didn't have an opportunity to get back there and get set, step, and fire that ball. Here it is. Linebackers come up, and now you see the stunts. The game's being played here between the defensive tackles coming around, and that is Salaam. They're all back there right in the face of that quarterback. And you can see Matt Cavanaugh shaking his head because he knew he had his man open. Had he gotten him the football, it would have been complete, and it would have been a first down. Now he's got to go back into the shotgun and try to pick up a first down.
And again, New England converting only 2 of 8 third down opportunities, and here's a sack. Joe Klecko gets the sack. That is the 4th for the Jets, and Klecko has 3.5 of them. Salaam has the other 1/2.
Regardless of how good the offensive line is, when you've got to throw the football, you can see the games that they're playing. Klecko going to the inside, Marty Lyons going to the outside, but everybody is converging on that quarterback. And you can see Cavanaugh is looking downfield, but there isn't any place for them to go. He can't step up because he's going to be running right into defensive players.
Let's go back to Shea.
The balloons remind us the Hispanic Day parade today on 5th Avenue, and we took an extra tour down 5th Avenue, and the balloons there, the giant balloons were gorgeous.
Charlie Jones is big on balloons.
That's right. All right, let's see if New England can be big on offense from their 14. Cavanaugh goes deep, right into the arms of Darrell Ray. Ray, his second interception, he could score. Dives for the end zone. Does he make it? Yes, Darrell Ray. His second interception of the game. His 5th of the season. A 43-yard interception return for a touchdown. Extra point is good. That is the 3rd touchdown in the history of the career of Darrell Ray. The score now, the New York Jets 28 and the New England Patriots 14.
I think we hit on something just prior to that when we were talking about the number of yards the Patriots were gaining on first down. They weren't getting it done. So if you're not getting it done, you've got to do something else. Here he is, Cavanaugh back in the pocket, and he throws it to nobody but Darrell Ray. He completely misses his man way over the head of it looked like Stanley Morgan, number 86. Now it's Darrell Ray, a foot race into the end zone. And you're going to see with an extra effort right at the end zone, he gets in. You can see his teammates out in front trying to give him a help. Dykes made a block for him. What is that, his 5th interception on the season?
Right.
2nd today. And on the sideline, Steve Grogan warming up, and looks like that we're going to see a change at quarterback.
The Patriots coming up next. The 5th and deciding game in the National League Division Series. The Houston Astros against the Dodgers or the Montreal Expos against the Philadelphia Phillies. That's coming up next on NBC at 4 o'clock Eastern Time or right after the ball game. New England now from the 32. Down by 7. Hasselbeck in motion. Grogan is sacked. That is sack number 5 for the Jets. Gastineau got this one. Salaam and Klecko had a piece of the action.
Steady
also.
pressure by that entire defensive front 4 of the Jets. They just converged right straight back to where Grogan was located. And it wasn't just one man, it was 3 and 4 of those defensive linemen getting pressure. That's when it's tough for a quarterback because there's nowhere to go. There's nowhere to see. You can't throw the ball because you can't locate the defensive players. You can't jump outside because there's pressure there. You can't jump up the middle because there's pressure there. So you lay down and say, I hope the next down we do better.
New England's quarterbacks have lost 41 yards.
Screen.
And here's another.
Joe Klecko read that screen really well.
That is the 6th sack for the Jets. Look at Gastineau.
Gastineau's fired up, Charlie, but the reason he was able to get back there was because Joe Klecko read the screen. He didn't take the bait of going after the quarterback. As you can see right now, Grogan wants to throw it, but the man that was standing out there was 73 Joe Klecko. And the rumor has it that he's got pretty good hands, so he didn't want to throw it to him.
The line of scrimmage now the 9-yard line. It is 3rd down and forever for the New England Patriots. Far side, he's there, and he's got it.
To get up and run, too.
Jackson. 45-yard line, and that will be a first down.
Well, the forever was found, Charlie, because he went right by 2 defensive men out there, and there must be a missed coverage. Here it is. Harold Jackson's been doing this for many, many years. He goes by one man. Somebody's supposed to be deep outside, and there isn't anybody deep outside. Now, he could get up and run. Nobody's touched him so far. He could have gotten up and run.
That is the end of the 3rd quarter with the score, the Jets 28, New England 21. We'll be right back.
Supposed to be somebody deep outside. And you see Jackson just running straight down the sidelines. 47 is Holmes. 48 is Roy. But somebody was supposed to be deep outside. That was a zone defense. And what they were doing, they were looking at Grogan, and somebody forgot to get deep outside where they belong.
At the 45-yard line, New England territory, they have a first down. Grogan has completed 8 of 13, 180
baseball.
That's right, there's no tomorrow. For the winter, there's a lot of tomorrows the way the season is this year. All right, New England trailing 28-24. From their own 43-yard line, they send the tight end Hasselbeck in motion. Grogan has pressure, scrambles, and he is sacked. Gastineau got him. And for Gastineau, that is his second sack and the 7th of the ball game for the New York Jets, who now have 24 sacks this year.
They do play with emotion. Grogan going back in the pocket. You can see that pressure is coming from all sides. Top of your screen is Gastineau. Finally, or that's Klecko, finally says his man. Gastineau gets in, makes the stop, and look at what I'm talking about right now, 99. They do play with emotion.
New England. Lynn Dawson comes in as the second tight end. No, he'll be the tight end. Hasselbeck comes out. 3rd down and 10. We mentioned the 24 sacks of the Jets. Well, all of last year they only had 28. Hasselbeck coming out, 7 receptions, 140 yards for Don Hasselbeck.
Well, you can forget about that old saying that a tight end is nothing more than a big blocking offensive tackle.
Not anymore.
Oh, has he got heat coming at him?
Deep into coverage, it is intercepted. Ken Schroy has the interception. A beautiful defensive play for Schroy. Listen to the crowd.
You just mentioned something about 24 sacks already. And here you're taking a look at the secondary. Look how deep they are. Schroy is there all the way. He's got his eye on that ball all the way. Makes a fine interception. And there's a reason that the interception took place, I feel, is because of the pressure on Grogan. He had to get rid of the football. He had to get rid of it sooner than he wanted to. Schroy making the interception and sees a lot of white shirts around, so he wisely goes down.
A 12-yard return to the New York. It's now 3rd down and 5, 122 and counting.
They did not exercise a timeout. It's 117 and counting down.
Lots of time and then sack. The 8th sack for the Jets. Rudolph and Lyons split this one between them. Should have taken the timeout and regrouped.
I surely would have taken timeout. Of course, that's going to be debated. Now he has to take a timeout, but they needed 5 yards for a first down, and they had 3 timeouts remaining. Go back to that pass that Stanley Morgan dropped. They would have been at midfield with a first down situation.
And now it is 4th and 15 at the 30.
That's going to be debated. I personally would have called a timeout with 3rd and 5 because something like that can happen. Everybody's hurrying there. You could have had an offside penalty. Take your timeout, go back and say, hey, we need a first down. We got 2 downs to do it. Here are the 2 plays.
All right, we'll be back in just a moment to Shea Stadium with 1:10 left to go.
You don't think they'd be utilizing the old pick play, do you?
Could be.
I know they tried it, or it looked like that they were trying it when he threw the ball to Carroll Jackson here not too long ago.
First down.
Offensive pass interference on Stanley Morgan. Down goes over. 17 seconds left. First down, goal to go. 14-yard line. 28-24. New England trailing by 4.
Well, if people like excitement, they got to love this football game because it's going right down to the last second. Hasselbeck.
Time. It's intercepted by the Jets. That should wrap it up. Darrell Ray has his 3rd interception of the ball game. And he is tripped up at the 36-yard line. the end of the ball game. The officials have left the field. As time runs out, was it Johnny Lynn, number 29? We thought it was Darrell Ray, number 28. A 57-yard return. Here it is.
Here is the ball game. Grogan going over to his left side. Underthrown. He was going for Jackson. 29.
Johnny
Lynn intercepts, and the game is over. The Jets win it.
And good afternoon, everyone. Marv Albert along with Len Dawson from Shea Stadium in New York as you look at Nick Mickemeyer, the Buffalo Bills, getting set to kick off against the New York Jets. Kurt Sohn and Bruce Hopper are the deep men as Mickemeyer gets ready. The Bills at 4-2 coming in, the Jets at 2-3-1. Following the disastrous start in which they lost their first three, the Jets have turned it around the last 3 weeks. And we're underway. The first-year pro out of Fordham, Kurt Sohn, across the 20-yard line, stopped by backup offensive lineman Jim Richards.
I'd say that Joe Klecko is out there performing as he did a week ago. He is hurt. Here's the offensive line, the wide receivers, Butler, Lewis, and Bramer, and Frank Lewis having a fine year. The offensive line, as we said, number 73, John Borchardt, is playing in place of the injured Reggie McKenzie. He'll be operated on. Defense going to have their hands full today, and here take a look at that defensive line: Gastineau, Salaam, Lyons, and Klecko. Remember, Joe Klecko has been hurt. Linebackers: Buttle, Blinka, and Mel. Defensive backs: Holmes, Dykes, Ray, and Schroy. Is not happy with the way things are going right now. The one play that he threw to Butler here a little while ago, he thought perhaps there was interference on the play, but the officials didn't see it.
Couple of weeks, and this one called on the offense.
You're being kind when you say highly. They led the league in the first couple of weeks of the season with penalties. Cincinnati in the first quarter, a 27-yard field goal by Jim Breach ahead of Pittsburgh, 3-0. That's a big game in the Central Division. This is a big game in the Eastern Division for both of these football teams. Buffalo just a half a game back of Miami.
Now 3rd and 15 back at the 40. Just under 3 left in the first quarter. Look out! Here's Lyons chasing, and it's intercepted! Great coverage! His first interception of the season, and the pass rush made that possible.
I'm sure what Buttle's probably saying now to his coach Baker over there is, I'll have to be working on my running next week. We've established the fact that I can catch the football. Big turnover for the New York Jets.
Buttle returned at 21 yards. Jets first.
The fumble recovery.
For the Bills at the Jet 26-yard line. Cribbs now 5 carries, 47 yards. Curtis Brown, the fullback, with a straight-ahead move, stopped by the combination of Klecko and Dell. 5 minutes have gone by in the second quarter, and the Jets with a 6-0 lead. And you were talking earlier about the tightly bunched up divisional race. New York Jets right in it, along with the Miami Dolphins. Buffalo in front with the divisional record of 4-1.
Talking about how important this game is for both teams, I would say in particular the New York Jets.
Did well to fall in, but the Buffalo Bills take over now at the Jet 36-yard line. This is Joe Cribbs. Several changes of direction, and let's see what happens here. Nowhere.
Lance Bell did a great job of making sure Cribbs didn't get to the outside, made him change his direction once again, enabling the rest of the pursuit to catch up. Now take a look. He is quick, but this time I think he made a mistake. See Buttle being hit from behind. Now he's reversing his field. The only one back there is Ferguson, his quarterback, and I'll assure you the quarterback isn't going to give you a whole lot of help. But you see that the Jets are just containing him now, keeping him inside. Bell finally coming up with a tackle.
They're calling it 2nd and 21. Matt Leahy, who kicked 2 field goals in the first half for the Jets points, teeing it up and getting set to kick away to Roland Hooks and the rookie out of Auburn, Byron Franklin.
Speaking of the Jets, you can hear them up overhead. As I said before, it is definitely a problem for a quarterback if he wants to change the play at the line of scrimmage.
Out of Ohio State, making the tackle, a 32-yard kickoff return by Franklin.
And that was an excellent return because he got hit about 10 yards before he finally went down, providing really pretty good field position for the Buffalo Bills.
Joe Ferguson, 7 for 15 to this point, 104 yards, 1 touchdown, and 1 intercept. Thus far, Jerry Butler has been held in check. And a look at the offensive line, the big change.
Very good because it was his own defense. And what Frank Lewis did, he went out to the sideline and turned upfield. And Ferguson drilled it in between 2 defensive players. Now here's the front 4 of the Jets. They're leading the league in sacks with 25. Buttle, Blinka, and Mel, the linebackers. Holmes, Dykes, Ray, and Troy are in the secondary.
And Walt Michaels has made one adjustment. He has replaced Blinka with Ron Crosby as we open up here in this third quarter. Joe Cribbs across the 45-yard line. 34-yard pass play from Ferguson to Lewis, putting the Bills in excellent position. Gastineau and Salaam combined on the tackle. Interesting drill the Jets put Abdul Salaam through during the course of the week to go against the tactics of Conrad Dobler. They had Joe Pellegrini, who's on injured reserve, surprise Salaam in one of the practice sessions by using what the Jets call Dobler tactics. Cribbs again. Short pickup for the second-year man out of Auburn.
Conrad Dobler, we should love that because the more time they can devote worrying about him, the less time they have to worry about, Ferguson and the running backs Cribbs and Frank Lewis, Jerry Butler.
You think Pellegrini was pinching and scratching?
I don't know whether Salaam had any teeth marks on him.
It is a 3rd and 4 for Buffalo. For early third quarter, the Bills 7 and the Jets 6. Ferguson off the play action. He's got the first down with the tight end Kramer. Bubble on the play. And recovered by the Jets.
see right there, he will not permit him to get to the football. Throwing coming up with it, a big play for the Jets.
John Woodring hitting him down. Well, next Thursday, Bob Hope presents a star-studded celebration at the Gerald Ford Presidential Museum with special performances by Pearl Bailey, Debbie Boone, Gordon McCrae, Glenn Campbell, and Danny Thomas. It is a 2-hour spectacular next Thursday right here on NBC.
New York Jet crowd getting fired up now after that last touchdown by Bruce Harper.
Buffalo first and 10 at their 28-yard line. Play action for Ferguson. Let's see if they ruled it complete and a fumble. No, it's ruled incomplete. A hard hit by Crosby on Mark Kramer.
He really did. He nailed it just as the ball was getting there. Ferguson had a lot of time to throw the football on that last play because they're really not getting a lot of pressure on him. Joe Klecko is the leader in sacks for the New York Jets with 8. He's leading the National Football League, but he's got a bad foot, and that is hampering him today because he's not getting the drive off that foot that he ordinarily would.
Last week against New England, Klecko would come up with a sack and then come limping away. In fact, left the ballpark on crutches and in a cast, and only practiced briefly one time this week. 2nd and 10. This is Curtis Brown. Look out, Marty Lyons with the reps around Brown.
They're fired up now, the New York Jets, the fans and the players. You can look at 73 is Joe Klecko, the man I was just telling you about, with a bad foot. It didn't look like that he had too bad a foot there. Lyons, number 93, coming up with the tackle on that play. He is really fired. Take a look at him right now and see if he's fired.
It is a 3rd and 15 for the Bills, back at their 23-yard line. Ferguson is 9 for 18. Burrow deflected it away, and the Bills forced the punt. It was intended for Frank Lewis. And the crowd is sky high. Mark Gastineau, who has been quiet to this point, he has been in the habit of revving the crowd up, and he's doing it now at the far side. 3 weeks, there was that one overtime tie in there against the Miami Dolphins. They come off a victory over the Patriots. Buffalo Bills with a record of 4 up and 2 down. They come off the win over Miami on Monday night. Good kick by Leahy, and Franklin is going to try to run it out. Byron Franklin really ripped inside the 10. I don't know, Len, what do you think?
I think it was a terrible move on his part. Not only was he in the end zone, but when he started, he slipped. It gave the defense more time to get down under the kick, and they really nailed him. They nailed him inside the 10-yard line. And I might bring back the fact that at one time Buffalo started on their own 5-yard line, and they carried the ball 95 yards in the opposite direction for a touchdown.
Number 52, the rookie out of Ohio State, has been superb on special teams. Al Washington, a 4th-round draft pick, with that hard hit on Franklin. Joe Ferguson, 11 of 23 thus far, 214 yards. First down at the 8. On the draw, does not work for Roosevelt Leaks. Marty Lyons and Joe Klecko were right there. So as we approach the 1-minute mark here in the 3rd quarter, let's check in with Bryant Gumbel.
Marvin, Baltimore, the Colts are in the process of losing their 6th straight. This time the Chargers are doing the damage. Dan Fouts to Charlie Joyner, 23 yards. San Diego moves in front 20-7. Fouts' 16th touchdown pass of the year. Best arm since Lenny Dawson, Mark.
Ryan saying such nice things about the Purdue Boilermaker in our broadcast booth.
Number 73 is Joe Klecko. Gets the tackle, but number 93, Marty Lyons, is the man that first got to the ball carrier.
2nd and 11. Ferguson rifles one, incomplete. The Jets playing very physical. Darrell Ray that time with the hard hit on the tight end Mark Kramer, who has taken his licks here this afternoon.
Well, when things go right, they have get a lucky break like the Jets did, things could get turned around in a hurry. They picked up that foul. That's a gift. Bobby Jones picking it up, running at 59 yards for a touchdown, putting the head by 13 points after Buffalo had just come back. Now that really fires up the defensive team because they know now they've got a little pad out there. They've got a 13-point lead right now. They don't have to worry about making mistakes. They can just dig in out there and tee off and go after Joe Ferguson.
4 receivers for the Bills on this 3rd and 11. Ferguson with the protection and able to get it downfield, but it is incomplete. Franklin, the intended receiver. Again, the Jets were looking for a recovery, which might be asking a bit too much, but it's incomplete. And so the Jets have stopped the Bills, who are hemmed in right from the start.
Taking a look at it, he's going deep. The ball is hanging up there because of the wind. Almost coming up with the catch, the Buffalo Bills, but he is hit just as the ball gets to him. Without hit possession, 6 points.
Ferguson is now 15 of 32, 250 yards. As you see with the 2 touchdowns, the 1 interception by Greg Buttle. And Ferguson is sacked. So that's the first Jet sack of the day. Combination of Klecko and Salaam.
They've had more heat on Ferguson, I think, in the last 3 or 4 plays than they have in the entire football game. One reason is the defensive line does not have to worry about a running game. They know that they're ahead. They know that Buffalo, in order to catch up, is going to have to throw the ball, so they just start digging in on that turf out there and going after the quarterback.
Joe Klecko coming in, leading the National Football League with 8 sacks. In his 5th year out of Temple, combining that time with Abdul Salaam, only the 4th time that the Buffalo offensive line has allowed a sack this season. And it's intercepted! Will the Jets pick off another Ferguson pass? Johnny Lynn with the pass intended for Frank Lewis, able to come up with his 3rd of the year.
Number 82 is the intended receivers. You take a look at both receivers working downfield. Number 29, Johnny Lynn, reads the throw all the way, comes up with a big interception. We'll be back just a minute.
So Johnny Lynn, who came up with the clincher, picking one off against New England last week in the final seconds with his 3rd interception. Offensive unit, Phil Simms, who has clicked on 55% of his passes. Leon Bright, Rob Carpenter, who has helped turn things around. Johnny Perkins, who was a question mark in the starting lineup. Matt Benson, Gordon King, at the tackle, J.T. Turner, Roy Simmons at the guards. The center is Ernie Hughes.
Number 30, Perry, was in the running back position instead of Bright.
And a look at the Jet defensive unit. Bobby Jackson, Jerry Holmes at the corners. And they have Flip Lawson coming out from left corner to make the stop. Phil Simms, who hit 19 of 32 for 256 yards in that overtime victory over Atlanta last week.
Marv, a lot of the players were playing this game down, saying it's just another ball game, but it definitely is not.
First and 10 at the 39-yard line, and Carpenter with a short gain. Ben Rudolph, the rookie out of Long Beach State, a 3rd-round draft pick, replacing the injured Marty Lyons, making the stop.
I just mentioned in the pregame show that with Ben Rudolph, 76, a rookie, playing in place of Marty Lyons, Joe Klecko having a foot problem, that the Giants, if they're going to test an area, they're going to test that right side of the defense of the New York Jets. That time, the Jets stopped them.
There's Marty Lyons, who is out with a pulled hamstring and may miss next week. 2nd and 9. Won the last 3 in a row. They lost to Philadelphia to open the season, then beat Washington and New Orleans. Lost in Dallas, but played well. Lost to Green Bay, that raised some questions. Giants bouncing back by walloping St. Louis and Seattle, and last week a credibility victory over Atlanta. 3rd down and 9. The swing for Carpenter. So the Jets stopping this first Giant drive. Greg Buttle.
Sims is hurt. You take a look at the field. Gastineau is out there with him. Gastineau really put a lot of pressure on him. He is hobbling about. The one fortunate thing is still on his feet and he's able to move around, but the 3rd down situation he was going to leave anyway, but it looks like he's all right. Here it is. Sims going back in the pocket. Number 11. Look at the pressure that 99 Gastineau is putting on him. He gets rid of the ball to Carpenter. He has to because he doesn't have time to wait around to look downfield and into percentage play because you should be able to get the ball out to that man. You're only throwing it about 12 yards.
Carpenter on the 2nd and 3 is stopped. Rob Carpenter, the lone deep back, stopped by the rookie right defensive tackle, Ben Rudolph.
The Jets have defensively done a very good job. The Giants have only run a couple of times. They went at the right side of that Jet line, but they have not made any yardage so far. Here's the score, first quarter. Atlanta leading New Orleans 3-0. Chicago leading Tampa Bay 3-0 in the first quarter.
And it's a 3rd and 3 for the Giants. Leon Bright, Rob Carpenter now the running backs. Johnny Perkins is slot left. Lots of time. Sims in trouble, and the whistle is blown. It is ruled a sack for Joe Klecko.
He had a lot of time, really, to get rid of that football, and had he had just a split second longer, he had a back wide open downfield.
The Jets now with their 28th sack. They are 2nd in the National Football League, right behind Oakland. So Klecko makes the play and then comes limping off the field, which has been his style.
I don't know how he does it. They put his foot in a cast after the ball game, and it's just that he has a great endurance for pain. They come that close twice in a row. Very nervous.
As a result, Ramsey with only a 36-yard punt, first down at the 31-yard line, and Carpenter stopped for short yardage. Abdul Salaam, the left defensive tackle, making the stop. The Jets of Gastineau, Salaam, Rudolph, Klecko. Up front, Buttle, Blinka, and Bell, the linebackers. Holmes and Jackson at the corners, and Ray and Schroy are the deep men. 2-yard advance, 2nd and 8 at the 33. Freedy is wide left, and Perkins in the slot. That is Bright in motion. We'll get the official call from the referee, Ben Dreith. Zeros.
Offense, pass interference, number 86.
Johnny Perkins, the wide receiver, called for the interference. I said zeros on the scoreboard. Now we get the gun, so the official call that this first quarter has come to a conclusion here at Giant Stadium with the score after 1. Giants nothing, Jets nothing. Bell, Greg Buttle combining.
Statistically, in the first quarter, not much, is there? Total yards, 30 for the Jets, 54 for the Giants. Neither team being able to run with a football, trying to establish that. Both sides, if they're going to be successful, they're going to have to throw the football because both defenses play very well against the running game.
And Sims now has 3rd and 7 at the 34. Alvin Garrett is back in, flanked to the left. Look out, Buttle all over Phil Sims. Greg Buttle chasing Phil Sims down. First, Sims looked in the direction of Garrett, who was well covered, and he could not find anyone.
Buttle that time was taking a look, see what happened. That was a delayed blitz by number 51, Greg Buttle. Number 11, Sims going back in the pocket. Everybody knows he have to throw, so those big defensive linemen, you see 76, Ben Rudolph coming in. Now Buttle checks him out, and it's a foot race. You can see how fast those linebackers are today.
2nd sack of the day for the Jets. Here's Jennings, first down at the 24-yard line. Curry and Carpenter are the running backs. Carpenter stacked up. Joe Klecko leading the way for the Jets. Now for an NFL update, let's go to our studios in New York for Byron Day.
Marvin, the Orange Bowl in Miami, the Dolphins are on the board once again. David Woodley throwing this 22-yard touchdown pass to Daryl Harris. It's now 14-7 in the second quarter. Marv?
Thank you, Byron. 2nd and 9, 1-yard pickup for Carpenter.
Marv, they've been testing that right side of the Jets, and they haven't made anything over there.
Phil Simms, 6 of 10 to this point for 42 yards.
Deflected. It was deflected up the middle. It's either Abdul, Salaam, or somebody got a hand up on there. Big number 76 is Ben Rudolph also. That ball was deflected by one of those big defensive linemen, which just proves you don't have to sack the quarterback to handle a passing game. If you can get your hands up in his face, they call it pressure the quarterback, it's almost as much good as putting him on the ground.
And those Jet defensive linemen, Gastineau 6'5", Salaam 6'3", Rudolph 6'5", Klecko 6'3". 3rd and 9, Giants 1 of 6 on 3rd down conversion. Out of the shotgun, Simms in trouble. And it's the rookie out of Long Beach State, 3rd round draft pick, Ben Rudolph, replacing the injured Marty Lyons, coming up with his first NFL sack.
He was not touched. He came straight up the middle. Right, take a look at this. Straight up the middle. There was a little game between the two defensive tackles, Salaam and Rudolph. Nobody touched that big man. And Simms had the misfortune of the only thing that he could see was number 76, Ben Rudolph.
3rd sack of the day for the New York Jets, and Dave Jennings will kick from his goal line. Phil Simms talking it over with head coach Ray.
Whatever direction he went the opposite direction. Buttle went inside, so he threw outside to his back.
And Greg Buttle has played very well as of late. He has been hit hard by injuries this season. He's come on the last few games. 2nd and 5 at the 44. Simms lofting it downfield. Incomplete.
Or is it?
Well, let's see. Perhaps they'll rule a fumble. They do. They say complete and a fumble. Johnny Perkins on the reception. And he fumbled the football. It's a 36-yard pass.
I think the people have to realize the new rule change. That if you have the ball in your possession and both feet are in bounds, it is a completion. You're taking a look right now. He does. The ball pops loose now. Now, last year that would have been an incomplete pass. It is a great throw and a great catch. He catches the ball. He's got both feet in bounds. The ball pops loose. This year it's a fumble. The Jets come up with it.
Johnny Lynn was covering on the play, and that man, Jerry Holmes, coming up with a loose football. So a big break for the Jets. First down at their 19. Lawrence Taylor, the right outside linebacker, was right there, and now the Jets will just let the time run out. So that will do it. In this first half, the up and down Jets were up thus far, and they have received more than their share of breaks. A look at Matt Snell, a man the Giants wanted, but who signed with the New York. The Giants by the score of 13-0 as we get set for the second half of play. Marv Albert along with Len Dawson. And for the Jets, it has been another penalty festival. They have been hit with 6 plus 2 that were declined. The Giants penalized only twice, yet the Giants have not been able to take advantage. The Jets receiving a number of breaks in that first half.
I'd say the breaks went mostly the New York Jets' way, because here just before the half was over, they had to punt the football. It looked like the Giants would get the ball in good field position, an opportunity to go in and score. Fumble the ball, the Jets come up with it. One play later, Richard Todd unloaded a bomb to Wesley Walker, and now it's 13-0. That wasn't over then. Ernest Gray dropped a pass going into the end zone that would have given a touchdown to the Giants. They even tried the fake field goal. They had two or three men open, and he selected the wrong one. They should have gone to his kicker, Danilo, because he was wide open. But maybe he's got bad hands. I don't know. He's got great feet. I don't know about his hands.
Scott Bruner on the fake field goal attempt. Intended pass for Tom Mulledy, the tight end, that was batted away at the last instant by Darrell Ray, who made a sensational play to get to it. And the fumble by Alvin Garrett, recovered by Jesse Johnson of the Jets, leading to the Todd to Walker 39-yard touchdown pass play. In the first half, Todd 9 for 21, 137 yards, but it has not been a sharp day to this point for Richard Todd. Phil Simms 11 for 20, 128 yards.
Richard Todd is just a hair off. Now, he threw a great pass to Wesley Walker for the touchdown, but he had Walker open earlier. Now, what happens is a lot of times as a quarterback, you try to guide that football. I guess it's much like a baseball pitcher trying to be too fine. Instead of coming back and rearing back and letting that ball fly, you're trying to direct it someplace. But Todd has got a 13-0 lead, and he hasn't thrown an interception so far in this football game. And even being off a little bit, they're in good position. This man, Ray Perkins, the head coach of the Giants, he's not in a good position right now. They're 13 points down. They're not on the board yet. They've got to get something generated offensively.
Joe Danello will kick off to the combination of Kurt Sohn and Bruce Hopper. Two field goals by Leahy and the touchdown pass to Wesley Walker, accounting for the score. Deep kick by Danello. Here's Hopper. Change of direction as he makes his way across the 25 and to the 33-yard line. Good recovery by Hopper. And again, now.
Well, they're questioning that call. Of course, all the calls are coming in from the sidelines by hand signals from the coach. The penalties really put you in a position where it really makes it tough. There's Ray Perkins, the head coach. They're calling the plays from the sideline. You get in a situation where you're making a lot of penalties, it's putting you in a situation where you got to go 15, 20 yards to pick up a first down.
3rd and 16. Klecko all over Simms. You saw the quick whistle there to protect the quarterback. Joe Klecko coming up with his second sack of the afternoon.
Klecko just went right over the left tackle, Brad Benson, number 60 of the Giants. That's the situation that gets you in a lot of trouble because, take a look, 73 is Klecko going over number 60. He just shoves him right out of the way and grabs the quarterback.
4th sack of the day for the Jets. Joe Klecko now with 10.5 sacks. That is his career high. Phil Simms, Mark Gastineau showing us the enthusiasm that he shows usually at home at Shea Stadium.
It's time for the Jets to come alive now, and you're going to take a look at Simms going back to throw. Gastineau beats his man, which is King, gets to the quarterback and gets a very important sack for the Jets. They've got to stop these Giants right now.
8th sack on the season for Gastineau
after he dropped the ball.
And a cheer from the crowd because Gray has departed for the sidelines, replaced by the rookie out of Arizona State, John Nisler, known for good hands, caught an important 31-yard pass last week against Atlanta.
That's 2 passes that Gray has dropped. One was for a touchdown.
Simms!
No, sir.
This sacked again. That is number 6, and look at Gastineau.
I wonder if those players still want to repeat that this is just another football game, and it doesn't have that much meaning.
The Jets quieting this capacity crowd of 77,000 that is virtually all Giants.
Nitzler, he did make the reception, but he was greeted by number 40, Bobby Jackson.
It is a first down at the Jet 35-yard line.
Ball's loose.
Stripped of the ball, but he's able to recover. Oh, well. Wright able to recover. 74. Ben Rudolph covering up on the play.
Very fortunate for the Giants that ball bounced in the right direction because he was able to recover it. It bounced in the Jets' direction on that synthetic turf and it hit on the nose of the ball and it could have gone anyplace.
Loss of 5, 2nd and 15. Giants trailing 19-7. Clock running, 8:10 left, 4th quarter. Rob Carpenter trying to change direction. but it's a loss on the play. Again, it's Bobby Jackson from his left quarterback position.
Excellent play by number 40, Bobby Jackson. It was an outlet pass or a screen pass to the back, and he knifed through about 2 defensive backs to come up with that tackle. Not only can he hit hard, we just witnessed that just a few moments ago when Missler was nailed when he made the reception, but he also has the agility to find his way through a crowd and make a tackle.
And Jackson only regained his starting job last week against Seattle. It's been a rocky up and down season. And Sims is taken down by Gastineau. Mark Gastineau has done it again. For the Jets, their 7th sack. For Gastineau, his 3rd.
He's going to injure himself jumping up and down one of these days after making one of those sacks on the quarterback. But what was happening there, Sims was getting pressure all the way. 74, Salaam is coming in there, and now you're seeing 99, Gastineau finally making the sack.
9th punt of the day. Back at Giant Stadium, Marv Albert, Len Dawson, 5:16 left, 4th quarter. And a do-or-die series for the Giants, who are trailing the Jets 19-7.
Here's
a little flea flicker. And Phil Sims did not fool anyone. Run out by Mark Gastineau. The Jets had that covered beautifully, Len.
They really did, and that also showed you the speed of this man, Mark Gastineau. He ran the quarterback down, and Sims has got pretty good speed. Gastineau is 6'5", 276, about 280 pounds. Now, that's a fearful thought for a quarterback, to know that you can't outrun a guy that's 280 pounds, which he wasn't able to do. He came down in a very awkward position, and he had been limping earlier in the ballgame. This is a situation for the Giants. They've got to get the ball moving. They need a touchdown.
2nd and 11. Leon Wright hit by Bobby Jackson, a name that we have been calling all day long. Bobby Jackson and Mark Gastineau have led the defensive assault. In fact, if things continue the way they have been going, when the Giants look back at the films, they will see a lot of number 99 Mark Gastineau, who will be playing himself.
That's right. Bobby Jackson, for a young man no larger than he is, probably 175 to 180 pounds, he packs a pretty big wallop.
Out of the shotgun, 3rd and 7. That's picked off. Darrell Ray could go all the way. That's Sims back. Ray sweeping by Sims. Darrell Ray for the touchdown. Interception by Darrell Ray, and the Jets have picked off Bill Sims for the first time this afternoon, and they have jumped in front by the score of 25-7.
5 interceptions coming into this game. He was leading the AFC in interceptions, but none bigger than that one. Number 28, it's a zone defense. Sims trying to throw it between 2 of the Jets. Now it's a foot race, and I'm amazed that some of these big men were able to run. 72, Gordon King is down here, right here. 72 is a big tackle. Darrell Ray able to continue on. Rob Carpenter trying to make a tackle, but it's into the end zone for a touchdown. Here it is. Sims trying to drill this ball. 28, Darrell Ray was reading that quarterback all the way. That's his responsibility in the zone defense.
Darrell Ray with his 6th interception of the season. Pat Leahy puts it through, and the Jets have added to their lead. 4:16 remaining. 4th quarter. The Jets 26 and the Giants 7. Darrell Ray with his 2nd touchdown of the season off the interception to send a good portion of this crowd to the exits, and now perhaps it is understandable.
With Darrell Ray running the way he did, they may think about playing him both ways.
This is Alvin Garrett. Garrett, who coughed up the football on a punt earlier, which turned out to be a very big turnover.
This is the replay of the interception. At the middle top of your screen is Darrell Ray. He is reading the quarterback. He's in his zone. He sees where the quarterback looks. That's going to take him right to the football and the interception. When you talk about a zone defense, you talk about reading the quarterback, you just had an opportunity to see what Darrell Ray did. Now what a quarterback has to do, he has to look that man off. Look the opposite direction, then come back to the receiver. But Darrell Ray was following Phil Simms all the way.
Giants first and 10 at their 24-yard line. They are trailing now 26-7. Simms from right. Oh, is he walloped? And let's see, they ruled it incomplete. Had this been a close ball game, the Jets would be involved in an argument. And Leon Bright is hurt. Jerry Holmes on the hit. And able to take it home, but they'll bring it back.
It's a problem with getting into a situation where you have to throw and the defense is just looking back, playing pass, and this is a real shot right here. Bang! Got him with the headgear, got him up around the chest area, and he was going full speed when he hit it.
Leon Bright, who has been an all-purpose back for the Giants, kick returns, as a pass receiver, as a runner, and taking a hard hit from Jerry Holmes, the right cornerback. Right here, let's pause briefly for station identification. This is the NBC.
This is WNBC TV, New York.
And back at Giants Stadium, Marv Albert along with Lenny Dawson as the Giants attend to injured running back Leon Bright. The Giants showing no offense at all here this afternoon. It has been strictly defense. In fact, the defense scored the only touchdown on the mishandled snap by Chuck Ramsey. Beasley Reese able to cover up in the end zone. The Jets getting 4 field goals from Pat Leahy. The intercept moments ago from Darrell Ray, who took it 65 yards for the score. And earlier, the lone touchdown pass thrown today, Richard Todd connecting with Wesley Walker on a 39-yard pass play.
Richard Todd has got over 200 yards passing against this Giant defensive unit, but in Phil Simms' case, well, that's great that Leon Bright is getting up, but you can take a look at this hit. 47 coming up on your screen is Holmes, and he really levels him. That is a shock to your system, believe me. But it's great that he's able to get up and move off, and he looks like he's all right.
He is actually a NFL rookie. Played 4 years in Canada. And
Gastineau
in big trouble.
Oh, great
able to
throw.
unleash it. Lewis Jackson, the rookie out of California Poly, on the reception. Oh, Mark Gastineau was looking for another one.
Oh, yes, Gastineau was going to run him down, and Simms knew that, but that was an excellent throw by him. He just flicked that ball out there and got rid of it in a hurry. But time is not on their side. 3:30 and counting down in this fourth quarter. 26-7 the score. The Jets out in front. There would be a miracle of some sort necessary for the Giants to win this one. Because you can take a look at the Jets, the secondary, and they're just laying back. They'll give the short stuff. They won't give them anything now. Klecko.
And that is sack number 8 for the New York Jets, who right now are in a position to tee off on Phil Simms.
Well, that's what's happening. They don't have to worry about any running game. Those big defensive linemen, they are big and they are fast. You've seen Gastineau run down people. He runs about a 4.5 or 4.6 40. He weighs almost 280 pounds. They can tee off, go after that quarterback, not worry about anything but trying to get a sack.
As you saw on the screen, it is 9 sacks for the Jets. That's the correct figure. 9 sacks for Gastineau, Klecko, and company. Bruce Hopper on the fair catch. 38-yard punt by Dave Jennings. 2 minutes, 38 seconds remaining in this fourth quarter, and the Jets in possession with that 26-7 lead. Looking ahead, next week the Jets will play at Baltimore, And then they play at New England before returning to Shea November 22nd to go against Miami. And next Sunday, join host Brian Gumbel for NFL 81. All the highlights and scores. Late breaking news from around the NFL. And then an NFL doubleheader featuring 3 key matchups. Oakland and Houston. Cincinnati going against San Diego. And Cleveland will go up against Denver. Check your local listings for the games and times in your area next Sunday. So a terrific afternoon here at Giant Stadium for the New York Jets, coming up with 9 sacks, 4 by number 99 Mark Gastineau. No question in the first half, the Jets got every conceivable break, able to take advantage despite the fact that they were hit hard by penalties.
You would know this is the same team. Now, when you talk about intensity and concentration on a football game, the Jets, I saw them last week. It's a different team today than the one that played against Seattle a week ago.
It is a third 5-0 in preseason play. First and 10 at the 1. This is Jackson, stopped by Troy out of the 5. 7th round draft pick Lewis Jackson out of California Poly, and that will wrap it. The Giants, a disheartened club, walking off the field. I do see some Giants coming across to congratulate Jet players led by Brad Van Pelt, but the Jets.
Joe Klecko, Ben Rudolph, Abdul Salaam, and Mark Gastineau. Meet the executive officers of the New York Sack Exchange. These gentlemen pushed their stock higher on the national board against the Baltimore Colts and took over the NFL lead in sacks. While the Jet defense with just 2 Patriot wins this season, 16,000 paying fans refused to brave the elements and witness the New York Jet front 4 prove that when it rains, it pours. The league's best front line against the pass deluged the Patriots with 8 sacks, including 4 by number 99, Mark Gastineau. Gastineau's fiery spirit.
A sellout of some 60,000, Shea Stadium in New York. The New York Jets have not lost in their last 7 games against the Miami Dolphins. The Dolphins, however, 1 game in first place in the AFC East, and they'll be kicking off Miami in white, the New York Jets in their green and white. Uwe von Schamann to kick it toward the right end, the closed end of Shea Stadium, and we're underway. This one for first place. It's Son, the rookie. And he's dropped at the 22 to 23-yard line. Youngster from Florida, AFC East, because if the Jets would beat Miami to tie them for first, Buffalo would be only a half stride behind the co-leaders. Cephalo in the starting lineup for Nat Moore. Woodley hands off to Tony Nathan. And the former star for Bear Bryant at Alabama picks up about 3 to the 22. Let's look at that Miami offense, guided by the second-year quarterback, David Woodley. He has Nathan, an excellent pass receiver and runner, and the big blocking Andra Franklin of Nebraska. Duriel Harris, Cephalo starting for Moore at the other wide receiver spot. Ronnie Lee, the tight end. Giesler, Taves, brother of Pittsburgh's Taves. Stevenson for the injured Dennard, Newman, and Lyons. Much heralded this year, especially for that great pass rush. Gastineau and Klecko. Klecko, the 2 top men in the league, with Lyons and Salaam in the middle, with Buttle, Blinka, and Mel, the linebackers. Donald Dykes, they'll be working on him, will Miami. Dykes for the injured Jackson at the corner. Jerry Holmes at the other corner. Ken Schroy, and the brilliant second-year safety from Oklahoma, Darrell Ray. From the 34, another draw. This time
fumble.
Eddie Hill, he fumbles, and Miami able to fall on the football. Hill, acquired from the Los Angeles Rams in a trade at the start of the season, almost lost the ball.
Dick, the last time these two teams met down in Miami, the Dolphins had to struggle all day long. They got just 98 yards rushing, although Woodley and Strock combined for 301 yards passing in that tie. Obviously, Don Shula realizing that he can't put his team in a third down and long yardage situation to allow those 4 defensive linemen of the Jets to just take off after David Woodley.
Second down for Woodley, the youngster from LSU. Screen, and Hill can't make the reception. Well, you can see what Miami's game plan is to try to negate that great pass rush of the New York Jets, using draws, screens, and quickies. We welcome those of you who have watched the first-place Bengals win again as they knock off another top club, the Denver Broncos, a battle for first place. Bengals win in Cincinnati. Here, the fight for first in the AFC East between the Jets and Miami. Dick Enberg, Bob Trumpy, welcome. Jets took the opening kickoff, have punted to Miami, and this is 3rd and 7. Dolphins at their 37-yard line on their first possession. Woodley, good protection. And finally throws it away as Woodley is nailed just as he delivered the ball, as Marty Lyons and Mark Gastineau in on the young quarterback.
Dick, primary coverage on Tony Nathan, 2 out of the backfield as you watch the New York sack exchange. Pressure on David Woodley. We should be able to see 22 in the white jersey. There's Tony Nathan right there. He gets inside, outside, cornerback and linebacker coverage. Therefore the pump, he throws it away.
We'll be talking throughout this afternoon about that front four, the New York Jets, leading the National Football League in sacks and on their way to an all-time record. Miami down 3-0. Woodley has Cephalo left and Duriel Harris to the right. Eddie Hill. Rumbles to the 32-yard line from Memphis State. Hill in his 3rd year. He's already had a great victory, has Eddie Hill, as Bill Arnsparger talks to his defense. His 2-year-old daughter was seriously ill earlier this year with spinal meningitis, and thank goodness has recovered. Very trying time for Eddie Hill and his wife and family. Walt Michaels across the way. He had a trying time early on the season as well, 0-3, but now has the hottest team in the American Football Conference. Hill again. Good defense. Lance Mell, number 56, one of the 3 Penn State linebackers for the Jets, made the stop.
Dick, the play was forced by Joe Klecko, 73, inside that left tackle of the Miami Dolphins. And Don Shula's got to be wondering what the New York Jets have over his Dolphin team. Over the last few years, he has just beaten up on the NFL, but not this team. They're 0-6-1 in the last 3 years against the New York Jets.
Johnny Lynn, number 29, comes into the deep secondary for the Jets in their nickel defense. 3rd down and 6.
Fumble.
And who's got it? You'll hear a roar if they motion Jets, but it's Miami's ball. An alert Dolphin able to come up with that loose ball. Trouble on the exchange between Dwight Stevenson, who's playing that center spot with Mark Deneter, out for at least 4 weeks with a torn calf muscle.
Dick, you make an excellent point. And Greg Buttle, number 51 of the Jets, jumped up there in the middle. You see him, and I think it probably affected the concentration of Stevenson, and therefore the bad snap.
And Woodley able to fall on the ball.
Nevertheless, Miami ball.
Oh, Miami leading 7-6. Motion. Woodley going for 6.
Oh!
Touchdown, Jimmy Cephalo, or not? No, he did not come up with it. He had 2 or 3 chances, had the ball, juggled it, and couldn't find the hook.
But the ability to keep his eye on the football, watch how many times this thing bounces in and out of his hands. He's open, but the ball is thrown behind him. And that's good coverage by Ken Schroy, and then watch. There's once, twice. He's still fumbling with it. Well, Lance Mell knocks him away from the footballer. That's 6 points. A game of inches.
Oh, and frustration.
And frustration.
It'll be 2nd down and 10.
If that ball is on the money, Dick, it's 6 points. And Mr. Walt Michaels knows it.
And he's throwing into the open end of the stadium where that wind will knock the ball around a little bit. Screen to the tight end Lee. Klecko and Holmes with a tackle for a loss. Jerry Holmes doing a good job for the Jets at the right corner. He was a free agent pick last year from West Virginia.
Loss of 6 on the play, and they tried it on the other side, and it worked a little bit. But you see Klecko, the speed of Joe Klecko. He rushes the passer and is still out there to make initial contact. Marty Lyons down on the field now. Another New York Jet injured.
Boy, it's been a war zone for Walt Michaels' club the last couple of weeks. So Lyons shaken up on that last tackle. Will return in just a moment. Here's Marty Lyons, number 93, injured on that last play.
He came into the game with a pulled hamstring, and that stride right there pulled it again. So it does appear that he will probably sit on the bench for the rest of the game. It'll be Ben Rudolph, number 76, now to take his place, and that's 1/4 of the sack exchange, now sitting on the bench.
Rudolph, a rookie from Cal State Long Beach, 3rd and long for Woodley and the Dolphins, leading 7-6. Less than 3 minutes left in this first half. Abdul Salaam, and the New York Sack Exchange has its first of the day.
That's their 47th on the year, Dick, heading toward a league record of 67. I believe this rollout is by design to get away from the New York Sack Exchange, give Woodley just a little bit more time to throw the football, and Salaam, who is the, what is Soldier of Peace, I believe that name means.
In Arabic, it does mean peace. He used to be Larry Falk when he was a star at Kent State. Changed his name. Woodley might argue about him being a soldier of peace on that last tackle. Well, the banners are here at Shea Stadium in New York. Dick Enberg with Bob Trumpy. You want to make a point?
Yes, I do. I want to make a correction. I failed to credit Abdul Salaam for his 1 sack of David Woodley when I said that the New York Sack Exchange had none. It's been 10 years since these New York Jet fans had a football team to really cheer about, and they're obviously in support of the Jets this season.
Yeah, all week long, of course, with a chance for first place, and columnists here, New York City, recalling those great days, the '68 season, and Joe Namath, and the pass rush of Philbin and Elliott and Verlin Biggs as they went to the Super Bowl and beat Baltimore. Eddie Hill picks up 6 yards to the New York Jet 45-yard line, and it's 2nd and 4. Let's run down the scores. Finals: the Steelers win big in Cleveland, 32-10. It was Cincinnati staying in first place, 38-21. No huddle by Miami. Woodley, that could be intercepted. As the pass died, Cephalo going deep, and 2 Jets, Lynn being the closest to the ball, and that ball-hawking free safety, Darrell Ray, 28. All right, now as Miami goes to huddle, we'll continue the scores. Buffalo had to pull one out late against New England, 20-17. Big upset. The Giants win in Philadelphia, 20-10. Detroit wins again. That's 2 times this year. They beat the Bears, this time at Soldier Field, 23-7. Bum Phillips and the New Orleans Saints win at Houston, 27-24 against his former team. 3rd and 4. Complete to Nathan at the 36-yard line, but a flag is down where one would suspect holding against Miami. 9 yards if it counts. Personal foul, against the Jets.
You know what it made be, Dick, is a head slap by one of the defensive linemen on the offensive lineman of the Miami Dolphins. That flag was thrown very, very quickly. There was no doubt in the official's mind.
52-year-old Walt Michaels, who played his college football at Washington and Lee, pro linebacker with the Browns for 10 years. Gibran, Knoll, Shula, Michaels, all on those Cleveland teams, all going on to become NFL head coaches.
There's another head coach too, Mike McCormick, with the Baltimore Colts.
That's right.
A big one against the Jets.
Personal foul, 73 defense, it's first down.
Joe Klecko, the defensive right end, guilty of the foul, and it gives Miami field goal range.
Now they can, the Miami Dolphins can take their time. There's no reason for them to hurry. 1 minute and 20 seconds left. They don't have to be in a rush to get the ball in the end zone here.
Miami with a safety and now trying to get 7 more. A draw to Nathan. Klecko got him from the backside, and Crosby met him up front, and no gain, maybe a yard on the play.
They take their first time out, Miami does, to kind of regroup. Woodley will go to the sideline, and on the field he'll talk to Don Shula. In the booth he will talk to Bob Greasy. Remember that name?
Boy, what an advantage for a young quarterback like Woodley to have Greasy there to tutor him. We'll be right back. 1:09 left in the half. You take the headset away and you can almost picture that face in an engineering classroom on the campus of Purdue University. He indeed engineered many a long scoring drive for Miami, and now he's talking downstairs along with the other assistant coaches, the Miami scouting booth on the press box level, to David Woodley. The play has been called. Second down and 9 with 1:09 left in the half. Ball at the Jets 21. Gastineau, a wild and crazy defensive end. And with that sack, his 15th of the year, he's only a half sack behind the NFL leader Klecko.
You know, Dick, there's one thing to getting 46 sacks or 48 sacks on a season, but the most important statistic is when you get them. When you get them, and the score is 9-6. And it's a second down and long yardage. That's important.
That may have taken him out of field goal range. There's that forward pass, incomplete. It's an incomplete pass. The shovel pass, even though it's behind the line of scrimmage, is a forward pass. So that is not a fumble. But look at Gastineau. He's got this crowd going crazy.
Dick, they were right there again, too. Klecko, Gastineau, Salaam, Ben Rudolph, all 4 of them are right there. But, of course, the design of the play is to let the defensive lineman in, and then hopefully the running back is up ahead of him, and he can shovel it forward. Now, what do you do now?
Ball's at the 29, and it's 4th down, and apparently kicking into the open end, Don Shula has elected not to go for the field goal. It would be approximately a 46-yard attempt, and Shula is going to call time with 32 seconds left in the half. You see Don Strock, number 10, who is the holder for Miami. And I guess, is Von Schaman in there? I don't see him. Yes, he is.
Well, this timeout taken by Miami would now tip off the New York Jet defense to be aware of anything funny.
It's like a batter stepping out of the box and saying, going through the signs again, coach, and now everybody's looking.
Looking for the squeeze play.
Von Schaman is in there. There's Gastineau, who played his college football at East Central Oklahoma. He played at Arizona State earlier.
Yeah, this defensive line of the New York Jets, with the exception of Marty Lyons, as he celebrates that play, they really make a mockery of the NFL scouting system. Where'd you say he's from? East Central Oklahoma?
But he started at Arizona State, and then he transferred to East Central Oklahoma. He's a very interesting guy, not only an emotional one. His major was Spanish. He collects Indian artifacts. He has over 150 arrowheads and some 15 or more tomahawks. He collects adobe pottery. His dad was a professional boxer.
And at 6'5", 276 pounds, he can get you a seat on any bus you want to ride on.
That's right.
But anyway, to continue, Salaam is from Kent State. Klecko is from Temple. Marty Lyons is the only defensive lineman of the Jets from one of the big football factories that many people speak of in this country.
Right from Alabama.
Good scouting by the Jets.
Von Schaman, a 46.5-yard attempt. His longest this year, or ever, is 53. Longest this year, only 42. This would be his longest of the year, if good. It's good. And you could see the wind really tail that one right through the uprights and then almost back the other side. Von Schauman's longest of the year as he matches Leahy's longest of the year. And the Dolphins get 5 points out of the series.
Think he's happy about it? No doubt. No doubt from 47 yards. Just give me a chance. All set up by the safety. The punt. Miami keeps the possession. And they've made pretty good use of field position in the second quarter. The New York Jets have had terrible field position. They did have a lot better in the first quarter. Miami's certainly taken advantage of that fact in the second quarter.
Officially, 46 yards for Von Schauman. Nevertheless, his longest by 4 yards this year. And into a tough end of the field at Shea and into some tricky winds. So the safety and the field goal, 5 points for Miami, and it's a 12-6 game.
And Miami's got all 12 points in the second quarter.
Miami has had trouble all year in the first quarter, being outscored in Don Shula's eyes terribly in that first period of play. But then coming back, in fact, they've been outscored as a total in the first half this year. First quarter, Miami's been outscored 55-27, and we're outscored 3-0 today. Harper at the 2. And good coverage once again by the Miami special teams. Eddie Hill, who started at fullback, makes the tackle on the special teams, and a flag is down.
Now the hitting is certainly being done by the Miami Dolphins so far in this second quarter on the kickoffs and the safety kick that they had. Their special teams are, it's true in a lot of situations, Dick, that the special teams really dictate the tempo of the football game. Holding Jets, once again, field position is terrible for them.
Well, they've had the ball 3 times in the second quarter, at the 8 after a penalty on a kickoff, at the 12, and now it'll be at the 10-yard line as they'll go half the distance to the goal line. Actually, the full 10 yards in this case for holding.
Holding 45 of the receiving team is first down.
Kirk Springs.
Tom Dooley, Southern Gentleman, is our referee. Dave Hamilton, Tony Viteri, Jim Osborne, Banks Williams, Grover Clemmer, and Jack Vaughn, the officiating crew. With 20 seconds left, Durking gets it out to the Jets' 18-yard line. Clock is still running. 12, 11, 10. The Jets have all 3 timeouts left. Now 6, as you can see. Apparently the last play of the half. Bruce Harper, he'll get out of bounds as the first half comes to an end. At the 34-yard line, Harper out of the field of play. So the end of a rather unusual first half. We had scoring every possible way, and the Miami Dolphins, in first place in the AFC East by a game over the Jets, have a 6-point lead at the intermission. Night has fallen here in New York, and the Jets trailing Miami 12-6. Again, Bob Trumpy, we might point out the importance of this game is not just one win for the victor today.
You're right. The Jets have played very, very good football over the last 6 weeks, and so far in this first half, they've really struggled. Not because Richard Todd has been hurt, but because they've had other guys go down. Miami still trying to get their feet on the ground, but that field position in the second quarter for the New York Jets, I believe, was the deciding factor. They just had 1st and 88, 1st and 90 to go on each drive that they started.
Even at that, though, Miami had a couple of chances down deep on the turnovers, and one time they were forced out of field goal range, and despite the safety, they still only got a field goal out of, again, good penetration. And it appeared that the Jets, with that defense rushing Woodley, they got the crowd back involved before the end of the half.
I wonder, too, in the second half, Dick, now what that cracked rib is going to do to Richard Todd. I repeat, as we said at the start of the program, that this injury is a progressive injury. And the longer he plays, the more motion, the more movement, I believe the more pain he's going to have to tolerate. and it's just going to be in the second half. How high of a threshold of pain does Richard Todd have?
We're going to remind again that the Jets trailing by 1 game from Miami in the AFC East. If Miami wins, that'll give them a 2-game plus over the Jets. Buffalo has won today. They're in 3rd place, a game and a half back at the start. Whereas the Jets, with a victory, not only would tie Miami, but if there is a tie at the end of the year between those two teams, the Jets would have the advantage. And they tied the first time at the Orange Bowl, and whoever wins today, of course, has the edge. Richard Todd back warming up. Apparently, he will be ready to go in the second half, but you got to admire the courage of this man, and his entire team feels that way about him.
Well, I do believe, too, that the fact that Richard Todd played in the first half, I believe he threw 15 passes, completed 8 for 77 yards, is a great psychological lift. But offensively, the Jets have really established nothing. They haven't run the ball particularly well. They haven't passed the ball particularly well, and there's nothing that can really hang their offense in the second half on. They've got to establish something at the beginning of this second half in order to get out on top of the Miami Dolphins. Of course, the Miami Dolphin fans certainly don't want that. Relatively even. Just 1 turnover, that by the Jets, and it's been an evenly played game. That safety was I believe, the big factor, and both teams are struggling offensively, Dick.
Well, the yards passing, only 45 for Miami and 65 for the Jets. The Jets, of course, going to the short pass and trying to protect Todd, trying to establish a ground game. And on the other hand, so it has been for Miami with that tremendous pass rush of the Jets. Woodley has gone to more of the shorter patterns, and thus not a very impressive passing first half. We'll see if that changes here in the second 30 minutes. Remember, they tied in overtime at 28 in Miami in Game 5 of the season. Leahy to kick it off to Miami with the Dolphins in front, 12-6, and the wind foils the drama of the second half kickoff as it knocks the ball off the tee.
That's another factor for Richard Todd, too, is that as long as this game goes on, the wind kind of picks up, and they'll have to throw it a lot harder against the wind to make completions.
Vigorito is deep with the injury to Walker and won't have a chance to return that one. So Miami will have it at the 20-yard line, and in comes David Woodley, the quarterback, and the Dolphin offense. Tony Nathan, Andra Franklin, although Eddie Hill was used much more often by Miami in the first half. Duriel Harris, Nat Moore did not play the first half. Jimmy Cephalo playing that wide receiver spot with Ronnie Lee at tight end. John Giesler, Taves at 1 guard position for Kuchenberg, Stevenson for the injured Dennard, with Newman and Loxo intact on the right side. So Miami has had its injuries too, and right in the middle of the line, the left guard in the center. Woodley comes out throwing and flips it to Nathan. Clever running by Nathan, gets 5. Defensively for New York, team that leads the NFL in sacks with 46 plus 1 today. Gastineau, Salaam, Lyons, injured hamstring, and Ben Rudolph, a rookie, has replaced him at right tackle. Joe Klecko on the right side. Buttle, Blinka, and Mel, the linebackers. And we're going to have a change here. Donald Dykes injured with a dislocated elbow. Johnny Lynn replacing him. Holmes at the other corner with Ray and Schroy, the safeties. Second down, 5. Actually 6 from the 24. Eddie Hill, or is it Andra Franklin up the middle? Franklin for a couple, and it'll be 3rd down and 4 as Greg Buttle from Penn State makes the tackle. Don Shula, who celebrated his 200th NFL career victory in the last Dolphin win 2 weeks ago in overtime against New England.
Dick, he joined some pretty illustrious company there. George Hallis, Curly Lambeau, and Tom Landry as 200 victory coaches in the NFL.
That is a special fraternity. Jets fans on their feet now cheering the defense. Incomplete to Cephalo at the 45-yard line. Appeared the wind as well as Gastineau's influence on Woodley helped misdirect that one.
Dick, Woodley on this game so far has not really thrown the ball that well, and the wind always in this stadium is a factor. That was a good tight spiral. Mark Gastineau on the pressure on Woodley, but he has not thrown the ball particularly well, wind or no wind.
Dare I say that those light flashes remind one of a snowflake? Some of the folks around the country have experienced the first winter storm, and there was an earlier forecast that we'd have heavy rains, possible snow flurries today in New York, but fortunately that was altered. No rain or snow expected late today. Tony Nathan to the 32-yard line. Gastineau and plenty of other green shirts in on the play, including Ben Rudolph, number 76, who's in for the injured Marty Lyons.
Dick, I think it's interesting that with the injuries to the New York Jet cornerbacks, that the Miami Dolphins really haven't taken advantage of Johnny Lynn. He's replacing Daryl Dykes, who was replacing Jackson because of a broken arm, and yet they really haven't tested him yet today. There he is right there. I would have thought that he'd be very busy this second half. Duriel Harris right on him now.
Second and 6. Gastineau has another.
Maybe the New York Jets just answered my question, Dick, as to why the cornerbacks were not being tested. David Woodley has not had time to set up. You'll see an interesting thing here. The center and the two guards consumed by Rudolph and Salaam. That turns the defensive ends, Gastineau and Klecko, loose, one-on-one with the offensive tackles. And 3/4 of the New York sack exchange going at it today.
That's the third sack today, so it is now up to 49 sacks for the season. That's an all-time Jet record. Incomplete to Joe Rose, and the Jets defense has held. And the fans show their appreciation for Gastineau and company.
These are serious fans. Once again, the underneath pattern by the Miami Dolphins, obviously having little faith in the offensive line to hold out the New York sack exchange.
We get the word that Marty Lyons with a hamstring, re-injuring that hamstring, will not return in the second half. Miami Dolphins, that isn't the statistic I have in the first quarter. It was just the other way around, as the Dolphins have not been able to outscore their opposition in the first period. Miami at the 15-yard line. And Nathan caught in the backfield. No gain. Joe Klecko, 73.
Still very conservative, the Miami Dolphins. They're leading 12-6, and they certainly don't want to give the ball up here. They have lousy field position, but still running the ball primarily on first down.
Cephalo to the right. Duriel Harris to the left. Nathan and Eddie Hill behind Woodley. This is Hill. Little misdirection. Didn't fool the Jets. It'll be third down and about 6. Klecko again with the tackle, along with Lance Mell, who leads the Jets in tackles this year.
It's an interesting thing, too, I think, Dick, that Joe Klecko, as a great pass rusher, is still one of the best guys in the league you'll find in pursuit. You find an awful lot of pass rushers who do nothing but pass rush. But this guy is a complete defensive end, Joe Klecko.
Boy, and Klecko and Gastineau, not only big and quick and strong, they're both over 270 pounds. On 3rd and 6, Woodley. Oh, what a hit at the 23-yard line. And I don't believe he made the first down. Quite a collision as Woodley, that was run all the way. Johnny Lynn from UCLA in his second year playing for the injured Jackson and the injured Donald Dykes at the left corner.
Now, I got to wonder in the third quarter here, if you're relying on your quarterback to sweep by design to pick up the first down, if there's anything left for your offense to do, Dick. I mean, I realize that the defense does not account for the quarterback, but apparently Miami is so afraid of the pass rush that they're not willing to throw it. They would prefer to have their quarterback run it. Rather interesting choice.
The measurement. And he's going to be short by that much. We pause briefly for station identification. This is the NBC Television Network.
This is WNBC TV, New York.
Shea Stadium in New York. Dick Enberg and Bob Trumpy, we're pleased you're with us on this cool November afternoon, late afternoon, early evening. The New York Jets and Miami Dolphins playing for first place. Miami leading by 1 game over New York coming into this one. The Dolphins have a 12-6 lead. There are the standings as the moment, as Buffalo has won today. The Jets 6-4-1, 1 game behind Miami. And obviously if the Jets would win, Miami and New York tied for first, Buffalo a half game out. Miami trying to move in front of the pack with a victory today. They already lead by 1. They could really make a big advance with a victory, and they lead 12-6 with 5:09 left in the third quarter. They have to give up the ball here as Oros with a reserve man snapping the ball, and I'm surprised the Jets haven't gone after a punt. That's Harper at the 25. And he didn't have quite enough sideline. There's a case where the sideline was really the 12th defensive player. Harper couldn't quite turn upfield. Timeout here at Shea Stadium after a 52-yard punt, 8-yard return. Miami 12, New York 6. 73 recovered the football. McNeil coughs it up for the second time today.
Dick, in cold weather like this, the ball gets slick. Very, very slick. And there are times when your hands are totally dry that you just simply can't hang on to it. But nevertheless, Miami now has the ball on that turnover, leading 12-6. Think he'll make it?
12-6. The Jets had the ball at midfield, but Freeman McNeil for the second time fumbled, and Miami recovered. Those are the only 2 turnovers of this game. David Woodley, the quarterback, has it at his 48. He's 10 for 19 and 64 yards total passing today. Miami leading 12-6. Late in the third quarter. Woodley intercepted. Stan Blinka. And he's to the 47-yard line. Blinka's first interception of the year. And on the first play after the fumble, the Jets get it back.
Dick, Don Shula has been very, very quick to pull David Woodley throughout this season. I think this is one of the reasons why. Discipline of a young quarterback. I believe he went against his key there. And Don Shula wants him to read his keys properly. And
now the big play in this game is Larry Gordon's sack of Todd in the end zone for a safety that led to 5 points.
Oh.
Vesalo is out of bounds at the 3-yard line. So now the pressure on Woodley and Miami, and the Jets fans love it.
Nothing worse could happen to a team now protecting a 3-point lead in the fourth quarter. An excellent job by Leahy. I'm not sure that's what he intended, but 1st and 97, and you want to take a look at the big defensive play by Miami. You'll see 58 Beaukemper on the outside, consume the tackle, then Rome with Alexander trying to get out there to make the block. Gets the tie. 4th sack on the day.
And that forced the Jets to settle for their 3rd field goal. But now it's Miami deep in its own end from the 3-yard line. A yard or 2 as Schroy came up to meet Tony Nathan. And from the reaction of Klecko, it appears that we might have another injury, but maybe not.
Tony Nathan limping off the field.
That's hurt.
You know, Dick, I'm amazed. I don't believe that the Miami Dolphins receivers, outside receivers, have caught more than 4 passes collectively on the day.
Nathan hobbling.
Salaam 74 stands his ground. Rudolph there, and he gets hit right on the knee with the foot planted in the ground.
2nd down, 8. Andra Franklin tackled by Lance Mel at the 11. It'll be 3rd and 2 for Miami. Franklin, we talked about Newton being the blocking back for Chuck Muncie at California. Franklin at Nebraska blocked for 3 men who gained 1,000 yards or more for the Huskers. I.M. Hip, Jarvis Redwine, Rick Burns. They all benefited from Franklin's blocking talent.
And is he not the only one of those 4 gentlemen still in the NFL?
That's an interesting note, isn't it? Dolphins are 3 of 9 third down conversions today. And they go to Hill, and he's in trouble. They ran at Gastineau, number 99, and Hill is stopped at the 4-yard line. Remember, this is a substitute snapper, Bruce Hardy, the tight end for the injured Kuchenberg, and he's going to snap a 14-yard distance. Oros with his heels on the end line. Short kick. Harper. Oh, he takes a good Miami bounce, and Harper is knocked down at the 48-yard line of the Dolphins. A 42-yard punt to number 42, Harper, with a good roll. Timeout. Shea Stadium in New York, the scene. In this tussle for first place, Miami leads by 3. 10.5 minutes left in this one. Miami by 3. Let's go to Brian Gumbel.
All right, Dick, a few brief highlights from games already completed on this 12th Sunday of the season. Out in Cleveland, Brian Sipe had a tough time with the weather and with the Steelers. He threw 6 interceptions to Pittsburgh ball players. In great part, that helped the Steelers gain their 7th victory. They beat the Browns by a final of 32-10. Out in Cincinnati, Kenny Anderson and the Bengals came on strong, going against the Denver Broncos. The Bengals won it by a final score of 38-21. For Anderson, a great ball game. He was 25 of 37 through the air for 396 yards and 3 touchdowns, and oh yes, he ran for one himself. The Bengals gained their 9th win against just 3 defeats. Out in Buffalo, the miracle victory of the week belonged to Chuck Knox and the Buffalo Bills. Trailing 17-13, just seconds left, Joe Ferguson throws it up for grabs, and Roland Hooks comes down in the end zone with just 5 seconds left. The Bills turn back the Patriots, final 20-17. And out at Veterans Stadium, the Giants took the measure of the Eagles for the first time in 13 tries. This interception returned by Terry Jackson for a touchdown sealed the score at 20-10. Let's go back to Shea Stadium and Dick Henry.
Thank you, Brian. The opposing coaches and former teammates, Cleveland Browns, Walt Michaels on the left, Don Shula on the right. It's Miami's ball. The Dolphins leading 12-9. Plenty of time, 10.5 minutes left. Dolphins at the 20-yard line. They survive. Veselu slipping out of bounds at the 3 on the kickoff and have it back at the 20. Fake, and it's Woodley on a beautiful piece of ball handling, and he's all the way to the 46-yard line. There's the longest run of the game, 26 yards by David Woodley. And did they slicker the Jets defense on the fake to Nathan?
One of the things that makes it work, too, is Tony Nathan going into the line of scrimmage there like he has the ball under his arm. Woodley, I believe, has been the leading ball carrier for the Dolphins today.
Total of 41 yards now.
That's Don Shula. He'll try any way possible to beat you.
And Nathan leaping into Jets territory at the 49-yard line. Lance Mell, picked in the 3rd round last year out of Penn State. Number 56 made the tackle.
Dick, I noticed too on the Jets sideline that Richard Todd continues to throw when the defense is on the field to try to keep that rib warm and loose so he can continue to play.
Have a look at Mel after a 5-yard gain. Both quarterbacks are hitting 50% on the game. And Eddie Hill, or is it Andra Franklin? Franklin has a first down, I believe, at the Jets' 43-yard line. Miami moving with the football and 9 minutes left. Other scores in the NFL, late scores. Well, these are the finals. Pittsburgh 32, Cleveland 10, Cincinnati strengthening its first place hold. Buffalo in the final minute. Giants a big upset at Philadelphia. Detroit still in the running in the NFC Central after beating the Bears. Nathan, who left the game limping on a bad knee just 5 minutes ago, and now ripping up the middle for a good first down gain. Other scores. Bum Phillips going back to Houston and winning with the Saints by 3. A blowout, Tampa beating Green in the Battle of the Bays. Kansas City, a solid winner. It was St. Louis over Baltimore. 11 straight losses for the Colts. San Diego opening a big lead against Oakland. Dallas leads by 7 at home against the Redskins. And San Francisco has a 3-point lead against the Rams, 27-24. Andra Franklin, refusing to be brought down, is all the way to the 16-yard line. And a Miami first down.
18 yards on the carry. And this is, for the first 3 quarters of the football game, neither team could really run the ball particularly well. All of a sudden, Miami in this last drive, I have a feeling that Mr. Shula got the troops together over there and said, hey, listen, do you realize what this is for?
That's a good point, Bob. Miami had not picked up a first down the entire second half until this drive, and now they have 3 in a row from their 20 to the Jets' 17. Nathan. And that Miami line is beating the Jets to the punch here on this drive. Another good first down gain by Tony Nathan.
Good lead block, too, by Andra Franklin. And Mr. Michaels is wondering what's happened to his, to this point in the game, stingy defense.
They're running at Kenny Neal, number 77, who has replaced Ben Rudolph, who replaced the injured Marty Lyons. 6:45 left. 2nd and 5 play. And Franklin, second effort, gets inside the 10-yard line. It'll be 3rd and 2 for the Dolphins. And of course, for the Jets, with that clock ticking away, they can ill afford a touchdown here, or Miami would force them into a situation where they'd have to score twice. But with a field goal, Miami's lead would be just 6. Big play, 3rd and 2. It looks from here that he made the first down at the 6-yard line. Sour expression of Walt Michaels as the Jets unable to stop Miami, or at least that's how it appears from the mark of the ball.
Great individual effort, Dick, by Tony Nathan to treat it like the goal line, realizing the importance of this first down. And he dives over the line of scrimmage. Watch 37 Andra Franklin. Get right up through that hole, try to hit somebody. Good job by the center on the nose man, and it is a first down.
This drive, all on running plays, 8 in a row, and it began with a fake by Woodley and the 26-yard run from the Miami 20-yard line, and now it's 1st and goal at the 6-yard line. 3 tight ends, Ronnie Lee, Bruce Hardy, and Joe Rose in the lineup for Miami. It's Hardy, 84, to the left side. Lee on the right side with Rose, the wing, left. Franklin for a yard. As the Jets defense stretched the play out, and Franklin could not find a hole. Klecko and Blinka collaborated.
That's one of the interesting things about the Jets defense. Even down here at the 5-yard line, they still play their linebackers about 4.5 yards deep, Dick, so that they can come forward and take on those offensive guards and try to stop any penetration of any blocking backs or any offensive linemen pulling.
Franklin comes out, and 31, Eddie Hill, who has a step more speed, joins Nathan in the backfield. Nathan. He saw the hole, but as he made his cut, he slipped and gains a yard. Blinka secured the stop with Mel there as well. It's 3rd and goal.
I don't know if this is going to happen, but David Woodley kind of continued the fake as a bootleg coming out of there after he handed off to Tony Nathan. It'd be interesting to see if Mr. Woodley would once again carry it around the corner.
Staying on the ground, the Dolphins have chewed up a lot of time with this drive, and the clock now ticking down to the 4-minute mark. They've had the ball for 6 minutes, and it's 3rd and goal just inside the 5. Nathan. Abdul Salaam made the play, and it had not been for Salaam, there was a huge hole.
Perfect example of a defensive lineman submarine underneath an offensive lineman, and he's in the offensive backfield to make the stop. Actually, he didn't submarine anybody. Nobody touched him.
Well, there was a lot of running room up the middle.
And look at Walt Michaels. Oh, come on, Walt. You can do better than that. I mean, that's a big play.
That's his answer to Mark Gastineau. Field goal, apparently, by Von Schaman, will be only 23 yards. He's got it. But for the Jets, a moral victory. They're within a touchdown. That makes it a 15-9 game. And for the New York Jets and their coach Walt Michaels, 3 minutes, 10 seconds left. It's Jerome Barkham for the score.
His most consistent receiver on the day. And Dick, I got to make this comment. Haven't I seen movies that are written, scripted, and ended like this, starring our president, Ronald Reagan, of 25 or 30 years ago? This is just too good to be true. Give that man a medal and give this entire team a tremendous pat on the back. They never gave up on a day when they really could get very little going until the final 2 minutes of the football game.
Barkham with his 7th touchdown reception of the season, and the only touchdown for the Jets today. They saved it for the 16-second left mark. And now Don Shula looks for his own bolt of lightning. He has a good kick return man, Vigorito, waiting for this one. And Vigorito is down at the 23-yard line with 11 seconds left. Tom Newton made the tackle.
Dick, unless lightning strikes, the Miami Dolphins over the last 4 years will be 0-7-1 against the New York Jets. An astounding record.
Walt Michaels making sure that that deep line of defense is well back to protect against the long play. A triple left formation. Incomplete, but it went in and out of the hands of Elmer Bailey, number 88. 1 play left, 3 seconds remaining.
If the score remains, the Jets will be 3-4 in the last 7 games. Or excuse me, the Miami Dolphins will be 3-4 in the last 7 games. The Jets 6-1.
Walt Michaels, a defensive coordinator. He led the Jets to that dramatic Super Bowl III win. He's telling his defense, stay back. And this apparently the last play of the game. And the game is over. The Jets have moved into a tie for first place.
broken rib last week. They said he wouldn't play. He made himself play and courageously leading his team into first place. And for those who question the leadership capability of this young man, he has offered his answer today. And there's no question about his will to lead. Mark Gastineau, Jets 16, Dolphins 15. What a game! Now to Brian Gumbel.
Flip taking place at the center of the field, and of most importance here, Len, coming off the coin flip of a week ago. Let's see if Robert Pratt is all right, because he injured himself last week going out for the coin flip. An illustration of how things have gone for this man, the head coach of the Baltimore Colts, Mike McCormick. He is going up against his former teammate, New York Jet head coach Walt Michaels, who has seen his season completely turn around. The New York Jets with that 7-4-1 record, on top by virtue of the first tiebreaker because of the earlier tie with Miami and the victory over the Dolphins a week ago. Buffalo playing the Washington Redskins today, a game that both the Dolphins, who are watching us in Miami, and the Jets are most interested in.
You know what a difference a couple of weeks make. First 3 ball games of the year for the New York Jets, they lost, and they were after Walt Michaels' scalp. They wanted him out of town, or at least that was what was being reported. Now they are the hero. They invited him to the New York Stock Exchange. So you can see how important winning is. For the Baltimore Colts, they have had all kinds of problems.
And Mike Wood, a 3-year pro out of Southeast Missouri State, getting set to kick off to the combination of Bruce Hopper and Kurt Sohn. Good kick by Wood. And the Jets will put it in play at their 20-yard line. Had a very fine season with only a 28-yard punt.
And they're giving a new life to this Baltimore offensive unit. Taking a look at the offense, Burt Jones. Zachary Dixon is replacing Curtis Dickey, who's out with an injury. McMillan. Receivers, Carr, Butler, and McCall. The offensive line, Griffin Moore, Donaldson, Huff, and Hart.
Jim Moore replacing Chris Foote and Robert Pratt at left guard. Play action, and Jones swings it, intended for McMillan. A look at the Jet defense up front, the sack exchange. Joe Klecko, who has 16 sacks to lead the National Football League, followed by Mark Gastineau with 15 and a half. Abdul Salaam came up with a big play, stopping Tony Nathan of Miami last week, forcing the Dolphins to go for the field goal. Buttle, Blinka, and Mel are the linebackers. And the major change, Jesse Johnson replacing the injured Johnny Lynn, who was scheduled to replace the injured Bobby Jackson.
Also, Marty Lyons is not in there. Ben Rudolph is starting in place of him.
Zach Dixon. All down by Jerry Holmes. Zachary Dixon, 3-year pro out of Temple, had a good one against the Jets in their earlier meeting. The Jets beating the Colts 41-14 some 3 weeks ago. Dixon carried for 54 yards on 9 carries.
I had asked Walt Michaels about Zachary, and he said, I know that Curtis Dickey isn't playing, but we are really concerned about Zachary Dixon because we think he is an outstanding back.
Dickey out, Burt Jones won't have anyone to argue with. It's a 3rd down and 4. And you saw the motion. Penalty markers down. Joe Klecko claiming that he was pulled offside.
Talking about injury situations, Ken Schroy, number 48. Number 48 of the Jets is playing, but he is injured. He's got an injury problem. And if he goes down, we might even see Buttle.
Start number 68, offense, still 3rd down.
Jeff Hart, the offensive tackle, jumping offside. As I mentioned, Buttle, the left linebacker, has practiced at strong safety. That gives an indication of how thin the Jets are in their secondary. But I think you find that most teams this stage of the season have a lot of players who are banged up.
3rd and 9 for Baltimore. Draw play for Dixon. Tried to cross the Jets up, did not work. Salaam and Buttle are right there to stop Zachary Dixon. And the Baltimore Colts will go into punt formation.
I think one of the reasons the New York Jets are concerned about the Colts is that the Colts have nothing to lose. They've lost 11 ball games in a row, and so they can try anything, including right.
We are 4.5 minutes in first quarter. Baltimore Colts to the offense. 1st and 10 at their 20-yard line. The Colts continue to shuffle on the offensive line. They now have Jeff Hart at left tackle. Randy Vanderveer on the right side. Zachary Dixon. And Dixon is bumped out near the 25-yard line. For an update on what is going on around the NFL, let's go to our studios in New York.
All right, thank you, Marv. At Riverfront, or rather in Cleveland, the Bengals have moved out ahead of the Browns. Kenny Anderson's 22nd touchdown pass of the year to Pete Johnson. It's 7-0, and they've just recovered a Cleveland fumble. They're knocking at the door again. Marv?
Thank you, Bryant. Pick up a 5 by Zachary Dixon.
Cincinnati Bengals are for real, aren't they? They're playing outstanding football. They're playing like the Jets. They're playing as well as anybody in the National Football League right now.
Dixon fighting for yardage. Short of a first down. And a game of importance concerning both the Jets and the Dolphins. First quarter, Buffalo leads Washington by the score of 7-0. So the Bills on the board. Gastineau and Salaam combining on that last tackle.
St. Louis is leading New England 3-0 in the first quarter. Donahue a 44-yard field goal.
Third down play upcoming.
It's really difficult. You look around the stadium, see who is favored with the wind, but it's swirling down there. So really, both teams have a problem with the wind, regardless of which direction you're going. I can recall the kickoff went out of the end zone, but when you look at the flags here, one flag looks like it's going completely the other way.
Well, they did measure, but it is just short of a first down, so it'll be 3rd and inches. Minnesota leading Green Bay 14-0 in the first quarter. We mentioned Curtis Dickey sitting it out today because of injured ribs. Suffered a bruised hip last week. So the Colts shuffling with Don McCauley, and Cleveland Franklin expected to see much action. McMillan, and he's picked it up. Randy McMillan, the rookie from Pittsburgh, Baltimore's #1 draft pick, averaging 4.5 yards per carry.
And they went right at Ben Rudolph, number 76, who's replaced Marty Lyons in that starting defensive lineup for the New York Jets. Marty Lyons is in uniform someplace over there on the sidelines, but said before the ball game that he was not going to play. So Ben is going to get a lot of work this afternoon.
Lions bothered by that hamstring, and it was felt that it would be best to keep him out of today's game, and they hope we'll be back within the next week or two. Jones incomplete. Intended for the tight end, number 86, Reese McCall, covered by the linebacker, Buttle, and the free safety, Jesse Johnson.
That time, Burt Jones had to move out of the pocket just a little bit and get rid of the ball, I think, a little sooner than he wanted to because of the pressure by that front four of the Jets. I think in particular, 99, Mark Gastineau. Gastineau's the type of defense. He's a very emotional player. 99 right there. You're going to be watching him this afternoon, and he is what they say an all-out player. He's going to give you 100% all of the time.
2nd and 10 for Baltimore. Zachary Dixon, short pickup, and it's Gastineau and Buttle combining.
And what they're trying to do is draw inside 99 Gastineau because of his aggressiveness, but he's so quick. The tackle is inviting him to the outside. He takes it, but he sees the exchange right there and is quick enough to make the adjustment and come back in and make the tackle. That's why he's got 15.5 sacks on the year, and he's really come into his own this year as an outstanding defensive end.
Mark Gastineau in his 3rd season out of East Central Oklahoma, putting that school on the football map. 3rd down 8 at the 32. Look out! Jones able to get away, but Rudolph right there after the initial attempt by Klecko and Gastineau. So the Jets with their 50th sack of the season. Let's go to Brian Gumble for an NFL update.
Mark, following that Cleveland fumble we told you about, the Bengals have taken a 14-0 lead on Kenny Anderson's 23rd touchdown pass of the year, his second of the day. It goes to Chris Collinsworth for 40 yards. The Bengals, trying to clinch a playoff berth, are out in front 14-0 in the first. Mark?
Thank you, Brian. Van Rudolph now with 3.5 sacks on the season. And this is Mike Garrett back at his 8th, leading the assault.
5 plays, 62 yards, and you can color that Freeman McNeil 30-yard touchdown run, and what a great move he put on.
When McNeil was out during the course of the 5 weeks, he said he wanted to make sure the offensive linemen remember him. So every Friday at training camp, he would take all the linemen out for lunch, just so they would remember. Randy McMillan. And he is hit for a loss. Lance Mell, second-year man out of Penn State, who leads the Jets in total tackles, coming in with 146. No one close in that department. New England Patriots now leading the St. Louis Cardinals 7-3. Cardinals beating the Colts last week 35-24.
Sam Cunningham scoring a touchdown for the Patriots to put them ahead of St. Louis. Right now, Burt Jones has got a situation where he's going to have to put the ball up in the air.
McMillan and Dixon are the running backs. Jones able to complete to Butler. Ray Butler stopped by Ken Troy.
Now that strong arm of Burt Jones helped him out there because he jumps out of the pocket because of the pressure by the New York defensive unit. 80 is Ray Butler going downfield, and he can see that his quarterback's in trouble right now, and he pushes off a Shroy just a little bit, moves to the open spot, and Jones drills that ball right in the numbers. First down for the Baltimore Colts.
Ray Butler, a find in last year's draft, was taken on the 4th round. The 88th player selected, comes off an excellent rookie season, and has good credentials again here in the second year.
He's learned how to get open, push off the defense, and go the other way.
First down at the 30. Zachary Dixon could not get outside. Forced out by the combination of Holmes and Mell.
Jerry Holmes has been doing an outstanding job at that cornerback position, but you could see the New York Jet defense just flowing with the back, not giving him a seam to cut inside or not letting him get to the outside. Good play by the defense. Did pick up a couple of yards, though.
And you see those impressive Jet statistics. 3rd in the AFC in total defense. They came up with their 50th sack early in this first quarter with the rookie Ben Rudolph picking it up. 3rd down and 5. Randy McMillan stopped by Lance Mell.
And Randy McMillan is a hard-running fullback out of the University of Pittsburgh. He's got the size, about 230 pounds, and when he hits into the line, he hits with authority. I know that Mel made the tackle, but I can assure you on a cold day like today, Lance Mell felt that one.
Lance Mell had an outstanding game against the Colts 3 weeks ago. Correction, this is now the 3rd down play. 3rd and 2 for Baltimore. Some confusion on that handoff, and it cost Zachary Dixon. He ran into his own man.
There wasn't any confusion as far as Abdul Salaam is concerned, number 74, because he was about 2 yards in the backfield. Here it is. They're going to try to run a quick trap up the middle, but the exchange was bad. The back ran into the guard who was pulling, and number 74, Salaam, was there and made the hit. Now they're going to have to punt it away, and they haven't punted very well. The last one only went 28 yards because of the wind out here at Shea Stadium.
Count of 10-0. Richard Todd looks to be sharp, but as you mentioned, weather could be a factor. Receivers having difficulty hanging on.
They've dropped the ball a couple of times. The punters have had a difficult time kicking the football, and the weather is going to be a factor, particularly, I think, when the sun goes down here in an hour or so. It's going to be a lot colder. The wind is going to whip up a lot more. It's going to be tougher on all the players out there. When you see them blowing on their hands and worrying about their hands getting cold, you know they're concerned about something that they shouldn't be.
Matt Leahy, who drilled the 37-yard field goal, puts one in the end zone. Nowhere for Zachary Dixon to go. And the Colts will take over at their 20-yard line. Well, Pat Leahy having no difficulty at all with the swirling wind thus far here at Shea. Here's a look at David Humm.
What you can see of him. Yes. I told you it's cold out there.
Well, quarterbacks always take that.
I know, but he played at Nebraska. He should be, he's been used to cold weather like this.
He was signed as a free agent this week. Greg Landry going down, suffering a back injury in a most unusual manner. Jones with lots of time and gets it out to Butler. Ray Butler with a first down and more out of the 44-yard line. Greg Landry, who had been the backup for Burt Jones, suffered a back injury by picking up his daughter.
Yes, I understand that. Burt Jones is strong. He's strong-armed. Play pass, he was actually looking to his left for Roger Carr. He was well covered. He came back to his secondary receiver, and he really drills that ball. You really got to get a good, tight release on that football so that you get a lot of good spin on it to cut through the wind that's gushing down here.
Zach Dixon stopped across the 45 following the 24-yard hookup between Butler and Jones. Greg Buttle was there. They spotted at the 45-yard line. That'll make it a 2nd and 9 for the Colts.
And they did get that running game going on that play, so now Burt Jones once again is in a passing situation, something that he does not want to be in. He would like to pick up 3 or 4 yards on a running play so that the defense can think about two things, the run and the pass. Now the Jets are only thinking about one thing, and that's the pass.
And as a result, Ron Crosby in the middle between Buttle and Dell. Joe Klecko all over Randy McMillan.
Outstanding play by 73 Joe Klecko. He has penetration. Look, no one touched him. He is 4 yards deep in the backfield, and there is absolutely no place for Randy McMillan to go, and he goes down. I guess there's one place for him to go, and that's down to the turf. Now it's going to be about a 3rd, 14 or 15 situation for Burt Jones, and he's going to have to put the ball up in the air.
And the Jets with the extra defensive back. The nickel man is Kirk Springs, first-year man out of Miami of Ohio. 3rd down and 14. It is incomplete. Don McCauley not able to hold on. And again, Burt Jones receiving exceptional protection.
And he really fired that football, and I could see why McCauley had a difficult time holding on. It was low and away, but Burt Jones really putting a lot on the ball. You know, you're talking about a baseball pitcher. They have change-up and different pitches. Burt Jones is throwing one thing, and that's the fast one, the hard one.
Kickoff to the Baltimore Colts. Well, the Jets feared a letdown here this afternoon. They have received several breaks. It has gone their way, although the wind not going their way now. Pat Leahy has to put it up on the tee.
We said the wind was swirling down there, and that's a pretty good indication. Baltimore's got to do something. They got to put the ball in the air. They only have 61 total yards in the first half. They're going to have to do it from the 20-yard line because that was out of the end zone.
Another solid kickoff by Leahy.
Look what's happening on first down. Colts 1.8 yards. That's not good enough. Jets have 202 yards. That's the difference in the ball game. The Jets have gotten all the breaks also. Baltimore, and I think for Burt Jones, they got to start taking chances. They got to put the ball up in the air.
All right, Butler right, Carr left, McCauley and McMillan now, the running backs. Play action, and Jones fires. He's got Butler wide open again. Ray Butler stopped by Darrell Ray out at midfield. So Butler with his 3rd reception, and he's been wide open each time.
Yes, he has, and Burt Jones knows, and the Baltimore Colts know that they've got to go to the air, makes things happen. They're down 13-0. Number 80 is Butler going in there, finding an open spot in that zone, and that ball is drilled to him. Comes up, now he's trying to look for some running room. He doesn't find it. Ray and Troy are there to make the tackle, but they are at midfield.
Chant of defense from this capacity crowd at Shea. And a sack, the second for the Jets, number 1 for Gastineau. Gastineau now leading the National Football League in sacks. He moves a half sack in front of his partner, Joe Klecko, 16 and a half on the season.
I guess I'm not the only one that knows that they have to throw the ball. So do the Jets, and they can really tee off. 99, Gastineau takes an inside rush on that tackle, gets to Burt Jones, and you can see how important it is to a defensive lineman to make a sack.
Add 2 to that total. Jets leading the National Football League with 51 sacks on the season. 2-minute warning has been provided. So we'll be back here at Shea in just a moment. The Jets leading the Colts 13-0. Just for the record, the Jets have 50 sacks, the official scorer here at Shea, not crediting the rookie Ben Rudolph with a sack earlier. So that sack a moment ago by Gastineau, the Jets' first of the day. Penalty marker down, 2nd and long, and Jones fires incomplete. Intended for the tight end, Reese McCall.
That yellow flag down there is going to be a holding penalty against the Baltimore Colts, and they are digging deeper and deeper. They're creating the problems themselves with penalties. I'm assuming it's, I shouldn't do that. I shouldn't assume that it's against the Baltimore Colts.
However, you are correct, Lance.
Cincinnati leading Cleveland 21-7 in the second quarter. New England ahead of St. Louis 7-6 in the second quarter. Second quarter score, Washington coming back. They've tied Buffalo at 14.
And here's the referee, Dick Jorgensen.
We have a multiple foul, ineligible downfield, number 53, offense, decline, holding, number 79, offense, accepted, second down.
Well, they got him on 2 counts. Randy Vanderveer, the right tackle, called for the hold, and the center, number 53, Ray Donaldson, was the ineligible receiver.
I've heard of a tackle eligible, but I've never heard of a center eligible. New Orleans leading Tampa Bay 7-0 in the first quarter.
Second and very long. Don McCauley across the 40-yard line. So the 11-year veteran out of North Carolina, who hails from nearby Garden City, stopped by Jesse Johnson and Greg Buttle. And that will set up a third down and much to go.
Well, you can see the Baltimore with 1:27 and counting down. They're not even in their 2-minute drill because they have such a long distance to go. I would look for the New York Jets to call timeout if Baltimore doesn't make it.
It is third and about 20. Look out, Burt Jones able to scramble away, chased by Salaam. And that will conclude matters for this Baltimore drive. Kirk Springs following Jones over at the sideline and able to cover up.
Burt Jones went down to make sure that the clock keeps going, but I'm surprised that the Jets didn't call timeout. You never know what's going to happen on a punt because the way this wind is blowing out here this afternoon.
Clock is running down to 35 seconds left in the half, and a bad punt again by Garrett.
Flag is down.
Garrett not getting much on it. And a penalty marker is down.
You're being very kind. It looked like he kicked that one with his knee. It didn't go very high. There was no hang time and no
touchdown run by Freeman McNeil. And 2 field goals by
Walking right. We got it right.
We haven't done it in the first half.
Or else this man, Mike McCormick, may be receiving plays from Robert Irsay.
Well, I understand that's happened a couple of weeks ago. It didn't happen last week. Irsay was very quiet. Walt Michaels, the head coach of the New York Jets, is the man, along with his offensive coordinator, Joe Walt, calling the plays. He's probably telling Joe Klecko, number 73 there. Now, what I want you to do this half, Joe, is tackle that man with a 7 on his number or his jersey. Whenever he has the ball, you go tackle him.
And Walt Michaels and the Jets have turned it around after that disastrous start. The Jets, the hottest club in the National Football League. They've lost only once the last 9 weeks. They've won 4 in a row, and what a turn of events. Walt Michaels now has to be considered a candidate for Coach of the Year in the AFC, along with Dan Reeves of Denver and Forrest Gregg of Cincinnati. The Jets play at Seattle next Sunday, the last team to beat the New York Jets. That game to be telecast here on NBC. Underway second half, and another great kick by Pat Leahy, allowing no run back. So the Baltimore Colts will come out 1st and 10 at their 20-yard line. Burt Jones, who has had excellent success over the years against the Jets. In fact, he's won 9 of 13, completing 65%, throwing for 23 touchdowns in 13 games, but to this point has been held in check. Jones with Randy McMillan and Zachary Dixon at running back. Throwing on first down, look out. It is Mark Gastineau's second sack of the day.
Well, I guess the entire defensive line was listening to Walt Michaels on the sidelines when they said, when number 7 has the football, go after him and bring him down. That was a play-action pass, and the defense would have none of it. But you can see the center backing up, and the offensive guards are backing up. So, you know, that negates any play action in the backfield for a quarterback. If they're not going to block aggressively against that defensive line, there's no sense in even faking the ball to a back.
It is a second down and 14. Zachary Dixon, nowhere to go. Hit for a loss by the combination of Gastineau and Rudolph. Ben Rudolph, the rookie out of Long Beach State, replacing the injured Marty Lyons today. And that New York sack exchange coming to life here at the start of the second half. The Jets and Miami going into today's play, records of 7-4-1. Miami will play Philadelphia tomorrow night. Buffalo at 7-5, and Buffalo and Washington are tied at 14 in their ball game. Penalty marker down. Much motion, both sides of the line of scrimmage.
Number 99, Gastineau, started, came back, and then went again. I don't know if he was drawn offsides, but he was definitely offsides when the ball was snapped. It's going against the New York Jets.
The Baltimore Colt penalties have been very costly.
Encroachment, number 99, defense, still third down.
Mark Gastineau thought, I like that sacking the quarterback. I think I'll do it again, but he forgot to wait till the ball was snapped.
Gastineau up front with Salaam, Rudolph, and Klecko, Buttle and Bell, the linebackers. Jets have the extra defensive backs in the lineup. It is third down, 15.
He doesn't have a chance. Doesn't have a chance.
That is number 1 on the day for Joe Klecko.
There were 3 New York Jet defensive linemen back there with Burt Jones. When he has to go back and throw, and the defensive linemen know it, you can see what's going to happen. The New York sack exchange. They were just blowing back there. They were flying. There were 3 defensive linemen back there when Burt Jones got back in the pocket and tried to set up. He didn't have a chance. Take a look at it here. 76 Rudolph, he's there. 99 Gastineau's back there, and number 73 is Joe Klecko, who finally gets his arms around Jones and brings him to the turf.
So Klecko with 17 sacks on the season. On that last placement attempt, the deep man guy, deep snapper guy, Bingham got away with a good snap, but it was muffed by Pat Ryan. This is Kim Anderson, and a penalty marker down again. It has been a very penalty-happy third quarter. We have 3 minutes gone by, and the Jets now leading it by the score of 19-0. With that missed extra point, Pat Leahy's string of conversions is stopped. He had hit 30 in a row, including the earlier placement on the McNeil touchdown in the first quarter.
Holding on the run back, number 52, offense, first down.
Again, the penalty called on the Baltimore Colts. Backup linebacker Ed Smith, the guilty man. First down for Baltimore inside the 10.
As I said, for the Baltimore Colts, they are creating their own problem with these penalties.
Key play on the Jet touchdown drive. 46-yard return by Bruce Hopper. Randy McMillan not able to come up with it. McMillan looking upfield before the reception was made.
When things go wrong, they go wrong. You can't put a ball any better than that. It was a screen pass, and he hit him. Buffalo now leading Washington 21-14 in the third quarter. Roland Hooks on a run scored his second touchdown for the Buffalo Bills in that ballgame. A very important one, I might add, for the Buffalo Bills.
18-yard run by Hooks, the man who came up with that deflected pass in the final seconds last week against New England.
How's this? Burt Jones going to pass again. He's backed up to the 10-yard line. He's not going to. He should have.
Zachary Dixon stopped by Mark Gastineau. Oh, the old quarterback doing a little second guessing here.
Well, after he took off, and I saw the 99 Gastineau was about to gobble up the halfback. Here he is, 99 Gastineau. He just throws that guard aside and grabs the back around the waist, making sure of a sure tackle, and takes him on back toward the goal line. I said, that's as far as you're going to go, Mr. Dixon.
Third down 12 for the Colts. Back at their 8-yard line. The Jets leading it 19-0.
Could be intercepted. Oh, my goodness. Mel says, I could have been into the end zone. The ball hit him right on the stomach, but he didn't see the football. Jones unloading that ball, trying to get it to his back in a hurry because of the pressure. Back in the pocket. Look at this defensive lineman tee off. Salaam coming back. This was going to be a screen pass, but right there, Mel had a shot at the ball, couldn't come up with it.
Lance will be running that one back in his mind all week long. Lance Mel has had an outstanding season, but not able to come up with the easy one. And here's Mike Garrett, who has had a very rough afternoon, and another short punt. Here's Hopper. Hopper tripped up at the 45-yard line by Zachary Dixon. Had Dixon not made contact, Bruce Hopper would have been gone. 4 minutes gone by, third quarter. The Jets to the offense again. They lead the Colts 19-0.
Here's why Burt Jones is getting rid of that ball in a hurry. 99 is Gastineau, just throws the tackle aside, Vanderveer. Now, Burt doesn't even stay around to help him stay on his feet. I think that what Gastineau wanted to do, Marv, was to get a hand on him so he wouldn't fall down. But Jones says, I'm going to stay away from you as much as I possibly can.
Here at Shea, the Jets now leading it 22-0 as Leahy made it 3 out of 3. The kickoff taken by Kim Anderson. Anderson out to the 25-yard line, stopped by Al Washington, the rookie out of Ohio State. Right here, let's pause briefly for station identification. This is the NBC Television Network.
WSTM-TV, Syracuse.
Marv Albert, Lenny Dawson at windy Shea Stadium in New York. It's been all New York Jets. Colts have not been able to get anything going. And Burt Jones, 1st and 10 at the 25-yard line with Zachary Dixon and Randy McMillan. And running back, 4.5 left, third quarter. That was deflected, intended for Roger Carr. Jerry Holmes got a piece of it.
Well, you can tell, but see the wind blowing. Here it is, total offense. 96 yards for the Colts. For the Jets, 232 yards. I don't believe the Colts have a first down in the second half. They haven't done anything. They haven't been able to establish. They've had terrible field position. The field position isn't too bad right now, but they have yet to pick up a first down.
That is correct. We checked with our ace statistician, John Hewitt, who said first down. What's that? Just kidding. It is a 2nd and 10 at the 25-yard line. And Jones throwing deep. He's got the tight end McCall out at the 45, and that is the first down for the Colts this second half. Ken Schroy, the strong safety, stopping Reese McCall.
You know, I started looking for the yellow flag because it seemed like every time that Baltimore did anything, there was a yellow flag on the field. This time, Jones going back in the pocket really rifles the ball to his tight end. steps up and throws that ball into a swirling wind. He comes up with a catch and the first down of the second half for the Baltimore Colts. And for the Colts, they're down by 22 points. They've got to get motoring in a hurry.
Butler is left, Carr right. A lot of motion, a lot of flags flying. And here's Jones on the run. Intended for Zachary Dixon. Stan Blinken on the case. But we'll have to check the penalty flags.
The New York Jets jumped before the ball was snapped. Now we have to wait and see if they were drawn offsides. I know the right side of the Jet line, that would be Klecko over there, and Rudolph, I believe they're the ones that jumped. They're just playing pass now. This is the advantage of the New York Jets. That defensive front four, they're not really concerned that much about the running game.
Number 73, defense, still first down.
Joe Klecko offsides, but I'm saying they don't have to worry about the run. They're up by 22 points. They know that Burt Jones has to throw the football, so they're going to dig in and they're going to play pass. And when they think that, and they are leading the league with sacks, what they have 51 now.
Kenny Neal has come on replacing Ben Rudolph at defensive right tackle. The completion to Dixon, and another Baltimore first down. Zachary Dixon stopped by Lance Mell. This is a similar situation to several weeks ago when the Jets pulled in front of the Giants with the big lead, and Jets were able to go to town with 8 sacks on the Giants, able to do whatever they wanted in the second half.
That's right. One thing that they've got, the Baltimore Colts have a problem. They've got Klecko on one side, you've got Gastineau on the other side. Who are you going to double team? You can't double team both of them unless you keep backs in to block. And if you keep backs in to help block, that takes away from your passing game.
St. Louis and New England are tied now 13 apiece in the third quarter. Baltimore first down at the New York Jet 43-yard line. And this is Randy McMillan, who has been quiet, getting inside the 40-yard line. Randy McMillan opened the season with a super game against New England. 146 yards, 16 carries, 2 touchdowns, averaged 9 yards a carry. And it has been a different story since then, although he is averaging 4.5 yards per carry, but it's tough to get a feel for any of these stats because of the dreadful season that the Colts have had.
They haven't won a game since that first game, and they won it against the Patriots. The Patriots, they've had their problems also.
Second down and 7. That ball was deflected and nearly picked off by Butler on the deflection. Ken Schroy on the coverage. Reese McCall made the initial deflect, and then Butler try to pick it off as we take a look at the drop back by Jones.
The ball was looked like it's partially tipped, but you're going to see it batted around like a volleyball game out there. But number 27 looked like Jesse Johnson got his hand in there and deflected it away so that it was not a reception for the Baltimore Colts.
Earlier, Jesse Johnson had been a primary target of Burt Jones. Jesse, the second-year man out of Colorado, hanging in. He's replaced the injured Johnny Lynn, who replaced the injured Bobby Jackson.
He got it in there somehow, and I think it might be face masking against the Jets. I don't know how Burt Jones got that ball in there. There were 2 or 3 Jets around, but Baltimore came up with a reception.
Number 27.
And Jesse Johnson is called on the penalty. Ray Butler also did well to hold on to that football.
That's what I was saying. I don't know how he got the hold of the football because there were Jets all around.
Jesse Johnson, a 4th-round draft pick last year.
27. Defense declined. First down.
Johnson called for the penalty, a penalty that has been declined by Baltimore.
Here's the pass, and Jones is throwing, as they say, into traffic. And look at the traffic. There are 2 Jets around there, but he forced the ball into Butler. 27 is Johnson. He is the one that was called for pass interference. Number 48 is Schroy. He was there also. But that was a case where Burt Jones decided he was going to throw that ball to Butler, and he was going to do it, and he forced it in there. You get away with it sometimes, but oftentimes you do not.
On the subject of the many Jet injuries, the Jets feel fortunate to have Ken Schroy in the lineup. He was a question mark with back spasms throughout the week. First down for Baltimore at the Jet 29. And Jones going deep for Butler. Covered by Johnson. So they continue to go in the direction of Jesse Johnson.
Well, he's the man that's new on the spot out there. Jerry Holmes on the other side has been playing very well. That time, Burt Jones was just getting rid of the football and throwing it away. But that Johnson had excellent coverage. New Orleans still ahead of Tampa Bay by the score of 14-10. It's in the second quarter. They were up 14-0 at one time. Green Bay has taken over the lead from Minnesota, 21-14 in the third quarter.
Burt Jones is now 5 for 13, only 95 yards. And it's picked off. Ken Schroy. Ken Schroy, the 5-year man out of Maryland, with his second intercept of the season, taking it 39 yards back, stopped by the combination of the quarterback. Check that, stopped by Ken Huff, the right guard. The pass intended for Ray Butler.
He just threw the ball too high, was too away from the receiver. Schroy is there, hits him right on the stomach. Comes up with the interception. The Jets have the football and also a 22-point lead, and we'll be back in just a moment. Going up top, Jones here. You may recall prior to this play, he had forced the ball into Butler. This time he's trying to force it in there. It goes too high, right to the stomach of Ken Schroy, number 48, the safety, who makes the interception.
And I think those back spasms feeling better.
Well, there's a lot better when you're ahead by 22 points and in first place in your division.
Second down and 10. Minute 28 left, third quarter. Back at Shea Stadium, and portions of the crowd starting to leave. The Jets with the big lead at 25-0. Colts showing no inclination to get back in this one. Here's Zachary Dixon. Penalty marker down. Dixon across the 25-yard line. Hit down by the combination of Stan Blinken and Ron Crosby. But again, we'll hear from Dick Jorgensen, a holding call against Baltimore.
Well, they have really dug themselves a hole. They've been doing this the entire ball game with penalties. And that generally is a case of lack of concentration. Things go bad.
Holding number 55, receiving team on the return. First down.
Barry Krause again.
Yeah, he's been the subject of a lot of. You can see how that affects the head coach, Mike McCormick, who is really a heck of a guy. I had the opportunity to play with he and Walt Michaels as a member of the Cleveland Browns.
And Mike McCormick has seen his club drop 11 in a row, going on number 12 here this afternoon. That is Klecko with his second sack of the day. And the Jets with their fourth of the afternoon.
It almost looked like Joe Klecko was offsides. He got such a terrific jump on that offensive lineman. And I'm sure what McCormick is saying is that he was offside. He beat the snap. 73 coming into your picture just about now that he beat his man. Joe Klecko coming back for a second sack. 68 is Jeff Hart. And he's pointing a finger saying that the guy jumped offside.
Klecko reclaiming the NFL lead from teammate Gastineau. He now has 18 on the season. It is a 2nd and 17 back at the 9. And Burt Jones wants to talk it over. Timeout call. 12:44 remaining in this fourth quarter. The Jets leading the Colts by the score, 25-0. A delay of game penalty called on the Baltimore Colts. McMillan, the ball carrier, ran for one, and now Don McCauley, as we return, picks up just a yard. And the Jet defense, hearing it from the crowd, the Baltimore Colts are forced to punt from their end zone.
And penalties have hurt the Baltimore Colts all afternoon long. Put them really in a deep hole. Now that's going to put their punter in a situation. Garrett's going to have to punt out of his end zone, and any missed snap back here could cost him some more points.
Well, Jet fans confident that this one is history. They are filing out with their club in front of the Baltimore Colts, 25-0. We talked at the start, Len, about the possibility of a letdown, and this just shows how far this Jet club has come along.
You know, the Jets haven't seen that in a long time, where the people are filing out with 6.5 minutes remaining in the ball game.
First down for Baltimore, 26-yard line. Jones stepping up and hitting Zach Dixon out at the 33, covered by Lance Bell. So Baltimore coach Mike McCormick, in his second year as head coach of the Colts, he has won only 8 of 28 coming in the midst of many rumors concerning his future. In Baltimore, the name Frank Kush has surfaced several times. Others feel that Baltimore owner Robert Irsay will stay with McCormick, perhaps attempting to aid him from time to time by sending in a play or two the final few games of the season.
I don't know how much aid that is.
One did click for a touchdown.
Yes, I know, but
here's Pat Ryan warming up, and I would assume that we will see Pat on the next series. Zach Dixon on that last play, stopped by Klecko and Crosby. It sets up a 3rd down and 2. The Jet front 4 now with Gastineau, Salaam, Rudolph is back, and Klecko. Buttle, Crosby, and Bell are the linebackers. Dixon for the first down. Zachary Dixon, in his 3rd year out of Temple, originally drafted by Denver, played with the Giants and the Eagles before joining Baltimore late last year. Comes off a good one in the loss against the Cardinals a week ago.
Pittsburgh shutting out Los Angeles 24-0 in the 4th quarter. Steelers very much in the running for a playoff spot. Cincinnati in the 4th quarter ahead of Cleveland 28-14. Looks like Cleveland is out of it.
And Buffalo still leading Washington 21-14 in the 4th. Burt Jones completing to Reese McCall, throwing another bullet. Buttle and Crosby combined on the stop, and Baltimore with another first down.
St. Louis ahead of New England in the 4th quarter, 20-13. For New England, they have just 2 victories on the year. Buffalo ahead of Washington, 21-14 in the 4th quarter. New Orleans ahead of Tampa Bay, 14-10 in the 3rd quarter. Green Bay Packers up on top of Minnesota in the 4th quarter, 28-20.
Just under 4 minutes remaining in this 4th quarter. Nearly picked off by Schroy, who intercepted one earlier, intended for Ray Butler.
And I think it's only because of the real strong arm of Burt Jones that it wasn't intercepted, because Schroy was there. He was reading this all along. Jones tried to go to the outside. This is a tough pass because you really got to rifle the ball, and he does. As you can see, 48, Ken Schroy was there, and if the ball hadn't been thrown quite so hard, he'd have been in a position to gather it in and go right down the sideline.
It'll be a 2nd and 10 for the Colts at their 48-yard line. See the stats on Jones. He's been intercepted once by Schroy. Springs in as the nickel back. And the completion. Butler had the ball stripped by Johnson.
Jones pass. Complete to Ray Butler.
It is a completed pass for Ray Butler, and the play was whistled dead.
If they are giving it as a completion for throwing the ball back. Here it is, Jones going to number 80, Butler. He's going to fire this ball. It looks like he's made the catch. Here it is, right at the numbers.
And they changed their mind, Len. They say now incomplete. They were
like, that under the new rules, he had that ball. That was completion. Both feet were on the ground, and he had possession of the football.
And they began to spot it, but a change on the call. Well, St. Louis and New England now tied at 20 in the 4th quarter. 3rd and 10 for Jones. In trouble. Chased by Gastineau. Able to get it away, and McMillan was ripped down by Buttle.
Almost tore his head off. That was Buttle, 51. A lot of pressure on Burt Jones.
He was looking for help when he was scrambling. 99 is Gastineau. The outside trying to come to the inside. Good job of blocking on him. Now he sees Jones scrambling, and he's going to go after him. Burt does get rid of the football, but that's just it. Buttle, 51, tried to tear his head off.
To this point, the Jets have come up with 4 sacks on the day. 2 by that man, Mark Gastineau, and 2 by Joe Klecko, so they have maintained their pace. 4th and 10, and with 3:37 remaining, Baltimore will play out the 4th down. Look out.
76, Rudolph was back there. I don't know whether they get credit with the sack or not because Jones went down, but there was pressure all around. Number 7, Burt Jones. You can see he's not happy about this afternoon.
And the crowd responding to the gyrations of Mark Gastineau. The Jets will take over. 3 minutes, 26 seconds remaining in this 4th quarter, and Pat Ryan is coming on.
Alcoa presents Fantastic Finishes. 1975, Bum Phillips versus Don Shula. Needing more than a field goal, Dan Pastorini hands off to Ronnie Coleman. He cuts back inside one tackler, breaks outside, then rumbles over a second tackler, sidesteps a third, breaks the grip of a fourth, and powers his way through tacklers 5, 6, and 7. Houston wins 20-19.
Alcoa can't wait.
For half a century, aluminum has played an important role in the development of the automobile. That's especially true today. Aluminum's now being used in dozens of new ways to reduce weight and increase fuel economies. There's a real demand for the lean and lively cars of the 80s, because the more aluminum we put into them, the more MPGs you get out of them.
We can't wait for tomorrow. Alcoa can't wait.
The Baltimore Colts taking over at their 31-yard line. The NFL report with Bryant coming up. All the scores and highlights. Len Dawson has gone downstairs for interviews for the NFL report that follows the Jets and the Baltimore Colts. Diving catch by Ray Butler. Ray has been one of the few bright spots this afternoon. Ray and Troy covering up. Baltimore coach Mike McCormick. We talked earlier about all the speculation concerning his future. Also speculation regarding next year's draft. McCormick, if he is around, seems to be leaning toward a top defensive player. And the owner of the Colts, Robert Irsay, indicating that he wants a glamour quarterback, someone like Art Schliessner of Ohio State. Jones just throwing it away.
Roger Carr. Jesse Johnson on the coverage.
Jesse Johnson covering on the play. And a scoring update. Tampa Bay now leading New Orleans 17-14. So the Buccaneers coming from behind looking to spoil matters for Bum Phillips. Green Bay now out in front of Minnesota 35-20 in the 4th quarter. All the scores and highlights coming up with Brian Gumbel on the NFL report following the Jets and the Colts. A minute 16 left. The New York Jets making it 5 straight victories. Jones dumping to McCauley. Don McCauley out near the first down marker. Al Washington, 4th round draft pick, a rookie out of Ohio State, making the stop. And Walt Michaels now with quite a bit of shuffling on that defensive unit. He has Washington, Marty Wetzel, a rookie out of Tulane, and Ron Crosby at the linebacker positions. Gastineau, Rudolph, Neal, and Klecko up front. So Gastineau and Klecko have gone the distance. And in the secondary, Dow Ray, Jesse Johnson, Ken Schroy, and Jerry Holmes.
In the Kingdom, Bob Costas along with Bob Trumpy. The Jets have won the toss, and Wilson Alvarez will kick off. Alvarez took over a week ago, and Miami, by the way, has won 24-14 over New England. Is the final from the Orange Bowl, and so the Jets have to win to maintain that first-place tie. Here's Alvarez, who a week or so ago was set to take an insurance job in Corpus Christi, Texas. However, Efren Herrera required knee surgery, and so Alvarez, who was cut late in the preseason by the Seahawks, was brought back. His kick is fielded by Bruce Harper. Across the 30-yard line, and not much more than that. 14 to play in the first quarter, and now Dave Craig and the Seahawks have their backs to the wall, but they have their 6-0 lead still. Now the Jet defense has a chance to do its thing. They have held their opponents to less than 200 yards in 4 of their last 5 games, and the league average yield is 330. They have become more than a good defense. They're an intimidating defense. And they've got Dave Craig backed up to his own 3-yard line. Margin in motion. The handoff to Theotis Brown, and Brown back to the line of scrimmage, and maybe a gain of 1 before Lance Mel makes the tackle.
Bob, I like to go back a play to that punt. Seattle historically has been on special teams one of the most exciting teams that you might ever see in the NFL. And I noticed that Sam McCullough was the man on the outside who was the starting wide receiver, putting pressure on the punter. Now you'll see him fly across the front. Even though Rusty Tillman is the special teams coach, that's Sam McCullough in the air there. Jack Patera has a big hand in those special teams, and they want pressure on anybody on the other side when it comes to punting or place kicking or something of that nature.
Second down, and they keep it on the ground. Theotis Brown busts up the middle to about the 11, which is going to leave them with 3rd and about 2.5. Abdul Salaam was in on the stop. Gastineau, Salaam, Ben Rudolph for Marty Lyons, who still has difficulties with the hamstring, and Joe Klecko across the front. Mel, Blinka, and Buttle, the linebackers. And the secondary, with the likes of Bobby Jackson, who's now on injured reserve, Johnny Lynn, and Donald Dykes banged up from time to time, has Ray and Troy at the safeties, Holmes and Johnson starting at the corners. On 3rd down, they pitch it back to Theotis Brown. He's got the first down and then some. Theotis Brown out across the 20 with a flag down in the backfield.
1, 2, 3, count them. 3 flags in the backfield. I think it's going to be pushing from behind by the Seattle Seahawks. Steve August, number 76, I believe, will be the culprit. Interesting play here. Almost the option. And, of course, when you've got a young man out of, what's the name of that school he's from in Madison, Wisconsin?
Milton College.
Milton College. I mean, I don't believe you have to protect him as much as you have to protect Jim Zorn.
Illegal use of the hands, number 76 offense.
Steve August is the guilty party.
Interesting choice of plays, though.
There's Gene Barth's crew working the game today at the Kingdome. 1:53 to play first quarter.
You know, I flew out with those guys from Chicago. 3 of those guys. Did you realize that officials, NFL officials, take a test every week? I didn't realize that. They were all working on it on the plane coming out from Chicago.
3rd and 8. Play fake, and Craig drops back into the end zone, tries to scramble his way out. Falls over some tacklers, loses the football, but Dornick is there to grab it.
Warm up Sam Adkins. Now, wait a minute, Craig. We know you're from a small school in Wisconsin, but my goodness, protect yourself a little bit.
Speaking of Wisconsin, we welcome those of you in the Madison, Wisconsin area who have been watching the Buffalo-San Diego game. Here's your man, Dave Craig. We're going to show you the rest of this Seahawks-Jets game from the Kingdome because we know those of you in the Wisconsin area, in the area of Milton College, are interested in the exploits of Dave Craig, who took a whack and lost the ball on the last play, but it was recovered by
Joe Walt and Richard Todd trying to get this offense of the New York Jets uncracked. Joe Walton is the guy who was in charge of the offense. The offensive linemen are sitting there on the bench kind of wondering what's happening. But to repeat, the New York Jets have never beaten the Seattle Seahawks for whatever reason. And the last time the Jets lost in this season was to the New York Jets 19-3 in Shea Stadium.
From the 15-yard line of the Seahawks, Dave Craig barks the signals. In place of Jim Zorn, who's out for the year, broken ankle a week ago against the Raiders. Deep drop, falls down and gets rid of it, incomplete to Theotis Brown. Here's the field position situation throughout the game for the Seahawks. They took over at the 12-yard line of the Jets after the botched snap from center on the punt. Took it in 3 plays for the touchdown. They got the ball at their own 28, 3 plays and a punt. Got it at their own 4, 3 plays and a punt. Now have it at their own 15, 2nd and 10.
That's Klecko pushing Ron Essink right into the foot of Dave Craig, and that's what knocks him down. So far, though, the Seahawks have done an excellent job of staying out of that New York sack exchange situation where it's third down and long yardage situation, and the defensive linemen just pin their ears back.
They pitch it back to Theodis Brown, and Brown for about 4 yards to the 19-yard line. Klecko makes the tackle, number 73. 3rd and 6, and now Gastineau, Klecko, and the rest can really tee off.
Normally in a situation like this, too, with a defensive line like the Jets have, they're the ones who control the emotion, the attitude of the football team. If they can right now start to really take hold of the line of scrimmage defensively, they're going to have a great effect on the outcome of this football game.
54 sacks for the season for New York. 9 better than the second best total in the league. Best total in the league, which belongs to Oakland with 45.
The NFL record is 67, held by the Oakland Raiders in 1960.
Theodis Brown is drilled on the play by Greg Buttle. And Jeff West again will have to punt from deep in his own territory. Of course, the thing to point out is that figure of 67 for the Raiders was established in a 14-game season, and this is the Jets' 14th game of this year.
Now it appears, too, that the Jets are beginning to take over defensively. And that's exactly what a good team will have happen. This is the best part of their football team, that defense, and they've got to dominate the line of scrimmage, and they're not doing it.
Bruce Harper. They fake it. West throws, intended for easily incomplete. What a time for a fake from deep in their own territory, from their own 12-yard line.
Jack Patera, the guy who comes up with those ideas, and the people in the Kingdom are not happy, but when it works, they're overjoyed. This is just slightly overthrown, easily, even though he's covered. Now, Jones has no idea the ball is thrown. And the Seahawks have just done the Jets a gigantic favor. It may swing old Mo to the Jet side of the ball.
A totally inexplicable move by the Seahawks. The end zone. Dave Craig to the air on first down. Has good protection. Has a receiver. Steve Largent makes the catch. Largent to the 45-yard line for a gain of 20.
That's now 66 straight games in which Steve Largent has caught a pass, and he is just 97 yards. Make that 77 yards from his 4th straight 1,000-yard season for the Seattle Seahawks.
And his 60th reception of the 1981 campaign. Watch him run his route.
Exceptional receiver. Very, very precise pattern runner, and good concentration on the football.
13 and a half minutes to play, second quarter. Off to Theodis Brown, and a yard at most, 2nd and 9 coming up. Abdul Salaam was there. Blinka also plugged the middle. This telecast is presented by authority of the National Football League and is intended solely for the private use of our audience. Any rebroadcast or other use of this telecast without the express written consent of the Seattle Seahawks and the NFL is prohibited. Second and 9 from the Seahawk 46. McCullum to the left and Largent to the right. Dornick and Brown are the running backs. Fake the give to Theodis. Craig unloads just before he's to be hit, and it's complete to the tight end, John Sawyer. Sawyer with a first down in Jet territory at about the 37-yard line, and Craig really did a nice job of delivering on target under very heavy pressure.
Greg Buttle, 51 on the pressure. He's almost going down. He obviously has an excellent arm. 17 yards on the catch. John Sawyer's first reception. And boy, that's a big play. And as a coach, you're looking for that out of your players. And this young kid out of, what's the name of the college again?
You'll never get this straight, will you? Milton College.
Thank you very much.
Milton College in Wisconsin.
All 350 of them watching up there in Madison today.
Only 243 of those enrolled are boys. So not much to choose from when they field a football team. Theodis Brown carries a pickup of about 5. 2nd and 5 coming up, but first let's check with Bryant in New York.
Okay, thank you, Bob. In Denver, the Broncos have scored again. This time, Larry Canada doing the honors from 2 yards out. And a matchup of co-leaders in the AFC West. It's all Denver, 16-love in the second. Bob?
Thanks, Brian. And those Broncos are an entirely different ball club when they get you in Mile High Stadium as opposed to on the road. Let's give Theodis Brown a gain of 6 on the last play, bringing up 2nd down and 4 with 11:25 to play in the half. We've had a TD by each team and a pair of missed extra points. We're tied at 6. Absolutely nothing for Theodis Brown. Maybe a loss of 1 as Joe Klecko slams him down.
That's one of the interesting things about these two defensive ends of the New York Jets, Gastineau and Klecko. Even though they lead the league collectively in sacks, they are still great defensive players when it comes to the run, too, which is rather unusual.
The word from the sideline on Freeman McNeil. It is a re-injury of the same sprained foot, which had kept him out for several games at midseason. Not as serious as before. They're going to try and warm him up on the sidelines before determining whether he can come back. Still limping as you look at him. Paul Johns comes in as the third wide receiver. McCullum, Largent, and Johns in now. Third and a long 4. Craig completes it to Largent, who bounces off tacklers and struggles, I believe, with enough yardage for the first down. They got it.
Wow, you know, it's amazing. The Seattle Seahawks are keeping 2 running backs in to help their offensive linemen in pass protection on the New York Sack Exchange. And still with just 3 receivers going out, 2 wide receivers and a tight end, they're able to get open. Lots of motion by Largent and the Seahawks into the line of scrimmage. Watch these running backs. You see 33 Dorning sitting there to help out. Pass block as best he can. Largent's wide open.
Dave Craig with a first down handoff to Theodis Brown. They get only about a yard. Craig was not a draft choice of the Seahawks. He was signed as a free agent after the draft a couple of years ago.
His rise to fame here in Seattle, and what is parallel to Jim Zorn. And that Jim Zorn was from Cal Poly. That is certainly not a football factory. Neither is
Milton College in Wisconsin. You got it. The Seahawks have had one other player, oddly enough, from tiny Milton College on their roster. His name was Dave Craveld, and unfortunately for him, he was the 12th man on the field in that famous overtime game against Denver a couple of years ago. The pass complete with a flag down. McCullum, who caught the touchdown pass earlier, makes this reception. But let's see what the officials will decide. Got a clip.
Personal foul. I wonder what that is. Maybe a head slap or something. No, I can't imagine what that would be against the offense. We'll find out. Mr. Barth will tell us, will he not? 15 yards. It's a real no-no.
Personal foul, illegal kicking, a leg whip, number 78.
They call Bob Newton, the 11-year veteran out of Nebraska, on the leg whip, which is the Conrad Dobler specialty.
Not a penalty that is called very often, but one of the most often used little tricks of the trade in the offensive line.
So it brings up 2nd and 24 from the 39-yard line of the Jets. Craig with protection. And with an interception.
And I'll tell you what, I thought Lance Mel popped his knee.
Mel is okay, and he's got the INT. For Lance Mel, his 2nd interception of the season.
Goodness gracious, I thought for sure he hurt himself badly. Watch when he catches this ball out. Look at that. Boy, oh boy, he's going to have a sore foot or a sore ankle or something. But nevertheless, the interception. The New York Jets take over on their own 26-yard line.
This is Brian Gumble in New York. In San Diego, the Chargers have gone ahead of the Bills on Dan Fouts' 30th touchdown pass of the year. That tops the NFL. This one's 17 yards to Wes Chandler. It's 14-7 Chargers. Let's go back to the Kingdom.
Well, Trump, I guess you were right. Bell came off the field pretty quickly, but now they're looking at his foot.
Well, I think just his own weight probably sprained his ankle. On this AstroTurf, things like that happen. Your foot just gets stuck. It doesn't slip out from underneath. And they certainly need him.
So do you go for more or do you run it out?
Absolutely. They're going nowhere this season. And if they can get some experience for the football team, and if they're going to go on a fake punt at their own 12-yard line in the last minute and 18 seconds of the half, I certainly would suspect them to throw the ball all over the place.
And Jack Patera agrees as Craig drops back, swings it out to David Hughes, and the rookie from Boise State gets 6 yards, maybe 7 on the first down play. Clock continues to run, moving down toward a minute.
The New York Sack Exchange still without a sack today.
Craig on 2nd and 3. This will be a first down. Hughes makes the catch again. Now the Seahawks ought to use a timeout if they're serious about this.
And they do. 10 yards on the completion.
Here's Jack Patera, who has shown no reluctance to take chances. He had Jeff West attempt a fake punt pass to Ken Easley from their own 12-yard line when the score was 6-0 Seahawks. Walt Michaels, a 5-game winning streak in definite jeopardy against a team he has never beaten.
There's Joe Gardy, the defensive coordinator, in the hat, the white hat. Billy Baird, former defensive back for the New York Jets. I imagine Mr. Michaels is very, very upset. They came out to the West Coast a day early, left on Friday so that they could become acclimated to this time zone. And you would expect a better performance of the New York Jets if you're Walt Michaels in the first half of this game so far, Bob.
There is the last remaining active member of the Jets who was on the field at the Orange Bowl for Super Bowl III, one of the great games in pro football history, as the Jets announced to everybody that the AFL was for real when they beat the Colts 16-7.
There are even some people who point to that game as the real reason why that there was the AFL and the NFL combined, because of that Super Bowl victory by the New York Jets and Joe Namath and Randy Rasmussen and Boozer and Snell and Sauer and Pete Lamont and Larry Grantham.
Ball at the 38-yard line, 1st and 10 with 43 seconds remaining in the half. Craig fires to the sideline. McCullum makes the catch, and he's out of bounds in Jet territory at the 44-yard line. Kirk Springs shoved him out.
The Seahawks have just about done what they've wanted to all day long offensively in this first half. 19 yards on that catch. Look at the protection that Craig gets. I wonder if the New York Jets defense coming into this game thinking, well, Zorn's not playing, this guy can't be too much. And also, before I get too heavy on the New York Jets defense, I don't imagine they've seen Craig throw the ball 12 or 15 times prior to this game. You don't know how the guy can play. You have no indication whatsoever.
Dave Craig, no NFL player is from a smaller school enrollment-wise than Craig from Milton College, where he played under head coach and athletic director Rudy Gadini. There's the first sack of the day for the New York Sack Exchange. Gastineau was there, and Kenny Neal helped him, number 77, the 55th New York sack of the year.
Good pressure, Gastineau on Steve August. Kenny Neal is there first, and it's just finally the Jets defensive line able to get to Craig.
If you want to focus on the magnitude of what Gastineau and Klecko have accomplished individually this year, they're each closing in on 20 sacks for the season. Gastineau had 17.5 before that play, and perhaps he'll get a half sack, so let's put him at 18. Klecko also at 18. Klecko and Gastineau combined have more sacks just between the two of them than 23 other teams combined in the NFL. And besides Klecko and Gastineau, prior to today's game, only one other individual was in double figures in sacks. That's Fred Dean of the 49ers, who had 10.5 before today's game with Cincinnati, and perhaps he added to it at Riverfront Stadium today.
If you give that a half a sack to Gastineau, too, then he and Klecko are both one sack away from a Jet Club record, which is 19 held by Jerry Philbin. Said, I believe, back in 1968. That was a defensive line that I, unfortunately, that was my rookie season. You talk about a busy day.
2nd and 8.
Playing against Verlin Biggs, Jerry Philbin, John Elliott, Carl McAdams, they can make you change your mind about the professional football.
The Seahawks now have 1 timeout remaining. It's 2nd and 18. Back on their 48. Craig rolls out of trouble, still being chased by Abdul Salaam, and it's intercepted. Picked off by Kirk Springs, the nickelback, number 45. Well, now the Jets, with 2 timeouts of their own remaining, could patch together a couple of plays and get within range for Pat Leahy.
Inexperience on Craig's part leads to that interception.
Quick update here from Bryant Gumbel in New York.
Okay, Bob, in San Diego, the Chargers have broken a 14-all tie. The job being done. Dan Fouts to Kellen Winslow. No, he did not step out of bounds. Instead, he goes 67 yards for the score. And with 55 seconds remaining in the first half, it's 21-14 Chargers. Bob?
Okay, Bryant, for Kirk Springs, that was his 2nd interception of the year. Right into his breadbasket. Seahawks, 13. Jets, 9.
Welcome back to our NFL 81 studios in New York. I'm Bryant Gumbel. Since we're aware some of you may have had to break away for local news, let's get you caught up on the events of Sunday 14. Miami beat New England 24-14. Big effort here by Eddie Hill. It put the Dolphins out in front to stay. Broke a 14-all deadlock. Miami goes to 9-4-1. The Patriots suffer their 12th loss of the year. It was a meeting of the powers in Cincinnati. 49ers going against the Bengals. The 49ers won out the final in the ball game 21-3. Meanwhile, out in Washington, Dick Vermeil's club was leading 13-9 in the 4th period. Vermeil wanted a timeout. Ron Jaworski didn't see him. Too bad for the Eagles. Jaworski put it up for grabs, and Monty Coleman stepped in, picked it up at the 48-yard line, ran right by a stunned Ron Jaworski at the 25 and took it in. Redskins a winner, 15-13. The Rams do not have a postseason date. That's news. First time it's happened in 9 years. They are out of the playoffs. They lost their 5th in a row today, lost it to the Giants, the Meadowlands. It was 7-7 when Leon Bright took this punt, ran it back 52 yards inside the Rams' 10-yard line. From there, Joe Danello made good on a field goal. The Giants beat the Rams 10-7. Not the best of days for Bud Grant of the Minnesota Vikings. Bud and the Vikes had some problems. They were leading 7-3 when Bob Avellini went up top and threw a 72-yard touchdown pass to Brian Bashnagel to put the Bears over the top. They beat the Vikings 10-9. And that puts the division that time forgot into a 3-way tie, because at 7-7 are the Vikings, the Packers, and the Lions. The Packers made sure of that today by beating the Lions 31-17. Big ball game for Lynn Dickey. He completed 20 of 31 passes for 279 yards and 2 touchdowns. This one to Paul Kaufman. Final again was 31-17. The St. Louis Cardinals are still in playoff contention. They are at 7-7 after beating the New Orleans Saints today 30-3. The Colts have now lost 13 in a row. Dallas beat them 37-13. All those are finals. Games in progress, as you know. Seattle out in front of the Jets 13-9 at the half. San Diego's beating Buffalo 21-14 at the half. Atlanta's out in front of Tampa Bay. Well, now Tampa Bay's out in front 17-16 in the 3rd period, and it's 16-6 Denver in the 3rd. We'll be going back to the Kingdome for a second half of football. Right now, it's 13-9, Seattle out in front. We'll get to that second half in Seattle right after we take time out for this commercial break.
Okay, we're back at the Kingdome awaiting the second half kickoff. Bob Costas along with Bob Trumpy. The Seahawks will get the ball, and they have the lead at the end of 30 minutes, 13-9. Leahy to kick off. And this is a more characteristic Leahy kickoff all the way into the end zone, and Horace Ivory decides he'll stay right there.
Bob, some impressive stats for the Seattle Seahawks. Their young quarterback, even though it was his first start, he was 9 of 14 in the first half. He had 2 intercepted, but 1 was right at the end of the first half. That's not a bad performance by the young man from Milton College in Madison, Wisconsin.
You got it, and a look again at the Seahawk lineup as we prepare to start the second half.
Fans here very, very quiet, are they not?
They made plenty of noise during the first half as the Seahawks ran off to that 13-9 lead. Here's Craig. They also have a 5-year veteran named Sam Adkins on their roster, but they decided to go with Craig rather than Adkins. Did he pick that off? Jerry Holmes came up with it. At first glance, it looked as if it had fallen incomplete. And yet Holmes somehow came up with the football. Let's see if we can get a better view of it when we look again.
I believe you'll see him catch this with just one hand. This ball is poorly thrown by Craig. I think he tries to overthrow it. It kind of dies. I believe he catches that totally with one hand. The ball never made contact with the ground. McCullough was the intended receiver. But nevertheless, the Jets now with great field position, and that's exactly what they needed, something to get some momentum back on their side of the field. Watch this.
What happened was the ball was in McCullum's hand, and Holmes held onto it as he rolled over.
Just took it right
away. Stole it away.
Absolutely.
Kevin Long carries and gets about 2 on first down. That was the 3rd Jet interception of this game and the first for Holmes this year.
That's exactly what the Jets need, a big play out of someone. You can see questionable as to whether or not it hit the ground, but the official on the other side of that play made the call, and it's Jets ball.
The best records in the American Football Conference. If indeed the season ended right now, Cincinnati, Denver, and Miami would be in the playoffs, and the 2 wild card teams would be Buffalo and the New York Jets. There are other teams still fighting for the wild card berth, those 4. The Jets today are being hosted by the Cleveland Browns, a team in the playoffs last year with an 11-5 record. Disappointing this season, only 5 wins, but looking to knock the Jets' playoff hopes down today. From Cleveland Stadium, it's the New York Jets and the Cleveland Browns. Today's game is brought to you by Schlitz, the master brewer's brew. Behind every Schlitz is a man who knows his beer. By the new Chrysler Corporation. For 1982, Chrysler has the cars, the quality, and the prices America needs. By Radio Shack, a division of Tandy Corporation. And by Schlitz Malt Liquor, for a taste that's big and smooth and bold. The Schlitz Malt Liquor Bull. Cleveland, Ohio, temperature in the mid-30s. Cleveland Stadium, the largest outdoor refrigerator in the National Football League. 60,000 seats have been sold for this battle between the Cleveland Browns and the New York Jets. Hello, everyone. Dick Enberg, and welcome to Cleveland, Ohio, for this game that is so very important for the Jets' playoff hopes and for the Browns in exercise in trying to keep their heads high. The key to the game, of course, first of all, we should say is that Merlin Olsen, our partner and valued commentator, is not with us today. He's working on his Father Murphy Tuesday night NBC series, and we're going to go it alone with a lot of special features here on NBC Sports. We talked with both coaches, and for the Cleveland Browns to win today, they say they must protect Brian Sipe, and that means against the New York Sack Exchange, Mark Gastineau and Joe Klecko, they have 18 apiece, the Jets with 55 overall to lead the National Football League. Brian Sipe, the quarterback of the Browns, anticipating today that he would have to pass under pressure, offered us these comments yesterday.
I think that the last thing a quarterback can think about is being hit. Our attention is downfield, and that may be our saving grace. I feel that most quarterbacks are a little like drunks in a car wreck. We don't really know that it's coming, or if we do know that it's coming, we don't really have the luxury of being able to do anything about it. And I think this state of relaxation or unpreparedness actually allows us to absorb the blow. We allow the guy to do what he wants with us, and possibly avoid injury that way. That's how I've always felt about it. I feel if I don't know it's coming, I have a better chance of surviving it.
Brian Sipe, who was the NFL Player of the Year last year, leading the Browns into the playoffs, and he today will have 2 fullbacks that will start the game, Mike Pruitt and Cleo Miller, as Sam Rutigliano will have the extra back end to protect him against the charges of the ends Gastineau and Klecko. You heard both Bryant and Axe talk about the injury suffered by the Jets with the loss of Wesley Walker, and Freeman McNeil may only be able to play spot duty. The thought by Walt Michaels today is he'll throw to his backs, Bruce Harper particularly, and watch the tight end, Jerome Barkham. There's Walt Michaels and the American Eastern Division leaders, the Miami Dolphins. Buffalo in second place with the Jets a game and a half out in third, but in a wild card spot. If they win their last 2, probably will make the playoffs. Sam Rutigliano's Browns, they're in last place. They've lost 3 in a row and 5 of their last 6, but nevertheless, many feel are a team capable of upsetting the Jets today. Cincinnati leading the way with Pittsburgh after that loss on Monday night. They too fighting for a wild card berth. The Cleveland Browns have won the toss.
newly acquired Gary Davis and Dino Hall. Expected to be deep for the Browns, but we see that it is Greg Pruitt joining Hall as Pat Leahy in the green and white of the Jets will kick it off, and immediately the wind knocks the ball off the tee. We are blessed with a rather good December day in Cleveland, Ohio. The wind is not blowing except occasional gusts, one we just experienced, and the temperature in the mid-30s. The field has some slick spots, but in pretty good condition. End over end to Dino Hall at the 1. 20, and Hall struggles to the 26-yard line. Kevin Long, number 33 on the tackle. Brian Sipe, the quarterback for the Cleveland Browns, will have two fullbacks, as we mentioned, 214-pound Miller, along with 225-pound Pruitt to help block those defensive ends. The receivers, Dave Logan, Ricky Feature, he's a deep threat, and, of course, one of the top tight ends, Ozzie Newsome. The offensive line, Doug Deacon, one of only 3 left tackles in 32 years of Browns history, alignment for New York. Gastineau, Salaam, Lyons back in the lineup after sitting out a couple of games with a hamstring injury, and Klecko. Again, Gastineau and Klecko lead the NFL. Each has 18 sacks. Greg Buttle, Stan Blinka, and Ron Crosby for the leading Jets tackler, Lance Mell. He's out with a concussion. Jesse Johnson at that left corner spot that has lost both Jackson and Dykes with injuries. Jerry Holmes at the other corner, the brilliant sophomore Darrell Ray, and veteran Ken Schroy at safety. 1st and 5, Pruitt again. And it may well be, in the early going, both teams will test the inside running game, trying to control the ball, eliminate possible mistakes on a somewhat slick turf and on a cold afternoon. 2nd down, and call it a long 4. Pruitt, as you saw, over 1,000 yards for the 3rd consecutive year, and he's now joined by Greg Pruitt in the backfield. Reggie Rucker also lined up, and that's Feature in motion. Complete to Greg Pruitt, and a 1st down at the 46. Yards for Brian Sipe as he goes to Ricky Feature. Blinka made the tackle at the 46-yard line. See Feature in motion. Pruitt out of the backfield to the left, circling over the middle. Good protection by Deacon as he fought off Gastineau. And Pruitt slipping the tackle of Crosby. He's slippery and he likes playing on an off field. 1st down at the 41-yard line. Near midfield before Abdul Salaam and Mark Gastineau can wrap him up. A gain of 8. Pruitt from Purdue University in the Pro Bowl each of the last 2 years. Now the Browns, taking the opening kickoff, have moved to the Cleveland 49-yard line, 2nd and 2. Let's see if Sipe goes long. He's got a down to play with. Second effort is close to a 1st down at the Jets 49. Tire center, the Jets defense there to stop him. Short of the 1st down, it'll be 3rd and inches. So the Browns will bring in their short yardage unit. Brian Sipe, his 8th year after graduating from San Diego State. Played for Don Coryell there. His best year was last season. This year, not so good. In fact, he leads the NFL in interceptions with 23. Up the middle goes Mike Pruitt, and I don't think he made it. He was stopped cold at the line of scrimmage by a strong surge in the center of that Jets defense. Stan Blinka with his helmet right on the ball carrier. Referee Jerry Seaman, the umpire Frank Sinkovich, head linesman Leo Miles, line judge John Leimbach, Paul Betts, Bill Quinby, and Bill O'Brien round out the officiating crew. Crowd says go for it. And Sam Rutigliano apparently will. He has Pruitt and Charles White in the backfield on 4th down and inches. Newsome and Oden, a pair of tight ends, with Oden flanked right. White, first down. Right behind Joe DeLamelore, who has been regarded as the outstanding Browns offensive lineman all year long. Here's DeLamelore, number 64. Cody Rison, 63, and then White right over the top. Joe DeLamelore, he calls himself a blue-collar guy. We'll get that reaction after this next play. It's first down at the Jets' 47. Sipe leaving Pruitt in the block, and he finds the other Pruitt, Gregg, at the 42. A fumble, and the Jets have recovered at the 44-yard line. So the New York Jets have the first turnover of this game. Marty Lyons, number 93, came up with a football. Greg Pruitt trying to struggle for extra yardage, double-teamed on the tackle, and they knocked it away. Crosby got there first. Actually, it was second. It was Holmes who twisted, and Crosby and Blinka finishing him off. Greg Pruitt dropping the ball, and Lyons came up with a recovery. There it is, stripped away on the second effort by Crosby. So first down, Jets. Cleveland Stadium, they sold over 60,000 seats. There are thousands of no-shows today. Well, you can really miss them in this big place. No score. The Browns have lost 5 of their last 6 and 3 in a row against the Jets, who have lost only twice in the last 11 games, but losing last week to Seattle. Sight from his 20. Could not find Cleo Miller in the left flat. It'll be second and 10. Joe DeLamelore. We mentioned that he's a blue-collar guy. Well, that's how he identifies himself.
I got to be a blue-collar guy because there's no other player born in Detroit, drafted by Buffalo, and traded to Cleveland. And I just hope that Gary, Indiana doesn't get the next expansion team.
DeLamelore having what the Browns consider another all-pro year. Second and 10. Incomplete, trying to find Ozzie Newsome at the 30. Darrell Ray, free safety, covered for the Jets. So Sipe misfiring on his first 2 attempts on this series. There are his numbers in 1981, but the most significant statistic is that he has just 16 touchdowns and 23 interceptions. That leads the NFL. Last year, it was 30 touchdowns and only 14 interceptions. Open is Logan, and a first down at the 35-yard line. Jesse Johnson and Kirk Springs with the tackle, 15 yards to Dave Logan, the former Colorado star. Greg Pruitt and Logan coming to this side. Here's Pruitt, 34. He goes to the sidelines. That clears it over the middle for Logan, who faked outside and then cut back inside wide open. First down at the 35-yard line. Logan, free sports star at Colorado, football, basketball, and baseball, really credits his basketball background as becoming an outstanding receiver. That's Newsome splitting left. Come on, Jones! Newsome, and he's out of bounds at the 43-yard line. 8 more yards for the Browns. Ozzie Newsome, the Wizard of Oz from Alabama. Sam Rutigliano, a very popular head coach. Second down and 2 at the 43. Fumble, and it's still alive. And the Jets come up with the ball at the 25-yard line. Number 51, Greg Buttle, and
trying to toss it to Mike Pruitt. And it was Gastineau who knocked Sipe away from the ball so that Buttle of Penn State could make the recovery. It looked like a good toss. Pruitt appeared not to be looking for it. There's Gastineau knocking Sipe away and freeing Buttle for the recovery. So, timeout. The Jets have the ball at the Cleveland 29-yard line. When we return, no score. Today, the Jets had 2 fumble recoveries and could not score off those opportunities. The Browns have had 2 breaks here in the second quarter. Intercepted pass by Clay Matthews at the Jets 33. The field goal was blocked, and now a 17-yard punt by Chuck Ramsey, and the Browns have the ball at the New York 43. Sipe over the middle, and Pruitt drops the ball at the 37-yard line. Let's go back to Ramsey's punt, only 17 yards, and as we told you earlier, Chuck has elected just in the last 3 years to kick barefooted, except for a stocking or two.
I punt barefooted because in college I was a quarterback and a punter and place kicker, and I wore a square toe to quarterback in, and it's impossible to punt in a square toe, so when it came time to punt, I would slip it off, kick it to the sideline, and punt barefooted. And if we had to attempt a field goal, of course, I was in the game and already had the shoe on, and I'd go on and kick it.
And he went on to say that his feet do get numb in the cold weather, and that may be the case today. Nothing there at all for Mike Pruitt except a squadron of New York Jets. Ron Crosby, 55, leading the charge. They spot the ball at the 42-yard line. A gain of 1. It's 3rd and 9. This Jets defense with 55 sacks to lead the NFL, but they've been held off by the Cleveland Browns blockers today. Got to give credit to the men up front for Brian Sipe. Center Jerry Sullivan, the guards, Henry Shepard and Joe DeLamalure, Beacon and Rice in the tackles. And Sipe finally goes down. Abdul Salaam, the second wave with the sack. Lyons, Klecko, and Gastineau were in there, and Salaam followed up with a 56th sack of the year. Number 1 ahead of Oakland and Detroit, and that doubles the entire total of last year for the Jets when they had 28 for the season, already 56 this year. The team in football, high school, college, professional, all those locker room reminders. Brian Sipe, who's had a big second half, is 19 for 32. He's established a new Cleveland record, most attempts in a season. He's around 560 for the year. He's closing in on 300 yards today, and his team trails the Jets 14-13. A short kick, another by Ramsey, and the Browns have the ball at their own 28-yard line. That's Newsom split left, Logan and Feature to the right. Here's Feature in motion. And down goes Sipe. Abdul Salaam, the defensive tackle, and that is the second sack today by the NFL leaders, both by Salaam. Gastineau and Klecko lead the league with 18 apiece, but Salaam has both traps of the quarterback today. He played his football near here at Kent State under the Larry Falk, his name then. Changed it to Abdul Salaam, soldier of peace in Arabic. College teammate of Jack Lambert at Kent State. 11 yards on that sack, and a big one for the Jets. Second down, 21. Sipe in a pass situation. The Jets loosen that deep defense. Down the middle, Newsom. Did he come up with it? No. Well covered by Springs and Buttle, and Sipe and Newsom both thought he made a good catch. The umpire says no. And he had a great look at it. He was looking just 8 yards away, right into the play. Let's see on the replay if we can pick it up. Of course, we're going to be screened from this angle. Newsom going down. He seems to have the ball there, but we can't see what's happening underneath him, whether or not he might have rolled over the ball. Another angle. Tough call and tough to tell.
Even the brilliance of Larry Cirillo and Ted Nathanson in producing and directing, you can't always get the camera in the right spot. 3rd and long. Out of the backfield to Miller. But the Jets had that one read well, and he stopped at the 25-yard line, far short of the first down. 8 yards in the play. Sight goes out. And Steve Cox and the punting team comes on with 5 minutes exactly remaining. Clock is running. Now the Jets would love nothing more than to get the football and keep it on the ground, chew up the clock, perhaps add to their 14-13 lead. The Browns exercise their first timeout. Special thanks to Joe Costanza, who came equipped with extra pencils and pads today for all his statistical work. And the comfort of knowing that our regular producer, Larry Cirillo, and veteran director, Ted Nathanson, working with us down in the truck. We told some of the reporters asking us about working alone, is trying to draw the analogy of a baseball infield. And taking Merlin Olsen out of the lineup is like playing the infield without a third baseman. And everyone's had the stretch today. And I think we've all learned one very important thing is, my goodness, it's a lot more work when you just take one guy away. Besides that, I missed all that 240 pounds of body heat that Merlin took away. At the 20-yard line, the Jets with 1:50 left. First down. Dirking again. And this time he swallowed up in a sea of Brown and immediate timeout at the 19-yard line. Looking at it from the Jets' point of view, the Browns are in a pinch. They have about 1 timeout left. If the Jets get another first down, the game is over. For Retigliano in Cleveland, with 1 timeout left, they conceivably, if they stop the Jets here, could force them into a field goal situation and would have perhaps a half-minute left to try to get something dramatic. Retigliano, while under some criticism, he nevertheless has maintained his poise under that kind of pressure. And he said coaches worry too much about what everybody else is thinking. And he said, that's stupid. Everyone else is thinking about himself. The only thing I have to lose in Cleveland is my address. And as was said so very well by Clarence Scott, he's treated everyone like a man. He doesn't yell at us. And that's why his team, although totally out of it, has forced the Jets to play to full capacity, and Walt Michaels' club leading by only a point and trying to hold on to the ball and deny Cleveland a final chance. The Browns would drop to 5-10. The Jets would move up to 9-5-1, and 1 victory away from what would be almost certainly a playoff wild card spot. Jets can start to celebrate. Their cheerleader these past few years, Tom Newton, number 44, leading the emotions on the sidelines. And here's a look at the Jets as they were watching Todd's play. Newton, 44. And as Todd pulls it off, see 93 as well for the Jets, Marty Lyons and Todd. And if the Jets win it, they'll move up to 9-5-1. The Browns have used their last timeout with 1:32 left. Those are the best records in the AFC. Cincinnati, as we started, leading. Denver leading its division. Miami leading. They would be in if the season were over, with Buffalo and the Jets wild card. Of course, that's not the case. There are other teams still involved in the wild card. Could we have that other panel, the other teams, of course, that say, hey, don't forget about us. We still have a chance, although a Jets win might indeed eliminate some of the other clubs going for the wild card. There's 4 other teams in the AFC: San Diego, Kansas City, Pittsburgh, and Oakland, still with a chance starting this weekend's play. Pittsburgh with a very important assignment tomorrow against the Cincinnati Bengals at home at Riverfront Stadium, and that'll be one of our key games here on NBC.
The Jets have stayed on the ground 7 plays and have eaten up the clock and have a 1st and goal. And now it's Todd just sitting on the ball, and it'll be an exercise of a couple of more snaps, and this one will be over. Walt Michaels making certain, as he points to the clock, that no chances are taken. 30 seconds between plays. Sam Rutigliano gave his opponents a good test today. Miami has to play tomorrow at Kansas City, another big game here for NBC Sports, and then finish at home against Buffalo. Buffalo at New England tomorrow. Patriots in the same role that the Browns had today here against the Jets, trying to upset the apple cart. And then at Miami in a crucial finale. And the Jets finish at home against Green Bay, but the Jets have taken one of the big steps this afternoon toward the playoffs in beating the Browns. Cincinnati at Pittsburgh tomorrow, and then play at Atlanta. And those are two tough final games for the Bengals. Pittsburgh has to finish at Houston, a team, of course, that has its own special rivalry with the Steelers. Denver, Seattle, then at Chicago. San Diego, 2 tough games. Tampa Bay at home against Oakland, and Kansas City, Miami, and at Minnesota. 10 seconds left. The New York Jets and Cleveland Browns bid farewell at this juncture of the 1981 season. Walt Michaels' team has beaten Sam Rutigliano's Browns. The final score here at Municipal Stadium in cold Cleveland, Ohio. The Jets 14, the Browns 13. In a moment, we'll continue to review the action of today's game.
This chapter in what has been a very frustrating season for the Cleveland Browns. A couple of gentlemen here to discuss that frustration. We're going to spend some moments with. I've got Calvin Hill next to me. We'll get to him in a minute. But first, let's turn it over to Pete Axtell with Brian Sight. Peter?
Brian, same old story for the Browns today. A lot of yards, no points, no victory. Describe how you feel throughout this year. What's been going on?
Well, I think the word that comes to mind has got to be frustration. It's certainly been a frustrating year, particularly coming off the season like we had last year. And I think that what's so frustrating for us is that not only was it gratifying for ourselves, but gratifying for the whole town. And this town loves a winner, and they were so good to us. I think we all really wanted to respond. And it's just been one of those years when we haven't had the breaks and we haven't had the big plays when we needed them. And comes a point when you put up or you shut up, and frankly, I almost feel like shutting up.
Well, don't quite yet. I think every Brown and every Brown fan is asking the question. Maybe you can answer it. What happens when you get inside the 20? What goes wrong?
We've had an unbelievable amount of penalties this year in the scoring position. I've never seen anything quite like that. And then I don't know. I think that we're going to have to spend a considerable amount of time in the off-season reanalyzing, reevaluating what it is that we're doing down there, what we're trying to do down there. We certainly have had our problems. I think the biggest thing is that nobody's come up with the big play. I have to feel responsible somewhat myself. I'm the director of the big play. I got to make it happen too, but the fact of the matter is it just hasn't happened.
You waited a long time to reach Player of the Year last year. Now a slide back down. How does it feel?
Well, I realized what happened to me last year was a collective award. I mean, we had a tremendous amount of I had a tremendous amount of cooperation with the team last year, and I think anybody that's had that award realizes that the people around them were doing some pretty great things. So it's kind of tough for all of us, but it's certainly nothing that you expect to win year after year. I'm just happy that I had it. Sam reminded me a couple weeks ago that nobody can take it away from me. So I can still smile when we talk about it, but right now that's not what's important. What was important was winning this game today, but more importantly, getting things right so that when we start the season next year, it'll be right.
Okay, Brian, thanks very much for stopping to talk to us. Brian?
Okay, Peter, you know, the word class, I think, oftentimes dealing with people in this league is a bit overworked, and so I'm going to use it one more time, but also add that I am standing with a gentleman of great dignity, a man that's been admired around this league for a long time and now is stepping aside. And Calvin Hill, as you step aside, what thoughts do you leave with?
Well, just it's been a beautiful experience. I've been fortunate enough to play for some of the great coaches, Tom Landry, George Allen, and ending up here in Cleveland with Sam. And it's been a delight.
Are you satisfied with the life, with the way it has gone?
Well, ideally, I'd like to be announcing my retirement in Pontiac. But, other than that, I can't complain. I mean, I would have liked to have won this game. But I've been luckier than a lot of players.
Does the winning and the losing still measure as heavily in your mind as it did when you were a youngster out of Yale?
I think so. I think the key to a football game is to go in and analyze and try to figure out what went wrong, and then to correct it, and then next week to benefit from that correction. And so it's always a learning experience that and the learning shows the next week. And so it's a great game. And I've been fortunate to play 12 years in the NFL. I've been to the Super Bowls, and I can't complain. I really can't complain.
Calvin, you're a tremendous gentleman. You'll have a ton of opportunities when you leave, and I don't know if Don Omar wants me to do this, but we'd love to have you come to see us.
Thank you.
We're going to step aside. We'll be back right after this. Loser, their record drops now to 5-10. The Jets move to 9-5-1. They come up a winner. Final score 14-13. It was really a sloppy ball game throughout the first half, but Todd Harper in a 4th and 3 situation kept the drive alive when the ball game was still scoreless. The play covered 7 yards. And as you heard Richard Todd talk about, he then went to Johnny Jones, man out of Texas who enjoyed his finest ball game as a pro. 28-yard touchdown put the Jets out in front, 7-0. The Browns came right back. Dino Hall took the ball at his goal line, brought it back to midfield, a 50-yard return. But as has been the case all year long, the Browns could not push the ball in from close, and Matt Barr, 26-yard field goal was all they came away with. It made it 7-3. Just before the half ended, with just 24 seconds left, Todd Harper, 8 yards, moved the Jets in front, 14-3. That was to be the last of the Jets' points. As for the Browns' defense, it kept rising up, as Clarence Scott did there, to stop the Jets. But the only touchdown Brian Sight could engineer was this throw to Calvin Hill across the middle. Throughout the ball game, though, the Browns just could not get any more. They threatened. This pass to Ricky Peacher got them close, but after getting a 1st and goal set up at the 6-yard line, they once again had to settle for a field goal from Matt Barr. It was a case of a missed opportunity, and once that opportunity went by the boards, so did the Browns' chances for a victory. And so it's been a busy day, but I think instead of doing our usual credits, I will defer that honor to my man, Dick Enberg. Take it away, Richard.
Brian, thank you very much. One of the things I miss most about not having Merlin Olsen here was just, I don't like to go to a movie alone or to any game alone, and I miss that personal relationship, and we'll look forward to being with him again soon. Final score 14-13. Thanks to all the NFL 81 game, and thanks to our very special list of composers who provided the music for our telecast today. Coordinating producer of football, Ted Nathanson. The executive producer of NBC Sports is Don Ohlmeyer. Today's telecast was produced by Larry Cirillo, directed by Ted Nathanson. NFL 81 was produced by David Neal and directed by Bob Levy. Technical director Bill Toby. Associate producers Michael Hadley. Associate director John Libretto and David Hoffman. Playoff bids are on the line, and tomorrow, big day of NFL football action on NBC Sports. Join Brian for all the scores, highlights, and late-breaking news from around the league on NFL 81. Then it's regional football action. Cincinnati can clinch the AFC Central with a win at Pittsburgh, and San Diego is in a must-win situation at Tampa Bay, plus many other big games, all important to the overall playoff picture. Check your local listings for the game and time in your area. That's all tomorrow on NBC Sports. The final again from Cleveland's Municipal Stadium, the New York Jets 14, Cleveland Browns 13.
This has been a presentation of NBC Sports, the leader in
It is not only a tale of two cities, it is a tale of two coaches, 52-year-old Walt Michaels and 47-year-old Bart Starr. 2 months ago, they were prime candidates to be deposed as coaches of their respective teams. But each team has now won 6 of their last 7, each team battling for a playoff berth. The Green Bay Packers, spearheaded by 32-year-old Lynn Dickey, coming off a 5-touchdown game last week against New Orleans. The same Lynn Dickey who has directed a Packer team that has scored 101 points in its last 3 games, with All-Pro James Lofton and the addition of John Jefferson from San Diego, giving the Packer offense an added dimension. There is another new change with Green Bay. It has become among the NFL's top teams in turnover ratio. Not only do the Packers hold on to the ball, they also take it from the other team. And so add a powerful offense and an alert defense, and you have the Packers back and on the rise. Meanwhile, Richard Todd, for 5 years living in the memory and the echo of Joe Namath, is now standing on his own 2 feet. He has thrown for 23 touchdown passes this year, only 3 behind the storied Namath and Doro. Lamb Jones, Derek Gaffney, Wesley Walker, Bobby Jones have all added in the attack. And the defense, and the names are well known in New York, Gastineau and Klecko and Lyons and Salaam, better known as the Sack Exchange. So the question before the House, can the Sack Exchange get to Lynn Dickey? Can the Packers keep them away? The playoff picture is coming into sharp focus.
CBS Sports presents the best of the National Football League. The National Football Conference. Today, the Green Bay Packers versus the New York Jets.
The temperature at game time is 26 degrees. The wind out of the northwest at 15 miles per hour. That would translate into a chill factor of about 3 degrees above zero. Hi, everybody. I'm Vin Scully, along with Hank Stram. And Mark Twain said everybody talks about the weather, but nobody does anything about it. What about the weather today, and particularly a frozen field?
Well, this is always a treacherous area to play a game in. As you know, Ben, the wind is a factor. The field is a factor. It's frozen. I talked to Jan Stenerud before the game. He was very concerned about the placement of his left foot because he wanted to make sure he didn't slip when he kicked the football. All those things are very important in this game today.
There's one other thing besides the elements that are always surrounding a ball game, and that would be a tremendous amount of emotion in New York, all centered right now at Shea Stadium.
Yes, and if I were the Green Bay Packers, I'd much rather start the game on defense than I would on offense because of the emotional frenzy of this crowd, the reaction of the crowd to the players is going to be a big factor especially in the early part of the game. So I definitely would want to play defense to start the game. Here we are, Vin. We're ready to stretch the pores. Let's go to work.
Okay, Hank. And the Green Bay Packers won the toss, and they elected to receive. So the New York Jets, Pat Leahy, will be kicking to the deep men, and that would be Turdell Middleton, number 34, and Mike McCoy, number 29. So Leahy kicks it, and this one is underway. And it'll be Middleton starting out at the 6-yard line. Upended at the 15 and dives forward across the 20, and it was Johnny Lynn, who hit him and knocked him down. And they'll mark the ball at about the 22-yard line, and that's where the Pack will put it in play. 1st and 10. Dickey with Huckleberry and Ellis, the running backs. Lofton and Jefferson, the wide receivers. With Concar, Thompson, McCarron, Harris, Cook, and Kaufman up front. The Green Bay fighting the Jets and this tremendous emotional crowd here at Shea Stadium, and Dickey brings them up. Dickey play action fake to Harlan Huckleby, low to Lofton, and Lofton goes down at about the 37-yard line, and the late call ruling it no catch. It was very tough to see, and Lofton trying to curl on the ball couldn't do it.
Well, one thing that's very important when you play in this kind of a field and this kind of weather, the quarterback really has to do a good job of following through with his throw. Dickey did that time, but he held on to the ball just a little bit too long.
James Lofton just called to the All-Pro Bowl. The youngster who has had an outstanding year in his 4th year out of Stanford, but no catch, so it is 2nd and 10. Jefferson goes wide right with Kaufman a split end, and Lofton wide left. And again, Dickey going to send it up, and down he goes, and it was number 93, Marty Lyons, who made the sack. And the Sack Exchange is in business, and the crowd acting like the Dow Jones has gone over 1,000.
We get a good shot of the outside receiver, Jefferson slipping, trying to make a cut to the inside, but slipped and fell on the frozen turf.
So Marty Lyons, 3 years out of Alabama, makes the first sack of the day as Dickey lost his receiver, and it is 3rd and 12 on the Packer 20-yard line. Dickey throwing in and out of the hands of the intended receiver, and that would be his tight end, Kaufman. Kaufman taking a lick from a man they figured to pick on, Jesse Johnson, and so the Packers will have to give it up.
And that's why I mentioned earlier I'd much rather start the game on defense in this kind of a contest, and it looks like it could be an advantage for the New York Jets, depending on where they get field position after this kick.
To play in the first quarter, thanks to a bad snap and a block punt, the New York Jets are leading the Jets leading 7-0 over Green Bay with 12:42 left in the first quarter. I'm Vin Scully along with Hank Stram. Pull up a chair. Looks like we're going to have a wingding here. Pat Leahy kicking low into the right side to Mike McCoy. McCoy muffing it, picks it up at the 2. Now to the 10, across to the 15, and drop there. One of the first men down to get him was Kirk Springs, who normally is seen as a rookie back. Here's the way the Jets stack up defensively with Gastineau, Salaam, Lyons, and Klecko, the New York Stock Exchange, and now called the Sack Exchange, with Buttle, Blink, and Mel, the linebackers. Johnson and Holmes at the corners, Shroy and Ray at the safeties. And, of course, Jesse Johnson is normally a safety. He's pressed into a corner because Lynn and Dykes are pretty well banged up. From the 15, first and 10 for Lynn Dickey. In motion is Kaufman, the tight end. They'll stay on the ground at Gary Ellis. Ellis running laterally and might have lost a yard.
Yeah, Ellis really didn't do a good job of running that time. He ran sideways, ran east and west, instead of trying to get his nose into a seam and getting as much as he possibly could on the play. There wasn't much running room, but at least you have to get upfield and try to get the most out of the play that you possibly can.
And they'll give him almost back to the line of scrimmage, maybe a half a yard shy of that. So second and a long 10 at the 15. And Harlan Huckleby are the running backs. And this time it's Ellis straight ahead, and he's out across the 25 and driving to about the 28-yard line. A quick burst for 13 yards and a first down easily.
The defense of the New York Jets is a very aggressive defense. Their front four, they come across, they're tough. They're in the gaps a lot. That time they ran a trap. Leotis Harris, their right guard, trapping the defensive right tackle. Beautiful play, good execution on the run.
So the ball just shy of the Packer 29-yard line, first and 10. Jefferson goes right, Lofton is left, and Ellis is in motion to the left. Dickey with all backs releasing, throwing low, didn't have a good grip on the ball. It was intended for John Jefferson.
It looked like Dickey rolled just slightly that time, and as he planted his right foot, it slipped a little bit. That's why he didn't have anything on the ball that went into the turf and falls incomplete. But the real key was the fact that he could not set up well, and his right foot slipped.
Up front, you're looking, among others, at Joe Klecko. He and Mark Gastineau with 18 sacks. Jecko, a kid who didn't play until his senior year in high school. And what a career he's already had. Second and 10 now for Lynn Dickey. Both backs releasing. Dickey low over the middle, no good. That was intended for the tight end, Paul Kaufman.
Dickey is very concerned about the footing. He slipped again that time, and after the play, he threw it poorly into the ground. After the play, he was scratching and digging. There was a penalty on the play.
Offense, number 71, holding, refused, third down.
So the penalty, as you heard, refused. Our referee was Fred Silva, the umpire Ralph Moorcroft, the head linesman Frank Glover, and the line judge is Vern Marshall. Back judge Jim Carney, the side judge Merrill Douglas, and the field judge is Don Orr. So third and 10 for the Pack on their own 29. 7-0 Jets. Lofton and Kaufman is left. Jefferson out wide to the right. Dickey going to be sacked by Klecko at the 20-yard line. So Joe Klecko's 19th sack. That gives the New York Sack Exchange 59 sacks.
Mark Honkar, number 79, the offensive left tackle, does not handle Klecko on the play. He runs around the outside of the block and makes the sack. I think one thing that you have to do if you're going to throw the ball a lot, you must keep a back helping the tackle on Klecko and also Gastineau on the other side. You're not going to be able to block them all afternoon, just one-on-one with the offensive tackle.
23-year-old Mark Murphy's third interception of the year, the Packers' 30th, and they have it 1st and 10 on their own 41. They'll stay on the ground with Ellis. Ellis bumped into back Harlan Huckleby and got about to the 44-yard line, a pickup of 3. It'll be 2nd and 7.
Two things that are very important when you play against a team that plays a defense like the Jets. Number one, as I mentioned earlier, they're very, very aggressive. You have to trap the defensive tackles and ends. You also should be able to run screens, and you should also be able to run a lot of draws because they come up the field very strong.
2nd and a long 6 for the Pack. The ball just shy of the Green Bay 45-yard line. Kaufman in motion. And it'll be the second man, Harlan Huckleby, but he runs into people and down he goes. Among others to hit him with Greg Buttle and Lance Mell. The Packers had gotten the ball only out to their 29 in their 2 previous possessions, and now at the interception they finally find themselves in pretty good field position.
The important thing is that, however, when you have good field position, you must take advantage of field position and do something with it.
Well, we'll see what they can do. 3rd and 6 from the 45. They send Lofton right and Jefferson left. And now they're going to load up the right side as Jefferson in motion. Ellis staying in the block. And Dickey, with a little time, finds Lofton, and he gets away from Johnson and is finally slung out of bounds by Darrell Ray, but he goes out at the 36-yard line of New York, and that's a 1st down.
The key to the play, Lofton, number 80, is working on the left cornerback, Jesse Johnson, number 27. But the important thing is that Lofton came back. He came back for the ball, which is a big play, and that was the reason why he was able to make that reception.
Joe Klecko is out of the ball game for the moment, and Kenny Neal comes in to give him a brief respite. And it is 1st and 10 Packers on the Jets' 36-yard line. Lofton left and Jefferson right. Dickey losing the ball for the moment and a pileup. And it is going to be a moment until we find out, and the Packers recovered it.
You couldn't tell whether Dickey came out of there too quickly. He just did not get the ball from the center, McCarron, that time. There was a bad mesh, bad exchange between the quarterback and the center, and the ball popped up into the air, and they're very, very lucky to be able to recover that fumble.
And they only lost 2 yards, so it'll make it 2nd and 12 from the Jet 38. 7-0 New York. We have 8:23 left in the first quarter as Bart Starr and Walt Michaels. 2 fellas, as we mentioned at the top of the show, who are under the shadow of being fired, have certainly squared their teams around. Kaufman in motion, and Dickey on a deep drop over the middle. Hard hit. The intended receiver was Ellis. He was hit by Greg Buttle, and there's a flag on the play. Boy, Buttle really belted him.
Boy, that was really a terrific hit by Buttle, number 51.
That's a Joe Paterno Penn State hit. The penalty will be against Green Bay. And here's Fred Simmons.
Delay, number 12. 2nd down.
So a delay of game penalty against Lynn Dickey for 5 yards.
You know, been in obvious passing situations in 2nd and long. Green Bay has to run some traps to slow down that rush, because if they don't, they're going to be in trouble. Even if they don't make a lot of yardage, they still have to trap their defense to keep them at home and keep them on the line of scrimmage.
So it's 2nd and about 17. The ball on the Jets' 43-yard line. Remember, they had 1st and 10 on the 36. Lewis in motion as the tight end. And Dickey has it picked off by Lance Mell. And Mell is down at the Jets' 40-yard line. Lance Mell, who in the words of Joe Paterno was as good a linebacker as I've ever had at Penn State, coming off a concussion, makes the interception.
There we see Dickey back into the pocket. Protection is good. He steps up into the pocket. And Lance Mel, number 56, is really the only guy that was open on the play. He comes in there, makes the interception, and the Jets have possession first and 10 on the 40.
So the Packers, after Mark Murphy's interception, had great field position, got it down to the Jets' 36, only to surrender it to Lance Mel. And now Richard Todd and the Jets will take over first, and Glenn Dickey got his club as far as the Jets' 36. That's the furthest penetration. Jefferson goes right, Lofton left, Kaufman in a flex as the tight end, and now in motion. Play action fake to Ellis, and the pass is complete to Jefferson at the 35-yard line, and Jefferson dropped at about the 36, and the man who hit him is that man, Jesse Johnson, they figured to pick on.
Yes, and Jesse Johnson is going to get a lot of business this afternoon. They're going to work on him. They've done so already. John Jefferson trying to get off the line of scrimmage, slipped and fell. The ball's thrown right at the numbers in front of Jesse Johnson, and I think anytime they have a one-on-one with him, they're going to try to get the ball out there to the receiver.
So first and 10 on the Packer 36 as Dickey picked up 16 yards with that pass. He'll go to Ellis, and Ellis drives for a couple to about the 38. You know, you're going to see a lot of number 27, Kenny Johnson. Not only is Johnson a safety who is playing corner, he also has a hyperextended knee, and they're asking him to cover one of the great tandems in NFL football, Lofton and Jefferson.
Well, you would think that the Jets would tell Green Bay about that so they wouldn't pick on him like they would.
The decent thing to do. Meanwhile, Minnesota leading Kansas City 3-0 early in the first quarter. 2nd and 7. In motion, the ball at the Packer 39. It's a draw to Ellis, but the middle was clogged up, and green shirts stop him at the 40-yard line. So they tried to open up the middle, but it wasn't open.
The mesh between a quarterback that time and Ellis was not very good. They bumped into each other on the draw play, and for that reason they didn't succeed in doing a better job than they did. Watch the mesh between the quarterback 12 and Ellis. There's a little confusion, a little indecision on the play. Ellis had enough composure to try to break outside. Didn't have much of a chance to do much as far as yardage is concerned, but did get the ball upfield and did the best he could on the play.
So about 3rd and 5.5 for the Pack. The ball on the Green Bay 40. Gary Lewis in motion as the tight end. Dickey has it intended for Jefferson, in and out of the hands of Jesse Johnson, and Greg Buttle also stuck a finger in the pie, number 51.
Here we see Jefferson trying to stop, under control. Buttle, anticipation is excellent and almost came up with the interception. Great play by Greg Buttle, number 51.
So Ray Stackowitz standing on the Packer 25-yard line. 1st and 10 on the Jets 44-yard line for Lynn Dickey. Jefferson is right and Lofton left. It's Ellis and Huckleby, the running back. They'll stay on the ground with Harlan Huckleby, but the Jets nail him just about at the line of scrimmage at best. Time for another NFL update, and with that, let's go to Brett Musburger in New York.
Benny, the Eagles have just struck again. Wilbert Montgomery from 9 yards out, and Philadelphia snapping back now with the pressure off. They want to host the wild card game next Sunday. Back to you and Shea.
Okay, Brent. Meanwhile, the Jets holding on to a 7-0 lead. It is 2nd and 9 for the Packers on the Jets' 43-yard line. Lofton right and Jefferson left. Kaufman, the tight end, is on the left side. And Dickey releasing to Huckleby, and Huckleby is at the 40 and is knocked out of bounds by Jesse Johnson inside the 40 at the 38-yard line. So they picked up 5, and it'll be 3rd and 4.
Huckleby that time on a little swing pass to the outside, number 25. Dickey delivers the ball perfectly. That kind of a pass you want to throw about a yard out in front of the number of the receiving back. It was thrown exactly right, precisely right, and he made a nice gain in the play.
So 3rd and 4 on the 38-yard line of the Jets after a Freeman McNeil fumble recovered by Maurice Harvey of Green Bay. Dickey's going to send it up over the middle, and and he has got Ellis coming out of the backfield, but not enough for the first down. Ellis is down at the 37. There's a flag on the play.
And I think Marty Lyons gave the quarterback an extra little shot there. Let's see what they call, but I think perhaps that's what happened.
Yes, it'll be definitely against the Jets. Automatic first down for the Packers to keep the drive alive. And they will spot it at the 22-yard line.
Defense, number 93, unsportsmanlike conduct, roughing the passer.
So Marty Lyons, who is perhaps the most emotional up front, guilty of roughing the passer, and it'll be 1st and 10 on the Jets 22. Marty out of Alabama, and Bear Bryant said he was the best lineman I've had.
And Kenny Neal is playing right in for the injured Joe Klecko, number 77.
Lofton left, and Jefferson right as the Pack trying to get even. Ellis and Huckleby in the backfield. Play action fake to Ellis, who blocks Gastineau, and the pass is to Huckleby, and the reception is made right about it, just enough for a first down, I believe. Right now, let's have another update from Brent Musburger in New York.
Benny, a development in Pontiac. The Lions have just gained the lead on Tampa Bay as Eric Hipple runs in from 9 yards out, his 7th rushing touchdown of the year. Back to you and Shea.
So the Green Bay Packers, capitalizing on a Freeman McNeil fumble and starting on the Jets 44, have 2nd and less than a yard. It was that close on that reception by Harlan Huckleby.
Looks like they might do something left.
The Jets 13-yard line as a play-action fake, and then Ellis keeps the ball and they swallow him up. So Dickey giving to Ellis, and the Jets read it perfectly.
It looked like a draw play that time. Yeah. Unusual call on 2nd and short, but evidently, watch it now. Here we go back into the pocket with Dickey giving the ball on a draw play to Ellis. And in that kind of a play, there was a seam straight ahead. You have to make a decision right or wrong. You have to take the seam and get as much out of the play as you could. That time you try to dance out of the trouble and lost yardage on the play.
So it's 3rd down and almost 3 for a first down. And again, they'll go to Ellis, and again, Ellis isn't going anywhere. And the New York Jets, fresh from a great goal line stand last week against Cleveland. The Browns had it 1st and goal on the 6, and they're just as tough out around their own 15.
Well, they're really coming off the ball very aggressively and making something happen, and really what they're doing, they're just controlling the line of scrimmage.
So Jan Stenerud entering today's game with 303 career field goals. The hold will be by Ray Stackowitz. Stackowitz will spot the ball at the 21. So it is a 31-yard field goal for Stenerud, who is 21 out of 23 this year. The spot, the hold, the kick, it's up. The kick is good. So Stenerud, who was unhappy, Hank, about the condition of the field, calmly goes out and kicks one through.
Yeah, if there's a greater kicker in the league.
Remember, they started on their own 20, then they were penalized to their own 10, and they went on to go 90 yards for the touchdown, although officially they'll be credited with 80. Harper bangs it over. Pat Leahy kicking low and hard to the right side, juggled by Mike McCoy, and he's still going to run it out. Oh, my goodness, what a gamble by McCoy.
It really wasn't a gamble. It was just a bad play, Ben.
Gee whiz.
He evidently did not know where he was. I don't know why in the world, after fumbling the ball, he wouldn't just keep it in the end zone. Instead, he elected to try to run it out. And he gets nailed right about the 5-yard line.
And the man who nailed him, who was so excited going off the field, was Marty Wetzel, the rookie out of Tulane. So a bad play, that's about the only thing you could call it for Mike McCoy. And for Bart Starr, who has already seen the Packers have so much trouble moving the ball, they start on their own 5-yard line. And Joe Klecko returns for the Wars on the right side. 1st and 10 from the 5. It'll be Ellis. And Ellis bangs it out to about the 9-yard line. A tough purchase of 4 yards for Jerry Ellis.
On the tackle.
Ellis, you know, among other things, filed it away, and certainly not now in this field position, but he has thrown the ball twice. We might think about that much later in the game.
Yeah, and he's caught 61 passes.
Here's a little one to Ellis, and he's going to be ridden out of bounds. Right there with him was Greg Buttle when he made the reception. Meanwhile, a very big game in Detroit, and look at that. The Lions, who haven't lost at home, have been stung. An 84-yard pass from Doug Williams to Kevin House, and Tampa on top 10-7 in the second quarter. .127 to the half. The Packers have it on their own 8-yard line. So it is 3rd and 7. Ellis and Huckleby behind Lynn Dickey. And Dickey will send it up under a pressure, and let's see, very close. They're going to put it inside the 1-yard line. Very close for the safety.
Flag down on the play, and I think Joe Klecko was offside, the defensive right end. I'm not sure, but it looked like maybe Joe was offside.
So Lynn Dickey swallowed up inside the 1, but instead the New York Sack Exchange, which is very much in business today, but this time guilty of the offside. That'll move the ball out to the 16.
Offside, 7-3. Defense, 3rd down.
Klecko with 19, Gastineau with 18. Those are some of the individual making up the Sack Exchange. Remember, they came in with 57. Oakland back in 1967 had 67 sacks. That's the most. But Klecko is in business. 3rd and 3. The ball on the 13-yard line. A fumble by Dickey, and he dropped on it. So Lynn Dickey having a lot of trouble getting out of the starting gate.
Yeah, another bad. It's the second time that's happened between he and McCarron, the offensive center. You can't tell whether he's backing out of there too quickly or whether there's got to be something wrong, but it's got to be the responsibility of the center to make sure he gets that ball up properly to the quarterback.
And, of course, you remember that Charlie Ani, who does the snapping, snapped one in the dirt that was eventually blocked and led to the Jets' first touchdown. Jets have Pat Lay bang it through, and they're sitting on top of the world, 21-3. The New York Jets leading Green Bay 21-3 with 42 seconds to the half. Leahy kicking high but short, and it'll be handled by Mike McCoy at the 13, to the 25, to the 26-yard line, and McCoy is jammed there with 37 seconds to the half. Bart Starr, of course, still trying to get over the ill effects of that bad play by Mike McCoy. Gave him no field position. Then Stackowitz punted, and immediately Richard Todd connected for the 55-yard touchdown pass to beat Lamb Jones. The last time Starr came to New York when it really meant something was December 20th, 1962, when Green Bay beat the Giants 16-7 in the National Football League championship game. In 1962, the other New York team was the New York Titans. 1st and 10 from the 27 for Dickey. He loses the ball, and Green Bay recovers. And Mark Gastineau going wild. Gastineau, who once in training camp, they tell us, tore a face mask completely off a rookie's helmet with his bare hands, is the most emotional of all the Jets, and he just showed it. Gastineau earlier, when he made his 19th sack, tied Jerry Philbin. And look at Gastineau, his time has run out. Came back with 14 in the second quarter, and they are leading handily 21-3. And Richard Todd has had a reasonably good day. It has not been at all. Jan Stenerud kicks it off, a low kick. Bruce Harper makes the reception at the 12, to the 20, 25, and hit and dropped it about the 26. Linebacker Marty Wetzel, a rookie from Tulane, banged up. You might remember the emotional play he made on the tackle of Mike McCoy on the fumble kickoff. Here are the numbers for the first half, and the total yardage, of course, 4 times as much for the Jets over the Pack.
We talked about it earlier, and of course the stats illustrate what we just said about the New York Jets dominating the game from an offensive standpoint and defensive standpoint, and they're doing it with their front 4 on defense and their front 5 on the offense. The offensive line of Chris Ward, Rasmussen, Fields, Alexander, and Powell have really done a super job here in the first half.
Powell and Ward, the tackles, are referred to by Walt Michaels as his bookends. Ward has been here 4 years and Powell 5. Powell made All-Pro this year, and Michaels said they're bookends that should be here for 10 years. Meanwhile, in the middle is an All-Pro, Joe Fields, flanked by the veteran, number 66, Randy Rasmussen. Rasmussen, 15 years with the club. Joe Klecko, who has had a bruised foot, hurt it and left early in the first half to have it x-rayed, but then returned and rejoined the game. He was right in the middle of things when time ran out. So Klecko as well, and Marty Wetzel banged up on that kickoff. Here's a comparison of the quarterbacks, Hank.
Yeah, Dickey's completed 5 of 11 for just 47 yards, and Richard Todd 9 of 17 for 130 yards, and of course the big strike to Lamb Jones right before the half, a beautiful play, a long strike right down the sideline over the top for the defensive back Mark Lee, and it looked like Mark Lee mistimed the jump a little bit prematurely, and that's why the ball was able to sail over his head like it did.
Marty Wetzel, small consolation to him, the plaudits of the crowd, but better than that, he got some applause and a pat on the back from his teammates. Richard Todd came over to holler something to him. The rookie bangs his left knee and has to leave. The Jets with a lot of work to do. It's the start of the second half. 1st and 10 on the Jets' 20. Philadelphia has already clinched a wild card, and they're breezing. And, of course, it'll go right on through to that big day for Super Bowl 16 at the Silverdome in Pontiac, Michigan. All here on CBS Sports. Holy mackerel, is he warm. 1st and 10 on the Packer 23-yard line. Ellis and Huckleby behind Dickey. And Dickey's going to release it to Ellis. Nobody out there to help him but green shirts, and they knock him out of bounds at the 34-yard line. Just about enough for the first down. So Dickey picking up his first down, trying to generate some kind of an offense. You can see the numbers. He hasn't had many cards to deal today.
One thing he has to do, he has to be very patient and take what the defense gives him, move the ball down the field. There's plenty of time, but he's got to make something happen.
Well, he picked up 11, 1st and 10 from the 34. And Dickey going to release to Ellis, going the other side this time, and Ellis to the 40, and is pushed out of bounds by Greg Buttle, almost at the 45-yard line. We talked about Philadelphia, the definite wild card team. Let's check and see what they're doing. Boy, they're pulling the tail feathers out of the Cardinals, 28-0 in the third quarter. Ball out at the 43-yard line of the Pack. So it is 2nd down and about a yard and a half for a first down. Huckleby is behind Ellis. Jefferson right and Lofton left. And Dickey is going to go to Ellis. What a hit! And the man who hit him is Abdul Salaam, number 74. That name in Arabic translates into soldier of peace. But boy, there was nothing peaceful about that hit, Hank.
No, there really wasn't. And I don't think people have the understanding of what a great job those two inside people, the right tackle and left tackle, Salaam and Lyons, both of whom are excellent defensive tackles, put a lot of inside pressure on the rush. And for that reason, Gastineau and Klecko have a better opportunity on the outside. But those two tackles really do a good job.
So it is 3rd and 1 from the 43, almost the 44. They need inches, really, for a first down. They'll go to Ellis, and he slips through. It looked like they were going to stack him up, and he lowered his head and got through to pick up the first down as he crossed the 45-yard line. They'll spot it at the 46.
I really don't know how he got through that seam that time. It looked like they stacked him up pretty well, but he did a good job of running and popped through there for the necessary yardage for the first down. Good job by the left tackle, Konkar. Kitson also doing a pretty good job, but he did a good job of running, just read the block and popped inside the seam.
You know, Honkar was out with a hyperextended knee, but he's back in there and it's just through a good block. And Dickey throwing down the middle, intended for Paul Kaufman, and Greg Buttle was right there with him. So the big tight end shut out on that one.
By Greg Buttle.
There's the pressure again. You see Gastineau going inside, getting caught inside. He throws the ball right down the middle in a beautiful play. A beautiful play by Buttle, number 51.
There's Mark Gastineau. He and Joe Klecko are the ends, with Salaam and Lyons in the middle of the New York sack exchange. 2nd and 10 on the Packer 46. Dickey's going to be swallowed up at the 40-yard line, and look at Gastineau again. Marty Lyons, number 93, appeared to be the man who's going to get credit for the sack. Number 93, by the way, was such a good athlete. He was All-State in baseball. The New York Mets were interested in him, but instead he winds up with the Jets. He's still pitching. So it's 3rd and 16 from the 40-yard line. And Dickey's going down again.
They've got to, they must. I'm talking about Green Bay. They've got to slow the rush down. They've got to run some traps. They ran a trap early in the game, made good yardage on it. They haven't come back to it since that time. They've got to run some screens. They've got to run some draws, but they can't continually go back into the pocket because they just can't take care of that defensive line. The surge has been outstanding for the New York Jets.
Joe Klecko limping slightly. He's playing on a bad foot. Ray Stackowitz punting from his own 20-yard line. And Bruce Harper is standing back on NFL history. And for the Packers, trying to generate something now. 1st and 10 from their own 20-yard line. Huckabee and Ellis are behind Lynn Dickey. Kaufman, the tight end, as a wing, staying in the block. They're going to throw to Kaufman, and he's grabbed by Salaam. And then Gastineau, and that'll be that.
Good response again by the defense of the New York Jets. Gastineau coming on the inside, dumps the ball out to the tight end, Kaufman, but a good response there again by Salaam, who makes the play.
So on a pass to the tight end, they actually lose 6.5 yards. The ball is back on at the 12-yard line. Dickey down the middle, and it's too low for Lofton to make the reception. And sliding in just in case was Lance Mell. Dickey now has completed 8 for 16 for 59 yards, 1 interception. He's been sacked 5 times and has been throwing like a man under the gun.
They put a lot of pressure on him. He doesn't have enough time really to anchor, to set up, and then step and throw. He's throwing some of the balls falling away. The footing has not been very good for him either. He seemed to be insecure as far as the footwork is concerned, and for that reason, he hasn't thrown well.
So on a 3rd and 18 from the 12, Huckabee and Ellis. Dickey over the middle, no good. Paul Kaufman, and it was Greg Buttle again, number 51, right there to defend. And a thoroughly frustrated Bart Starr looks on.
And of course, the Jets have been playing with 5 defensive backs.
And now Marty Lyons, along with Gastineau and other members of the sack exchange, go over and take a moment's respite. Bruce Harper standing back on the Jets 48.
He'll fake inside and keep it himself, but there was a blitz on Mike Douglas, 53. They guessed wrong, talking about the Jets. Green Bay guessed right, and they have possession on the 41.
Meanwhile, a great deal of interest in what transpires in Pontiac, and Tampa Bay is out in front, 13-10. A 30-yard field goal by Jim Capice. 1st and 10 for the Pack on their own 41. Dickey looking to the right side and throwing no good. Intended for John Jefferson, defended by Jesse Johnson.
There's Jefferson going on the field, going inside a little bit, trying to get him to turn. Number 27 we're talking about. And he goes to the outside. Johnson working on Johnson. He comes back for the ball, and the ball hit him right in the face.
But you know, you have to remember, too, that Wesley Walker is legally blind in his left eye. He has a cataract, and he actually acted as if he lost that ball for the moment. So 2nd and 10 on the Packer 41. Dickey throwing down the left side, no good. So Lynn Dickey is 8 for 19 for 59 yards. Of course, those are cold statistics, and no pun intended. It doesn't really tell the story.
And it's pretty amazing. You know, last week, of course, he threw 5 touchdown passes. He really has been a super quarterback. It's just been a tough day, that's all, period.
And a very tough day for Bart Starr and Steve Bartkowski. From the 41-yard line of the Pack, it is 3rd and 10. Dickey deep down the right to Lofton. No catch. He was out of bounds.
For James Lofton, rolled out of bounds. Dell on the coverage. First down.
Well, I think that picture of Lynn Dickey tells it all.
I tell you, he's a great competitor. He's been a great kid. He played his collegiate football for Kansas State University, and he was super there, and he's done a great job for the Packers.
Bruce Harper deep. First hit him, and that caused him to stumble, and it ruined any comeback attempt. It's 2 years for Hank and myself, for the award-winning technicians sending you this ball game, and for everybody at CBS Sports. Have a great one. 1st and 10 on the Packer 18-yard line. In motion is Gary Lewis. Little swing to Ellis, and Ellis is going to be hog-tied by Holmes, who dropped him at the 15-yard line. So Jerry Holmes, 2 years out of West Virginia, comes in. He was a free agent last year. Holmes gets his man.
You know, Green Bay came into the game with a very outstanding passing offense. They have not run very well. Coming into the game, 10 offensively, 12 with the run, 6 against the pass, but they've been kind of a one-dimension team. They haven't been able to do any running at all, and it's tough to win if you have to throw, and especially when you have to play catch-up football.
In fact, Ellis has rushed 10 times for only 28 yards. Huckleby twice for 2 yards, and that's the extent of it. 2nd and 13 from the 15. Dickey over the middle to Paul Kaufman, the tight end at the 25. He dropped the ball, and it is picked up by Springs, Kirk Springs, who's a nickelback out of Miami of Ohio. And it's Kurt who picks up the loose ball.
There you see Kaufman coming across the middle. The ball is right on the money. He makes the catch, tucks it away, runs upfield, and the ball slides right out, right down the side of his leg, and is finally recovered there by the New York Jets. Kirk Springs, number 45.
Now there's Paul Kaufman, pretty much down about things right now, understandably so. There's Kirk Springs, who is rather euphoric for the moment, coming up with the recovery. Recover this fumble by Kevin Long, but the Jets by Springs. Long has just fumbled, recovered by Douglas. And the Pack has it 1st and 10 on their own 14-yard line. Dickey looking, swallowed up by Marty Lyons. Marty Lyons, when they tell me in high school, struck out 23 batters in 11 innings. Boy, he's pitching some kind of a one-hitter today.
Yes, he is.
And for Lynn Dickey, he has suddenly become a catcher now. That's the 7th sack for New York. Dickey throwing for his life for Kaufman, and Dickey is on his back in the end zone with Marty Lyons on top of him again.
And I said it earlier, and I'll say it again, Lyons and Salaam, they really have not gotten the recognition and credit they deserve, because they really put a lot of inside pressure on the offensive line and on the quarterback, and it's been very beneficial to Gastineau and Klecko, but those two guys are very outstanding.
So for Lynn Dickey, the Jets really giving them a bad time up front. Of course, this crew has given a lot of quarterbacks a bad time, and there they are. The sack exchange, Gastineau, Salaam, Lyons, and Klecko. And it is a 3rd and 16. The ball is back as Dickey drops to the end zone to pass. No good. Intended for John Jefferson, but no chance.
Well, I'm really surprised that Klecko is still in the game. He shouldn't be in there. He's got a bad leg. You'd think they'd give him a rest and get him ready for the playoffs, but he's still in there.
So right at the 39. Play action fake to Durkin. And Todd going deep all alone. Wesley Walker. He couldn't even get close to him.
You know, and Walker caught the bottom half of the football that time. He really did. It was almost halfway through, and he caught the tip of it. A beautiful catch by Walker. Harvey had no chance whatsoever. Ran right by him. Boy, with terrific speed and a great-looking play. A play-action pass thrown by Richard Todd.
It's ending plays, and it is 28-3 in favor of the Jets. Talk about feeling no cold. So we have 5:25 left in the game, and for Bart Starr and his hard-working team, a dismal day. The best shot was not good enough. Turdell Middleton and Mike McCoy deep, and you had a close-up of Turdell Middleton. Pat Leahy will tee it up. There's Mike McCoy, number 29. So McCoy and Middleton, the deep men. 5:25 left in the game. 28-3 in favor of the Jets. Coming up is Middleton to take it at the 12, to the 20, to the 25, to the 30. And down he goes at about the 32.
Again, on those playoff tickets, the logo on sale tomorrow morning. And here's a special.
Now we have a moment, a reminder tonight on CBS, 60 Minutes. Archie Bunker's Place, one day at a time. Alice, the Jeffersons, and then Trapper John, M.D. It's all tonight right here on CBS. So the Packers have 5 minutes left. They're down 28-3, and they have it 1st and 10 on their own 32. Jefferson and Kaufman are left, Lofton is right. Ellis and Huckabee are the running backs. And he'll go to Ellis. And Ellis across the 40 to the 45 and out to the 48-yard line. A murmur of protest considering the time left in the game.
And Kenny Neal is playing the in possession for Klecko at this time, with 4:52 left in the contest.
1st and 10 on the Packer 48. The pass is caught by John Jefferson. He's at the Jets 35 to the 30 and goes down at the 29. So Jefferson hooks up, and the Pack has it 1st and 10, starting on their own 32. They've moved it to the Jets 29-yard line. with 4:27 left in the game, 28-3 New York. Lofton left, Kaufman, and Jefferson right. And Dickey deep, no good, and the man who almost caught it was Lance Mel, number 56, who went up in the air, had his hands on it, but couldn't hold it. Mel has come back nicely from a severe concussion in the Seattle game. By the way, in a note of history, the last game played at Metropolitan Stadium in Bloomington. You know, next year they go indoors, the Hubert Humphreys Arena. And in the final game at Metropolitan, Kansas City beat Minnesota 10-6, and for the first time in his coaching career in the NFL, Bud Grant's team has lost 5 in a row. What a way to finish the year for Minnesota. 2nd and 10 from the 29. Dickey for Kaufman. No good. Kaufman getting a lot of coverage. Kenny Schroy was there to hit him. And at the same time, Johnny Lynn was in there, number 29, playing with a bad neck.
Yeah, they're playing with 5 defensive backs, which is very obvious. And he had a chance to make the catch, but there was heavy traffic.
And, of course, for people in the New York area, Jets playoff tickets go on sale tomorrow, December 21st at 8 a.m. at the advanced ticket window right here at Shea Stadium. Boy, that's an announcement I'm sure even the wildest Jet fan wouldn't believe possible earlier this year. 3rd and 10 on the Jets' 29. Dickey for Lofton, no good. He tried to make a one-hand catch, and James couldn't hold on to it.
And Walt Michaels and his fine coaching staff got a lot of abuse early in the season. They deserve a lot of credit for the way this team has come back and played the rest of the season.
Heartiest congratulations to Walt, who, of course, is known for his great career with the Cleveland Browns, but briefly was with the Green Bay Packers and was traded back to Cleveland for a name that it's synonymous with the Packers, Forrest Gregg. 4 minutes left. And it's 4th and 10 for Dickey and the hard-pressed Packers, 28-3 Jets. Dickey under a rush, and down he goes. Coming in a hurry was Abdul Salaam and Marty Lyons, but it was Salaam, the soldier of peace, who came in to deck him, and that would be the 8th sack. They've had 8 sacks 3 other times this year, twice against New England. They had 8 sacks against Houston, and of course they're high. They had 9, as we mentioned earlier, against the Giants. That gives them 65 sacks, 2 behind Oakland.
And you talk about Dickey being under the rush that time. He literally went under the rush. He went right over the top of him. He fell to the turf, but it was another sack.
So the exchange, fight delighted with it. Sack will put it in play. 1st and 10 from their own 34-yard line. Two minutes and 9 seconds left in the game. The Jets scored 7 in the first quarter and 14 in the second quarter, while the Packers could only muster a field goal from Jan Stenerud. So it was 21-3 Jets. It was a scoreless third quarter, and the Jets scored in the fourth quarter, 28-3. There were 2 electrifying scoring passes, 55 yards to Lamb Jones and 35 to John Jefferson. Wesley Walker making a big reception in the Jets end zone. And the story has been all the Jets. Ellis staying in the block, and he still can't do it. Down he goes. Neal, number 77, and Rudolph, 76. They're the backup men for the sack exchange. That's the 9th sack. That equals the 9 that they had against the New York Giants. And with 9 sacks today, that gives them 66. They're just... Second down for the Pack. Dickey throwing to Lofton, and he can't hold it. James Lofton, unable to hold on to it. By the way, friends, tonight on 60 Minutes, Mike Wallace interviews Nancy Reagan, and for the first time, the Polish government tells its story of the crisis in that country. That's tonight on CBS. Klecko, Lyons, Salaam, Gastineau, and now Neal and Rudolph are in there. 9 sacks for the Jets. Third and 16 from the 27. Complete to Lofton, making the reception at the 35-yard line with 1 minute and 46 left and time running out. Meanwhile, a final score, the first time Detroit loses at home all year. They lose the biggest game of the year.
And what a time to lose it, huh?
Dickey to Kaufman, and Kaufman can't hold on to it. So Tampa Bay wins the divisional championship in the NFC Central as they knock off Detroit. And here delirium has set in with 1 minute and 25 left. The Jets have locked it up 28-3.
And Green Bay has had to play catch-up football all afternoon. Dickey has thrown 33 times, completed only 12 for a total of 98 yards.
By the way, in talking about the Jets game coming up next week, we have to correct the time. That time with Buffalo, a 12 o'clock Eastern game, the AFC wildcard game. Richard Todd taking no chances, and the clock running down. So our heartiest congratulations to Walt Michaels and the Jets. Condolences, of course, to Bart Starr and the Packers. We have a minute left. A delirious one side and a downcast other. The story here at Shea.
I know this is a tough finish, but I still think Bart Starr and his coaching staff did a super job under the circumstances of the season. They had some tough luck. They had some bad injuries. They came back and fought hard, won some games, and it's too bad they finished like they did there this afternoon, but they deserve a lot of credit for making their club hang in there like they had.
Talking about deserving a lot of credit, the 1981 New York Jets team has just set a Jets defensive mark. Can you imagine holding the Green Bay Packers total offense to 68 yards?
Incredible, and you have to give them a lot of credit for the great job that they did. Walt Michaels, his coaching staff, and of course the players.
Though it is all over, just the formality of the seconds to tick away as Walt Michaels and the New York Jets, a team that started off 0-3, had won 10 of their last 13 with a tie, go on to defeat the Packers 28-3. Terry O'Neill, Charles Milton.
Their quarterback number 12, Joe Ferguson, throwing to Frank Lewis, having his best year with 70 receptions. On the ground, the attack is led by number 20, Joe Cribbs, with a total of 1,700 yards, both rushing and receiving. Buffalo with a record of 10-6, third in the East. They are a wild card team. And in Shea Stadium today, with the winner hoping to go to the Super Bowl, the Jet defense, the New York Sack Exchange. Mark Gastineau with 20 sacks. Joe Klecko had 20 and a half. Offensively, quarterback Richard Todd having his finest year, throwing to Jerome Barkham, the touchdown pass that won the Miami game. The Jets' record is 10-5-1 after losing their first 3 games. They are the hottest team in the NFL. That is the matchup, the wild card game here at Shea Stadium today. It is cold. We've had a drizzly rain all morning. Hello, everybody. This is Charlie Jones and Lynn Dawson.
You know, Charlie, the importance of the game has been talked about, the matchup, the weather, it's all been talked about, but I believe the momentum of the game and the way the game is going to go depends on who scores first. The reason I say that is because both teams possess great defensive teams. The Jets are number 1, and Buffalo is number 3. So for the Buffalo Bills, they don't want to get in a position where that sack exchange can go after it. So what it amounts to, the team that scores first is the team I think is going to win.
Sports presents the best of the National Football League, the American Football Conference Wild Card Playoff game. Today from Shea Stadium, it's the Buffalo Bills versus the New York Jets. Today's game is brought to you by Budweiser. For all you do, this Bud's for you. By Mazda Cars and Trucks. The more you look, the more you like their outstanding value. By America's full-service bankers, ready to serve you where you see this symbol. And by RCA. From their 9-inch color tracks to their giant projection TV, RCA will open your eyes. Good afternoon, everybody. This is Charlie Jones along with Lynn Dawson. The wild card game, Shea Stadium. The New York Jets have won the toss. They'll be receiving. That means that Mick Mickemeyer will be kicking off for the Buffalo Bills either to number 87, Kurt Stone, or number 42, Bruce Harper. A drizzly day in New York. And we're underway the first step towards the Super Bowl. Bruce Harper on the return. Fumble. Picked up by the Buffalo Bills. Into the end zone. It is number 26. Charles Rome, defensive right cornerback. What an unbelievable turn of events. 26 yards as Bruce Harper fumbled and Rome scored.
Charlie, right away, a big play. The first one out of the box. Harper is going to get hit. The ball is going to be caught loose. See right there, 62 is the man that hit him, and I think that's Irvin Parker.
Right.
Rome's 26 picking it up, dancing along the sidelines, and the Buffalo Bills, 26 yards for a touchdown. They are on the board in a hurry. 16 seconds have just elapsed in the first quarter.
And Mickemeyer, who just kicked off for the extra point attempt, it is good. And suddenly it is Buffalo 7, the New York Jets nothing.
Charlie, did you notice the crowd before the kickoff? They were so enthusiastic, and all of a sudden it went dead silent after that one was recovered. We'll be back.
It took them 16 seconds. The New York Jets with only 27 turnovers in the regular season, third fewest in the NFL. This possibly the most costliest of all. Number 26, Charles Rome, matched his number. 26 yards, scooping up the fumble, going into the end zone. Buffalo leads 7-0. Deja vu as Mickemeyer kicks off only 16 seconds later. And it's Harper again, same spot, 6-yard line. This time he holds on to it as he's down in the neighborhood of the New York 32-yard line. We'll take a timeout. The Bills lead 7-0 with more than 12 minutes left, first quarter. This is Charles Rome, defensive cornerback. Member of the special team. Took the opening kickoff fumble by Bruce Harper, returned it 26 yards for the Bills touchdown. They lead 7-0. First opportunity in offense now from their own 32-yard line. Ferguson sets very quickly and throws to Jerry Butler. And he is brought down by Donald Dykes, who is starting at defensive left cornerback. He was spotted at the 37, a gain of 5, second and 5. Offensively, Ferguson, Cribbs, and Roosevelt Leaks in the backfield. The receivers, Butler, Lewis. The tight end is Mark Bramer. And that offensive line has allowed the quarterback, Joe Ferguson, to be sacked only 16 times this year. That is the fewest in the NFL. Change at right guard. Borchardt starting for Doble. Second and 5. Roosevelt Leaks. He is met by Mark Gastineau. Give him a yard to the 38. It'll be third down and 4.
Charlie, I think talking about the weather, we had an indication right there that there was a little slipping going on out there by Roosevelt Leaks. The defense for the New York Jets, you've heard a great deal about them. They lead the NFL in sacks. Gastineau, Salaam, Lyons, and Klecko. Klecko will be watching to see how that ankle is. Buttle, Blinka, and Mel, the linebackers. And in the secondary, we've got Dykes, Holmes, Troy, and Ray. Donald Dykes playing that left cornerback position, and right away, the Buffalo Bills went to work on him.
Third down and 4. From the shotgun. Ferguson has time. Overthrows. Hit. Incomplete. 0 away, went up for it, could not pull it down. And the Bills will be kicking.
He had it in his hands. Here we're taking a look at that defensive line. We're trying to single out, see how Klecko is doing. They had an exchange there. 93 is Lyons coming in, putting some pressure on Joe Ferguson. He got the ball up in the air, and it should have been intercepted. Right? Darrell raised hands. Had he intercepted, he had the sideline to run, and he could have scored perhaps. Looking around the league, I guess some of these receivers are getting much better with age. Jerome is 31 years old. Frank Lewis, 11-year veteran for the Buffalo Bills, has had his best year ever. Charlie Joyner, San Diego, the same thing. Play pass.
From the 30-yard line.
Got it.
He's there. Got it. Wesley Walker right in his hand. He beat Mario Clark. Had a step on him, and the pass was perfect.
Great call and a great throw, but the problem was he did not come up with a football. Hit him right in the numbers. An excellent call, an excellent throw. You'll take a look at it right here. 85, Wesley Walker. This is the ball coming right in his hand. Can't ask for anything better than that. He will think about that, but he should. They ought to get right back to him, get the ball back to Wesley Walker as soon as possible.
52-yard field goal attempt by Pat Leahy. Career longest is 49 yards. Will it carry? Does not make it. So Leahy comes up short from 52 yards away, and Buffalo takes over at the line of scrimmage. And we'll be back in a moment as the Bills have the lead, 7-0. 8:52 left to go, first quarter. Jerome Barkham, his last touchdown reception, won the Miami game, bothered by a hamstring. 7 touchdown receptions on the year.
Also, might remind the folks that Lamb Jones also has got a hamstring problem. He is not in the ball game, or has been in the ball game yet.
Buffalo now from their own 34-yard line. Ferguson sets and throws. Pass is complete. Frank Lewis. And Lewis is out of bounds at the 48-yard line.
You can see that Ferguson is yelling because the ball was not snapped on the count that he wanted it to. 73, Joe Klecko. You can see that he is definitely limping, but he does get a shot in at Joe Ferguson just as he releases the football. 26, Donald Dykes, they're working on him. Frank Lewis comes out, the slip. And I told you about the field. It was going to be a problem out there today. Dykes did slip. Lewis was wide open. He got the football and the first down for the Buffalo Bills.
And Frank Lewis set a club record this year of 70 receptions, 1,244 yards. Second back through is Joe Cribb. From the 48-yard line, following that gain of 14, Marty Lyons makes the tackle at the 50. A gain of 2, it'll be second down and 8.
If either of these teams could get a running game established, they would definitely have a big advantage. That field out there is going to get slipperier as the ball game goes along.
How hard to get a running game started on a mushy field?
Well, timing is so important, and if you just have a fraction of a second that you're late in getting to the hole, that hole isn't there too long, Charlie. You've got to get there in a hurry and get through it.
Ferguson to throw. He sends 5 out. Pulled down by Frank Lewis. Lewis to the 20, to the 10. Lewis scores from 50 yards away. 3 plays.
Ferguson has been excellent so far in this ball game. I said handling the slippery ball is going to be a problem for some quarterbacks. It hasn't been for Joe Ferguson. 73, Joe Klecko trying to apply some pressure on him. The sack exchange is putting pressure, gets to him, but not before he gets rid of the football. And an outstanding catch by this man, Frank Lewis, number 82. Up in the air he's going to go, and now Frank still maintains that great speed that he had when he got out of Grambling College 11 years ago. And he's going to get into the end zone and give the Buffalo Bills right now a 13-point lead prior to this extra point try. What a great year Frank Lewis is having.
Extra point is up. It is good by Mickemeyer. So it is Buffalo 14, the Jets nothing. That drive took 55 seconds. It covered 66 yards in 3 plays. The preceding announcement was furnished as a public service for the National Football League.
3 plays, 66 yards, 55 seconds. Buffalo has scored in a hurry, and count that up to Joe Ferguson and Frank Lewis, because that yardage was made by those 2 players. And they've been working on Donald Dykes, that left cornerback. All the throws that they've made have been to that side.
Nick Mickemeyer kicking off. Kurt Sohn and Bruce Harper set for the return. Bruce Harper. And Harper is down around the 28 or the 29-yard line. Let's see where they spot it. We'll go back to the touchdown.
Joe Ferguson back to throw. You can see the offensive center, Grant, is looking around for somebody to pick up. A good throw. It's up in the air for Frank Lewis, number 82. And as I said before, he still has that great speed that he had when he got out of Grambling College 11 years ago. He's just like fine wine, getting better with age.
And this will be the first time that Lewis has been named to the Pro Bowl. Down goes over, 3rd and 6. Line of scrimmage, the Jet 45-yard line. The score, Buffalo 14. The New York Jets nothing. The Bills scoring on a 26-yard fumble recovery, the opening kickoff, and then a 50-yard touchdown pass from Joe Ferguson to Frank Lewis. 14-0 in the wild card matchup with 5:44 left to go, first quarter.
They got the blitz on. Gets it off. Look
and
out.
It's intercepted at the 39-yard line by Rufus Best. Best replacing Rome. He returns to the 13-yard line.
They had the blitz on that time, Charlie, and Richard Todd got rid of the football long before he wanted to get rid of it. Just threw it right into the stomach of Rufus Best. Here it is. The blitz is on. He gets rid of the football. He was looking downfield to 85 Wesley Walker, but the pass was not anywhere near.
49 yards on the interception return, and Richard Todd with the most interceptions in the NFL last year, 30, cut it down to 13 during the regular season. And here comes Rufus Best.
And Richard Todd saved a touchdown.
They'll mark it at the New York 12-yard line. The Bills could blow it wide open here. Bobby Jackson is now in a defensive left cornerback. Roosevelt leads. A yard to the 11. 2nd and 9. Mark Gastineau and Abdul Salaam stop him at that point.
And I think you noticed that Roosevelt Leach, when he was running and tried to cut, just was sliding out there because of the turf. Total defense, New York Jets leading 304 yards. Well, they better put it together right now because they're down by 14 points with 5 minutes to go in the first quarter.
Ferguson to throw. Knocked away. Jerry Holmes with a defensive play and the finger pointing.
Ferguson was looking to Frank Lewis, but that ball, even if it had been caught, would have been caught out of bounds. Ferguson just getting rid of the ball, making sure that he doesn't take a sack or trying to worry about an interception. As you can see right there, they're right by the out-of-bounds line. I doubt if he'd have had both feet in bounds. And number 47, Holmes, said at least that time, Mr. Lewis, I had you covered.
Ron Jesse comes in. The Bills now with 3 wide receivers. Lewis, Jesse, and Butler. 3rd and 9 at the 11-yard line. 5 men in the secondary for the Jets as Kurt Springs comes in from the shotgun. Pressure. He's throwing it away, and it is almost a touchdown. Joe Cribbs diving for it. Abdul Salaam trying to pick up the first sack for the Jets.
Do you know how strong your arm has to be to have somebody grab you by the legs and still throw that ball downfield some 30 yards? Ferguson was able to do that. Salaam had him by the ankles. He's almost had possession of him. You can see right here, and he still gets rid of the football. Throws it. There's no leg movement at all. Almost gets it to Cribbs. Almost makes a diving, spectacular catch.
From the 19-yard line, a field goal attempt at 29 yards, well within the range of Nick Mickemeyer. Out of the hole of Robinson, and it is good. So the Bills pick up 3 more points. They now lead 17-0 with 4 minutes and 36 seconds still remaining in the first quarter. The winner here, of course, moves on to Cincinnati. That game will be played next Sunday. And next Saturday, the San Diego Chargers will be at Miami.
Charlie, I had mentioned early in the pregame show that the team that scored first definitely was going to have an advantage. For Buffalo, they didn't want to be behind because they'd be face throwing with the football and have to worry about that New York sack exchange. For the New York Jets, they got behind very early. Now we're going to see about them having the ability to overcome adversity. They haven't been in this situation before. They've been in playoffs in 12 years. They're down by 17 points right now. They've got to start making things happen pretty soon. It's still the first quarter. There's still plenty of time left, but they've got to start moving the football. And I think you go back to a dropped pass. Wesley Walker in the end zone when they were down 7-0. What effect that might have on this football game?
In the first quarter during the regular season, the Jets gave up a total over the 16-game regular season of only 37 points. They have given up 17 here. The Bills, by the way, have had an excellent first quarter, outscored their opponents almost 2-1. Bruce Harper on the kickoff return. And he is out of bounds around the 32 or the 33-yard line. So the Bolton Buffalo offense takes over with good field position on their own 30-yard line, and they have been able to move on the New York Jets.
And they've been moving through the air, doing an outstanding job. Frank Lewis has done a great job so far. They've been working on 26. Donald Ikes, he has been taken out of the ball game. Bobby Jackson, number 40, is playing that position now.
Buffalo leads at 17-0. 2:46 left to go. We're in the first quarter. Ferguson high over the middle, pull down, first down. Tight end Mark Kramer, who has had only 2 receptions in the last 5 games, no receptions in the last 3, picks up 15 yards. Dan Blanco with the tackle. 45-yard line, first down. Buffalo 17 points that the Jets have given up. That is about what the Jets normally over the regular season give up in a complete ball game. Recognize that? That's a Super Bowl ring. Jeff Richardson. That was 1969 Super Bowl, the regular season 1968. Super Bowl III at the Orange Bowl. Joe Cribb, left side. From the 45 to the 48, a gain of 3. Second and 7 as Salaam, Lyons, and Klecko were all there for the defense.
We've been all this time. We're still in the first quarter. We still have 1:48 counting down in the first quarter, Charlie.
Had a lot of scoring.
What the Jets have to do, they've got to get a turnover.
Ferguson has completed 4 of 7 passes for 83 yards. Touchdown pass of 50 yards to Frank Lewis. Ferguson from the University of Arkansas fires close to the first down. This is Roosevelt Leaks coming out of the backfield.
I believe he's going to get the first down, just enough. They'll bring the chains out. It's going to be very close, but I think just enough for the first down. See what Ferguson was doing? He was throwing to the outside to Frank Lewis early. Now, assuming that they're double covering Frank Lewis out there, he's going back into the inside. He's taking what the defense gives him.
That Buffalo Bills offensive line in 6 games this year did not allow a sack of their quarterback Ferguson. They have not allowed one today. You were right, just barely.
I didn't know it was that close. But here it is. Back in the pocket, Ferguson. Good protection by his offensive line, and just looking for the man in the open spot. That's Roosevelt Leaks, number 48. Quickly brought down by Stan Blanco, number 54, but just enough for another Buffalo first down.
Just outside the New York 45-yard line. The crowd here is not lost hope. Kramer, the tight end, shows motion. Frank Lewis again. Lewis to the 27-yard line. A pickup of 18 yards on the play. Bobby Jackson and Ken Schroy make the tackle. First down, Buffalo.
I think you can see what the game plan is. Go over to that left side of the Jets. Now 40, Bobby Jackson slips, much like Donald Ikes did earlier in this first quarter, and that left Frank Lewis wide open. Well, what a year he has had. 70 catches coming into this ball game.
And in this ball game, 3 for 68, including a touchdown. Whistle sound. 9 seconds on the 30-second clock. 9 seconds on the game clock. They're calling delay of game. But the 30-second clock shows 9 seconds. Now we'll have a conference. There it is.
9 seconds.
No foul. Still first down.
You know what that is called? That is in the NFL officials' guide. It's called whoops.
I'll tell you, if there's a 9 up there instead of a 0, he's going to get the raspberries from the rest of the officials.
All right, so we'll reset it and start it all over again. This is the 13th offensive play of the first quarter for the Buffalo Bills. 9 of the previous 12 have been through the air. Ferguson drops it off over the middle to Roosevelt, leaks out of the backfield. It'll be a first down at the 16-yard line. A gain of 11 yards on the play as Lance Mel and Stan Blinka make the tackle, and the first quarter comes to a close. The score is Buffalo 17 and the New York Jets nothing. Along with Emerson Boozer, this is Charlie Jones and Lynn Dawson. Emerson, of course, you know. I remember the New York Jets when they won Super Bowl III.
Well, he was a great all-around football player.
Yeah. Statistical comparison, the Jets have won only time of possession. They've lost everything else. New York 16-yard line. Buffalo has a first down. Play action. Knocked away. It's a fumble. Can be scooped up. But inadvertently kicked by Gastineau. You got a ball on it. The Bills will have the football. The Jets had an opportunity for a big break. Gastineau won at 6 points. Ken Jones recovered the fumble.
That is a big, big mistake by Gastineau. First things first, ball on the football. Then if you can run with it, get up and run with it. But the big defensive end strips him of the football. You see right here, he knocks it right out of his hands. Great quickness by Gastineau to get in there. But once the ball was bouncing downfield, he should have fallen on the football. There it is right there. Gastineau knocking it out of Ferguson's hand. Great coverage. Now he should just fall on the ball. He kicks it, knocks it about 15 yards further. Right there, he should have fallen on the football. That's what they needed. They needed a big break. Gastineau made the mistake of not falling on it.
Second down and 48 yards to go. Ferguson throws. Frank Lewis. Lewis to the 35. Slips the tackle. Picks up a block. Is that a Ferguson block? Yes. Picks up a block from Joe Ferguson. A gain of 22 yards. The Bills unstoppable.
Frank Lewis displaying great running ability. Number 12, Ferguson going back. He's rolling out. He's looking for help now. He goes back against the grain. To Frank Lewis, he's going to run for about 40 yards one way or another. And you're going to see number 12 come into the picture right there. Ferguson throwing a block. Naturally, he went for the man's ankle, so he didn't get hurt if he did hit it.
Lewis this year averaging almost 18 yards of reception. Third down, 25. 3 wide receivers for the Bills. Yard line. Pass is complete to Joe Cribbs coming out of the backfield. A gain of 10, so it'll be 4th down and 15. And Nick Mickemeyer comes in with a field goal attempt. Upcoming Lance Mel with the last tackle.
Here's a zone defense. You can see everybody just backing up, preventing the long throw. So Ferguson went to Cribbs and picked up about 10 yards. But what he did, he put his field goal kicker in field goal range. Couple of plays.
27-yard line and attempts at 37 yards. The Buffalo offense able to move anytime they want to. It is short from 37 yards away. So the Jets will take back over at the line of scrimmage, which is the 20-yard line. Just over 12 minutes left to go in the first half. The Bills lead 17-0.
The Jets, they got the ball moving, and they need to score badly. Look out.
It is intercepted. Bill Villapiano with the interception. Third turnover by the Jets. 2 interceptions. A fumble recovery for a touchdown, and an interception that was wiped out by a penalty.
Bad judgment on Richard Todd's part, trying to get that ball in between 2 defensive men. Villapiano was there. He's trying to go to Gaffney.
And here it is. Villapiano, the Bills have the ball. We'll be back in a moment. Bill Villapiano, turn around, Phil. There you go. Congratulations. And stand up. You want an ovation? Phil, sit out. Just got an interception. He picked it off at the 24, 17 yards in return. Buffalo has the ball at their own 41-yard line. Pass is complete to the 46-yard line. Roosevelt Leaks with the reception. Ron Crosby with the tackle, a gain of 5, so it'll be 2nd down and 5. We pause briefly for station identification. This is the NBC Television Network.
Channel 4 in San Antonio, KMOL TV.
This is Charlie Jones, Lynn Dawson. We're in the second quarter of the AFC wildcard game. Buffalo out in front of the Jets by a score of 17-0 with 7:37 left to go in the first half. Cribb still manages a yard. Gastineau with the tackle.
Bear in mind that Gastineau plays the left defensive end. He went all the way over to the right side to make that tackle. That shows the extreme quickness and speed that this big man has. He is a very emotional player. In the introductions, he was the first one introduced when they introduced the defense, and he was going bananas out there. Thought he was going to hurt himself.
In the Green Bay game, they were the same thing. They were going for the high five. Randy Rasmussen said, "I'm really afraid that that defense is going to get hurt on the player today." 3rd and 4 from the shotgun. Cribb, 30-yard line, a stop and go. Just inside the 25, Lance Mel makes the tackle. 29 yards on the play, and watch the move that Cribb puts on after he catches the ball.
Here you're taking a look at the zone. You can see the defensive backs really getting depth, and Cribbs comes behind the linebacker in that open area. The defensive backs are some 5 or 6 yards away. They are preventing the long ball, but they're creating some gaps in between, in front of them, and that's what Cribbs found, that opening spot. A good pass by Ferguson. This shows why Cribbs is so valuable to this football team, because he has such versatility.
At the New York 25-yard line, first down. Roosevelt Leaks. We'll give him 4 yards on the play. It'll be 2nd down 6 as Salaam and Lyons make the tackle. Ron Crosby is now the middle linebacker for the Jets as Blink has come out. So Buttle, Mel, and Crosby, the 3 linebackers, and they are all from Penn State that you will see in the Fiesta Bowl against USC on January 1st.
One of the reasons Crosby is in there because he is better against defending against the pass, they think, than Blinka. And Buffalo has been throwing the ball on first down.
Conrad Dobler now checks into the offense. He's at offensive right guard. Borchardt started there. Ferguson has completed 11 of 14 for 186 yards in a touchdown. Roosevelt Leaks, the flag is down. Leaks goes to the 14-yard line. That will pick up the first down as the play stands up. Greg Buttle was there for the Jets, but there was a marker dropped on the far side. An iffy 13 yards, but you can erase it. That is the 4th penalty that the Buffalo Bills have been called on. We'll mark it out to the 26. The down will go over. It'll be 2nd and 11.
Number 70, not up on the line of scrimmage.
The call on Joe Devlin, the right tackle, as you heard it.
Bills will be able to even overcome penalties. I don't believe they haven't punted yet in this first half, have they?
No, I don't think so. One time, has he punted one? Yes, he punted one time. 2nd and 11. Touchdown. Frank Lewis, that is his 2nd touchdown reception of the game.
The New York Jets had the blitz on. They were coming after Ferguson. He was able to get that ball off and threw a perfect strike to 82, Frank Lewis. 2nd touchdown of the afternoon.
This one covered 26 yards.
That's a great shot. Right into the arms of Frank Lewis, number 82. He's working on Bobby Jackson, number 40. Looks him in the eyes and just runs away from him. There's nobody in the middle. See, there is no help in the middle from a safety because the blitz was on and the safety was up the line of scrimmage.
That makes it 23-0. Extra point to come. And it is good. So Buffalo out in front by a score of 24-0. And that New York defense has not been able to put pressure on Joe Ferguson. They've had only one sack today, and that was on a broken play. We'll be back in a moment. Frank Lewis, we mentioned earlier, having his greatest year. Well, he's having his greatest day. Look at this. 5 receptions, 130 yards, and 2 touchdowns. And his quarterback has completed 12 of 15 for 212 yards and 2 touchdowns. Joe Ferguson. Goes out of bounds 5 yards. We'll bring it back to the 30-yard line. Kurt Sohn just kind of, it's like a third baseman watching that bunt wanting it to roll.
Well, he made a good move of letting it out of bounds because they're going to have to kick over again.
Roosevelt Leaks was hurt just a moment ago. They're administering to him on the sideline, and we'll try and have a report.
Rather subdued right now. It's not like the Jet defense that came onto the field to start this football game. That scoring drive, 5 plays, 59 yards, 26-yard pass to Frank Lewis. His 2nd of the afternoon was a touchdown. We still have 4:56 remaining in the first half.
It has been a blue afternoon. Blue for the Buffalo Bills, but really blue.
Been very grim
for the New York Jets. The Bills, of course, their colors are blue, red and white. Kurt Sohn on the return. And Sohn returns it to the 48-yard line. Curtis Brown is the man who made the tackle for the Buffalo Bills. 28 yards on the return by Kurt Sohn.
The Jets have to throw. They've got to put that ball up in the air. 4:47 remaining in this first half. They're down 20.
3 minutes left to go. First half. Buffalo 30-yard line. First half. Deep into coverage, and it is caught. Mickey Schuler, the tight end. That is Schuler's first reception of the year. He had no receptions during the regular season. He's out most of the year with that shoulder separation.
Mickey Schuler coming in, making the out move, now coming to the inside and makes an outstanding catch. Defensive man really had pretty good coverage on it, but he came up with the football. Boy, if the Jets ever needed a touchdown, they needed it right there.
52-yard drive in 4 plays. Add one more. We have a 24-7 ball game. The Jets has lifted now. Have something to cheer about. So do the fans, finally.
That is an excellent area for the tight end because generally the tight end is going to get man-to-man coverage. Richard Todd going back to throw. Looking to his right. Knows where his receiver is. Comes back to his left. Gets the ball out. Let's take a look and see what Richard's reaction is to the touchdown. Pulls up his pants. Nothing to it? Nothing. Looks like it's... Excellent throw, right on the mark. Number 82, Mickey Schuler, coming up with a touchdown that they badly needed. Steve Freeman, number 22, the safety, was right there. 82, Mickey Schuler. Now watch, he's going to look to the outside with his head, hoping to take that defensive back and move him out in that direction. Then he cuts back to the inside.
Richard tied with 25 touchdown passes during the regular season, one less than the New York record held by Namath and Doro. Leahy will be kicking off. Curtis Brown and Rob Riddick set for the return. Roland Hook not in there as the return man, bothered by a rib problem. Two-yard line. Curtis Brown. To about the 29-yard line on the return, where Kenny Neal makes the tackle. 26 yards on that return. Next weekend, of course, the playoffs continue. The winner here today will move on to Cincinnati. That is next Sunday. And on Saturday, the Miami Dolphins will be hosting the San Diego Chargers, all on NBC. Curtis Brown has replaced Roosevelt Leaks in the backfield. Leaks with a pinched nerve.
Look at that. The crowd is so noisy that they can't hear the audibles or the checking off at the line of scrimmage.
Incomplete. Mark Kramer, the tight end, intended receiver. Ken Stroy broke it up.
The crowd can definitely play a big part in a football game. That last time when Ferguson was calling the signals at the line of scrimmage, the offensive lineman, who was only a couple of yards away from him, couldn't hear what he was saying.
Hey, he's been hanging around for a couple of days, hasn't he?
The quickness of 99 Gastineau. With the draw play, the man gets by, but he has the quickness to come back and make the tackle for a couple of yards lost.
Ferguson has completed 12 of 16 for 212 yards and 2 touchdowns. No interceptions. Coming up with a 2-minute warning. He has been sacked one time. We'll be back in a moment. 2 minutes to go, first half. Charlie Jones, Lynn Dawson. Looks like a blowaway. Buffalo 24, Jets 7. The Jets defense can get something going here. Another touchdown or a field goal before the half. They have the crowd behind them. They could get back in it, but it's a long shot. The Jets defense is ranked number 1 in the AFC in total defense. Buffalo's offense is ranked number 4. So that's quite a matchup. Here's the crowd.
They've been waiting a long time for the Jets to get into the playoffs. 12 years, as a matter of fact. They want something to happen right now. They want that defense to hold.
The reason for the delay is that the official game clock has to be reset. Now, there's a man that doesn't have both oars in the water. I tell you. We have an official time given to us that there is 2:15 left to go. There was a timeout called at that point. That's what they're running the clock down to, although they let it run down to the 2-minute mark. And the Jets called a timeout at that point because then they would get the automatic timeout at the end of the play. It is cold here today. In addition, we have a drizzle.
What could you say that person is not one with some...
He doesn't have both oars in the water. That's right. He's paddling with one oar, and it's a short one, I tell you. That means it's going in circles. Now they reset the clock at the 2:15 mark. There's the weather, 32 degrees, it's going to be 92%. That means that it's raining. Forecast is cold and rain. Surface is grass, and the wind's at 18 miles an hour. 3rd and 9.
There was a lot of pressure on Ferguson. He got rid of that football.
Second punt for Cater. First one was 46 yards. Bruce set to the return. Jets ball at their own 35-yard line. A 35-yard kick and no return on the catch. Officials will spot the ball at the 32-yard line. Buffalo in their own territory. Halftime. Brian Gumbel to host NFL 81.
Ron Jesse going into the ball game. They'll be going in with 3 wide receivers. Buffalo's looking to get more points before this half is over.
Buffalo with 3 timeouts remaining. The Jets, let's make a correction, they have 1 timeout remaining. Ferguson with all the time in the world completes the trip.
Joe Perez was looking around, Charlie. He was looking around to see who was going to nail him. The ball should have been caught. Linebackers are getting depth. The defensive backs are getting depth, so the area that is open for the Buffalo Bills is in front of the linebackers.
At halftime, Bryant will be checking in with the Philadelphia Giant game, the second wild card game to be played later today. Ferguson hitting 67% of his passes, 12 of 18. Intercepted, gets to the ball, Greg Bottle. And out of bounds. First turnover by the Bills.
Taking a look at the zone defense, the defensive back dropping back. He's trying to go in the seam, up in the air. Buttle went and made an outstanding interception, bringing it back. Now they're at the 14-yard line for the Buffalo Bills. Excellent position to score. Look at that, right? 51. Buttle going up in the air, picking off that ball.
Well, they'll bring 4. They brought 7 in the secondary. Schuler could not pull it down. Rufus Best with the coverage. It'll be 4th down and 5. And Leahy comes in with a field goal attempt, a possible field goal attempt. Pat Ryan, the backup quarterback, is the holder.
The way Taub was going over there and talking to Schuler, he must have perhaps thought that he cut the wrong way.
From the 60, an attempt at 26 yards. And it is good. And it's a 24-10 ball game with 43 seconds left to go in the first half.
Todd going back. Now, this is a third down situation. He's got to get a first or get a touchdown. And he's going to Schuler, number 82. Next throw could have been not an easy catch, but he had it in his hand. He made another outstanding catch for a touchdown earlier in the second quarter. That one they needed badly, but they did not come up with it.
43 seconds left to go in the half. Onside kick?
No.
Not as well as the Buffalo offense has been moving.
No. One timeout remaining, 43 seconds.
The Bills open up a 24-0 lead. The Jets now with 10 unanswered points. Just trying to get back in the ballgame.
They're back in it now. They're 2 touchdowns down, and, they got the second half to go.
Riddick and Brown are deep. Riddick.
He who hesitates is lost, Charlie, and he hesitated then he started to go, and when he did get up about to the 15-yard line, he slipped. 39 seconds remaining in the half, and I'm sure Buffalo is going to be quite content to put the ball on the ground and run out the clock.
Al Washington and Stan Blink on the last tackle. Line of scrimmage the Buffalo 17-yard line.
To the police road. To the police road.
This is a formation that the quarterback will just down the ball.
You can see there's a man 10 yards deep. Anticipation of the fumble. And he is back there to either recover the fumble or make the tackle so that they don't get in for a score.
Stay with us at halftime. Brian Gumbel hosting NFL 81. A look at the first half here. The first part of the first half, Buffalo. The last few moments of the half belonging to the New York Jets. And they'll also check in on the New York story, and the second part of that being the Giants and the Philadelphia Eagles that meet later this afternoon. Just waiting for the countdown to make it official. It is Buffalo 24 and the New York Jets 10.
Walt Michaels walking into the locker room at halftime. At least they got 10 points. They're 2 touchdowns down, but they're not out of this game by any shades of the imagination. They've got great speed on the outside, so they can score in a hurry.
On the other hand, the Buffalo Bills, their offense has been able to move at will, and also at the New York Jet defense. It's halftime, Shea Stadium. Bills lead it 24-10.
Hello again.
This is Charlie Jones, Lynn Dawson, and in just a moment, Lynn will be starting the second half. That means that Buffalo will be receiving. Now, what do they have to do immediately?
Well, Buffalo is going to, Buffalo's ahead by 2 touchdowns. They just got to maintain that lead, but I think it's on the other side. The Jets, the heat is on them. That defense has to stop Buffalo to provide the offense of the New York Jets an opportunity to put some points on the scoreboard. They're 2 touchdowns behind, as I said. They've got to catch up before they go ahead.
Offensively, particularly in the first quarter, as we looked at the statistics, and they're not that far apart.
Let's look at this one. Rushing yardage. Bills 11, the Jets 18. So for the Jets, they can't really try to establish any type of running game. The footing isn't that good out there. If they're going to get back in the ball game, they'll do it throwing.
In the first quarter, what was Buffalo doing as far as their passing game was concerned? They were able to move anytime they wanted to.
They were working on the left side of the New York Jets. Donald Dykes was over there. He was replaced by Bobby Jackson. But what happened on a couple of occasions was that they slipped. Now, a slippery field, the advantage is to the offensive man in a passing game because he knows where he is going to go. The defensive man has to react once the offensive receiver makes his final move. And a lot of times the defensive man is going to slip. That's what happened in the first half. with the New York Jets.
Now, you could say that the Bills won the first quarter 17-0. The Jets won the second 10-7. But the total statistics show Buffalo out in front by 14.
Well, the final one is the important one. After 60 minutes, it's who is ahead.
Pat Leahy will be kicking off. Curtis Brown and Rob Riddick are set for the return as we get set to open the second half. In case you weren't here for the opening of the ball game, when Buffalo kicked off, Bruce Harper returned, fumbled, Charles Rose picked it up and scored from 26 yards out, and within 16 seconds, Buffalo led 17-0. They've been out in front ever since. Riddick on the run back, and he returns to the 26-yard line where Stan Blinka and Kurt Spring make the tackle, 22 yards on the return. Offensively, Joe Ferguson, Joe Cribbs. Roosevelt Leaks is now back in there. He has been bothered by a pinched nerve, was replaced by Curtis Brown. But now in the second half, Leaks will be back in. Butler, Lewis, and Bramer, and Frank Lewis, 2 touchdown receptions. And that offensive line of Jones, Lynch, Grant, Borchardt, and Devlin. Buffalo from their own 26-yard line. Joe Cribbs. He'll get a couple of yards. It'll be second down and 8. Marty Lyons made the tackle. Defensively, Gastineau, Salaam, Lyons, and Klecko. The Jets have only 1 sack. Buttle, Blinka, and Mel. Buttle with an interception that set up a field goal. At secondary, Dykes, Holmes, Troy, and Ray.
Not happy with that throw. He was getting some pressure applied to him by that front four of the New York Jets. Even though you don't get a sack, you don't get to the quarterback, if you make him throw the football before the pass pattern really develops, you've done your job. 73, Joe Klecko is playing out there with an injured foot. He is hurting, but he is a gutty man. He's taking his man. Jones is just taking him right back into the quarterback's lap. Shows the strength of Joe Klecko.
Roland hooks in the backfield. Ron Jesse is in, 3 wide receivers. Lots of time. It is complete, far side, Frank Lloyd. And they will mark it right on the sideline marker. Lewis has been averaging 4 catches a game. He has 6 already.
Passing situation. Now they've got to protect their quarterback. Give him time for this thing to develop. Klecko is cut down. Now he's rolling to his right, giving him more time, but he finds the man that he's looking for. 82, Frank Lewis. When you're going well, quarterback to receiver, you have a tendency to look for that man more so than the other receivers. Frank Lewis knows what to do when the quarterback is in a jam. See him come back toward the ball, toward the line of scrimmage, comes up with the kick.
Lewis, 6 receptions for 138 yards. First down. Cribbs to the 41. Gastineau with the tackle.
Gastineau on the tackle. That's about as well as they've done on first down running with the football. They picked up about 4 yards on that play.
He's second down and 6.
Gain of 4. Second and 6.
Joe Cribbs, the 5th leading rusher in the AFC with 1,097 yards. Earl Campbell is number 1 in the conference. First year that Earl has not been number 1 in the NFL. I guess you could say that Bum Phillips always coaches the number 1 rusher. Because Rodgers at New Orleans topped that honor this year. Second back through is Leaks. Abdul Salaam with the tackle. Be a yard shy of the first down.
Well, you got an indication right there. I think that was Ken Jones, the tackle, showing the coaching staff how far they have to go. They'll send in another tight end into the ball game along with Ron Jesse in a short yardage situation. This would be a time right now for Buffalo if they wanted to gamble to go up tight. Here it is out there. Number 80 is Butler, trying to get a block. A lot of pushing and shoving going on out there, and he's lost his footing, trying to make a block.
First down, Buffalo. Roosevelt leads.
Nothing fancy, just straight ahead. They needed less than a yard on that play, and they sent their big fullback straight ahead where the footing, you don't have to worry about the footing. Now here, if they get any movement at all in that offensive line, and you can see the hole, the other back coming through there, half a yard is all that was necessary, and they picked it up.
In the first half, the Bills' offense was a bit more flamboyant than it is here at the starting of the second half. Now they're content to grind it out. They've used up over 3 minutes already.
The Jets have to do something on first down. This time they're not being conservative.
Pass is complete. They'll mark it at the New York 49-yard line. Mark Bramer, the tight end, caught it, and Donald Dykes made the tackle. Second down and 7.
Well, New York Jets, they're famous for what? Sacking the quarterback and putting pressure on the quarterback. Buffalo was famous for what? Protecting the quarterback. And here it is. This is where the game is played. This is where it's won or lost. In the trenches. You can see Will Grant is looking for somebody to help out on, somebody to block. Finally, he looks at Abdul Salaam, and he's going to help out on him. But what Buffalo is doing, they're protecting Joe Ferguson.
And you saw Joe Klecko, the Jets, going against Ken Jones, the tackle of the Buffalo Bills. Well, he voted for Ken Jones to bring in the Pro Bowl. In fact, it was the only vote that Ken got, but Joe said he is that good. Flag is down. Leaks with the reception. We'll check out the marker.
I think the guy you were just talking about, he tackled Joe Klecko. So they're going to bring it back.
The 11-yard gain will not stand up. Ken Troy is the injured player, the New York Jets.
Holding, number 73, offense.
John Borchardt called for holding. Down goes over. It'll be second down and 12. We'll have an injury timeout. So we'll go away for a moment. It's Buffalo 24, the New York Jets 10. 10 minutes and 46 seconds left in the third quarter. It is still raining. We've had a drizzling rain. Ken Troy has come out of the ball game. Kurt Springs has replaced him. It is second down, 17. Just had the wind knocked out on this report on Troy. Tipped, incomplete. Lance Mel tipped it. And it is incomplete. It will be third and 17.
That ball was thrown well behind the receiver that time. That ball popped up in the air, almost a big play for the New York Jets. Here it is, Ferguson back. The pressure is on him. He gets rid of the football way behind Cribb.
Johnny Lynn, number 29, trying for the interception. Buffalo has converted 3 of 7 third down opportunities. Third down, 17. Intercepted. Greg Buttle has his second interception of the ball game. He had 2 during the regular season. He has 2 today. That is his second turnover by the Buffalo Bills.
This was another pass that he just, the first one that was intercepted was a great interception, but this one he drills it right at Buttle. The Jets have a chance to score. We'll be back in just a moment.
Greg Buttle with his second interception, this time an 11-yard return. Buffalo 44-yard line. Jets have the ball and the first down.
Straight ahead. He's a good straight ahead runner. He does not fumble the football very often. Straight ahead blocking is coming right at you. Good block by 65, Joe Fields, the center. Look at him grab that ball with both hands because, as you can see, the defensive backs are trying to tear that ball loose. down goal to go. Todd McNeil alone. Let's look at the offense. Quick look.
McNeil. Second down goal to go at about the 4-yard line. Ben Williams strips him out.
And he's slipping off, but he almost breaks it. Here it is, looking right at you. 60 Alexander pulling. Here it is, coming straight at you, almost. Comes up. If he hadn't been tripped up there just at the end, he could have jumped into the end zone. But a big gain for the New York Jets.
All right, quarterback, 3-yard line, 3.5 yards about. Who do you go with?
This is the toughest yardage. If you're going to throw the ball with a play pass, now is the time to do it, not on third down.
Second and goal.
He's checking off.
Kevin Long. About a yard away from the end zone. Third down, goal to go.
Chris Ward, Randy Rasmussen, Joe Field, Dan Alexander, Marvin Powell.
Now there's been a change of right tackle. John Roman has replaced Marvin Dow. Back spasms bothering him again.
1 yard line. Sure that Walt Michaels is thinking they've got 2 downs to get it in. You're looking at Freeman McNeil, who was injured 2 plays ago.
You go with Kevin Long, number 33 again.
They got Harper in there. They may want a quick opener.
No, they want a timeout, get everything organized. Little finger pointing. Now is not the time to point the fingers. Now is the time to regroup and not make a mistake. So we'll take a timeout. It is Buffalo 24, the Jets 10, but they threaten. We'll be back in a moment. Freeman McNeil has 14 yards on 8 carries. Jerome Barkham is not in as a tight end, so that means that Mickey Schuler is the starting tight end and Steve Stevens is the backup tight end. They're both in. Stevens goes in motion, stays wide on the setup. Newton goes in motion. It's a fake. And Todd tries to scramble out of it and gets back to the 2-yard line.
He was looking for Mickey Schuler. He didn't want to run with that football. He was hoping to get outside. Schuler was blocking and then going to the outside, hoping to get open, but it was not there.
It is 4th down goal to go. They lose a yard to the 2.
Here it is here. Todd rolling out. Looking for Schuler, 82. He is not open. Good penetration by the defensive unit of the Buffalo Bills, forcing Todd to put that ball under his arm and go toward the goal line.
Lots of time remaining. 5:35 in the third. Pat Leahy in with a field goal attempt. This will be from the 9, an attempt of 19 yards. He was hit from 26 yards away. He was short from 52. And it is good. Crowd does not appreciate that, but the score is 24 for Buffalo, 13 for the New York Jets. Now with 5:22 left to go in the third. This is Charlie Jones, Lynn Dawson. 5:22 left to go, third quarter. The Jets have now pulled within 11. Do you agree with the field goal attempt?
They had to come away with some points. I said if they were going to throw, the time to do it was on second down to throw that football. They tried to do it on third down, and naturally Buffalo's thinking that too. They're looking for the pass.
Pat Leahy kicking off either to Curtis Brown or Rob Riddick. Riddick. Stumble at about the 18, was hit at the 20, comes down at the 22-yard line.
On the tackle.
The last 2 field goals by the New York Jets, 26 yards and 19 yards by Leahy, were set up by Greg Buttle interception.
Number 44, top of your screen there, Newton, is excellent on the special teams. And he was what you call the ball man. That is, he just goes wherever the football is. Sacrifice his body to try to make the tackle. That time he did.
Buffalo from their own 22-yard line. Ken Troy is back into that defensive set. Joe Ferguson, the quarterback. Almost intercepted. Buttle almost had his third. Leaks the intended receiver.
Roosevelt Leaks slipped and fell down. And that ball hit Buttle right in the stomach, and I'm sure he wasn't expecting it. He's had 2 interceptions already. One was an outstanding interception when he leaped up in the air to make it in the first half. Ferguson going back to throw, and he's looking to throw underneath the linebackers. steps up and he's throwing it to Roosevelt Leach, but you can see right there, Roosevelt slipped to the ground, hit Buttle in the stomach, did not come up with it.
2nd and 10. Ferguson's completed 14 of 25. This one is pulled out. Good reception by Cribb. And then out of bounds. Buttle was there, the first man, Darrell Ray the second.
That's pretty tough to do, catch the ball over your shoulder when you're only 4 yards downfield. It's an outstanding catch by Joe Cribb. Once again, the protection has been very good for Joe Ferguson.
Gain of 7 to the 29. It'll be 3rd down and 3. Ron Jesse comes in, and Roland Hooks comes in with 3 wide receivers.
New York Sack Exchange has done a great job against a lot of teams, but not necessarily Buffalo Bills. Pass is complete. First down. Joe Cribb. For Cribbs, that is his 4th reception of the ball game. 19 yards on that play. 64 yards receiving in the game. This time they're throwing in front of the linebackers. Right here, Buttle, man-to-man coverage on Cribbs. He makes a move to the outside, and generally you're thinking, as a quarterback, you want the linebacker to guard a back because you think it's a mismatch. Because you have a man with the speed and the quickness of Joe Cribbs, you'd want him man-to-man on the linebacker anytime. Ferguson's been intercepted when he tried to throw over Buttle, so now he rises up, he's throwing in front of him. 4 minutes and 15 seconds left to go, 3rd quarter. Buffalo out in front, 24-13. First down, Bills on 47-yard line. Cribb. Hit at the line of scrimmage, still scoots to the 50. He picks up 3 yards. 2nd down, 7. Abdul Salaam with a tackle. Joe Cribbs is a very valuable player to the Buffalo Bills. Here it is. He's coming up the line. There's nothing there. Now he's running with his head up, just trying to slip and slide, keeps the legs moving, and he picks up 2 yards when really there wasn't anything there. Abdul. He is a story. He's a book. Ferguson all the time in the world. Now he is sacked. Klecko got him. Listen to this crowd. Klecko, the leading sacker in the NFL with 20.5 during the regular season. Gastineau at 20. I thought Joe Klecko had a bad foot. Ferguson's looking. He tries to avoid the rush. Marty Lyons coming in there, and you got that big paw on the quarterback by Joe Klecko, and down he goes. And Mark Gastineau is down. He is the injured player. We have a timeout. It will be 3rd down and 23, a loss of 17. 66 sacks on the year. The NFL record, by the way, is 67, set by the Oakland Raiders in 1967. Easy to remember. Buffalo had 47. They were quite proud of the defensive unit because they did an outstanding job this year. Jets have 2 sacks in the ball game for minus 38. Gastineau had the first one, Joe Klecko the second. The winner here today goes to Cincinnati next Sunday. And, of course, next Saturday, the Miami Dolphins will be hosting the San Diego Chargers, all on NBC. Kenny Neal, the rookie from Iowa State, number 77, has replaced Gastineau. 3rd down, 23. I would be very surprised if Gastineau is not back in the ballgame. He's going to be
intercepted from the 41-yard line. Donald Dykes. Flag is down. Dykes is down. Flag was brought to the 21-yard line.
Here's the pressure that Ferguson had. 93 Marty Lyons coming to the outside, trying to chase him down. And he's just buying time now. He throws a bad pass. He should never throw this ball. He should have thrown it out of bounds. Eventually it goes down. 93 Marty Lyons. That'd be a clipping penalty against the Jets on the run back, Charlie.
Personal foul. Clipping.
You're right.
Number 74 on the run back.
On Abdul Salaam. Dykes had a 27-yard return on the interception.
Here's the play. Now you're going to see 93 Lions chasing him. He's running around. He's going to throw back against the grain from one side to the other. There's no one there except the defensive backs of the New York Jets.
Line of scrimmage, a 3-yard loss. Ben Williams makes the tackle.
Jets better hurry up. There's 15 seconds on the 30-second clock, and they're still shifting back players in and out of the ball game. 10 seconds. Durking now leads.
5 seconds on the 30-second clock. 3, 2, with the snap. Intercepted, thrown right to the linebacker, or the safety, Bill Simpson.
What happens when there was confusion? They had players running in and out. He had to hurry. To worry about the 30-second clock. They weren't organized and threw the ball right in the stomach of the defensive end.
That is the 4th turnover by the Jets. We'll be back in a moment. 17 seconds left to go in the third quarter. Bill Simpson's interception. He had 4 during the regular season, and Buffalo has the football on their own 19-yard line, and defensively, Mark Gastineau is back in the ball game for the Jets. Roosevelt leads. Gastineau was there, and Greg Buttle was there.
Is Gastineau ever back in the ball game? I said I would be very surprised if we didn't see him back in the ball game soon. The quickness and strength of him is really devastating.
Makes the Pro Bowl this year, a number 2 draft choice in '79. 6'5", 276 pounds from East Central Oklahoma. That's in Ada, Oklahoma. Into the third quarter. We'll be back after these messages from your local station. 24-13, Buffalo leading by 11. They have led throughout the game. Their last touchdown to put them up 24-0 came at the 5:02 mark of the second quarter. But since then, the Jets have put up 13 unanswered points. Joe Cribbs. He'll pick up the first down as Jerry Holmes rides him down along the far sideline.
One of the best runs of the afternoon for the Buffalo Bills. Not only pick up good yardage, but they picked up the first down.
Mark it at the Buffalo 30-yard line.
Buffalo would love to get some sort of running game going.
The Jet defense has allowed an average of just over 3 points in the fourth quarter. That is lowest in the NFL.
Well, they're going to be tested now by this Buffalo Bill offense.
Frank Lewis comes wide to the near side. Lewis with 2 touchdown receptions in the ball game. Joe Cribbs. Cribbs will pick up close to 9 yards on a first down.
Now they're getting in the I formation, giving the ball to Joe Cribbs, and he has anywhere that he wants to go, wherever he can see a hole. They're splitting out the receivers wide to stretch out that defense. Blinka, 54. He's being blocked, good block by the center. Will Grant, number 53. Provided that opening there, picked up almost a first down. They've got less than a yard to go for a first down on second.
And remember, Joe Cribbs had 1,700 total offensive yards, rushing and receiving during the regular season. And he'll have the first down, 41-yard line. Mike Gastineau made the tackle.
They're going to the side of number 99, Gastineau, that young man there. And he is 270 pounds, and he's an advocate of lifting weights, which means that he is strong. Let's see if he really is. Is he? Yes, he is. Taking Bramer and throwing him around, he still gets a hand on Joe Cribbs helping in the tackle. But it's a first down for Buffalo.
And Bramer's 6'3", 235. Buffalo lead, 24-13. 12:43 and counting. The winner here will play the Cincinnati Bengals in Cincinnati next Sunday. Frank Lewis has it out of bounds. 42-yard line, maybe the 41-yard line of the Jets. Ken Troy decked him. Lewis is having an unbelievable afternoon as he picks up 18 yards on that play.
The timing between that man, Frank Lewis, and Joe Ferguson was excellent because he threw the ball well before he made his final break. He's throwing to an area which indicates that these two work together very well. See, it's between two defensive men. Ken Troy eventually coming up to make the hit, knocking him out of bounds. But they do have a first down.
41-yard line of New York. Cribbs. Salaam and Lyons with the tackle. 38-yard line. Pick up a 3, second down 7.
Been hard yards, 10 rushes for 38 yards. That's 3.8 yards per try for Joe Cribbs. And bear in mind, in the first half, Buffalo had a total of 11 yards rushing.
4 of the 6 plays of this drive have been on the ground. He overthrows Roosevelt Leaks. Greg Buttle had excellent position on him.
Going to that left side of the New York Jet defense, or to Buffalo's right side, they're doing two things. They're working on the left quarterback and the linebacker, hoping to get a man behind Buttle. If Buttle is getting depth, then they throw in front of it. If he's up tight, then they throw behind it.
Donald Dykes is at left cornerback. Bobby Jackson was in for a while, but that arm is bothering him again. He had a broken arm in the New England game. Klecko comes limping out of the ball game. Ferguson has completed 17 of 30. Kenny Neal replaces him. 3rd and 7. Jerry Holmes. That is the 4th turnover by the Buffalo Bills, so the turnovers are even, 4 on each side.
He was looking for Butler on that side, but he was just throwing the ball to a spot. But unfortunately for the Bills, that spot was occupied by Jerry Holmes. They've got another big turnover. We'll be back in a minute.
Jerry Holmes with the interception. There have been 7 interceptions in the ballgame. John intercepted 3 times. Ferguson has been intercepted 4. Ramsey to kick that shoe we noticed earlier. That's Ramsey. He kicks it off and then kicks it his stocking feet. Taken at the 49-yard line by Lou Pacone. And the Bills have excellent field position as Dan Blinka makes the tackle. A kick of only 28 yards. Buffalo is the football. They have the lead. We have 10:28 left. We'll be back. Number 82 for the Buffalo Bills is wide receiver Frank Lewis. 2 touchdown receptions in the ballgame, 1 of 50 yards. If the Bills want to put it away here, they can go deep immediately. So Cribbs goes deep down the sideline. He conducts it all the way. Cribbs, unbelievable 45 yards. Was the flag dropped? Let's check. touchdown has been the signal.
Touchdown! Personal foul against the defense.
Personal foul against the defense. The touchdown, of course, will stand. Here's another look. 45 yards.
Outstanding run by Joe Cribbs. Roosevelt Leaks coming out in front, making a good block. Now it's down the sidelines, and the foot race is going to be won by number 20, Joe Cribbs, and what they're calling the Jets for is right there. Darrell Ray pushing him in the end zone. He was by the end zone mark. Flag is dropped, and they'll assess that after the extra point attempt. After?
Your sore throat's doing pretty good, though. That makes it a 30-13 ball game. Here's the extra point. It is good. 31-13, a 45-yard drive in one play, and it took Joe Cribbs 12 seconds to maneuver for the touchdown. Yards in one play. Joe Cribbs, and that could be it. Buffalo 31, the Jets 13, and the fans start heading for the parking lot. The kickoff, as Lynn noted, the penalty on the scoring play will be assessed on the kickoff. And that tells the story from the side of the New York Jets.
Was it 93 Marty Lyons?
Yeah. So Mickemeyer kicking off from the 50. Bruce Heifer and Kurt Stone are the deep backs on the return, but he should kick it through the end zone. And he does. Now let's go back to that touchdown by Joe Cribbs.
High formation. Leaks gets out in front, makes a good block. 82 Lewis is down there. He's getting a good block. Now it's a foot race right now as he jumps outside. And this man has got great speed. Along the sidelines, no one is going to catch it. Although Darrell Ray does give him a little shove after he gets into the end zone. Right there, it's unnecessary, really unnecessary.
Richard Todd has completed 13 of 28 for 163 yards. He's been intercepted 3 times. He's thrown for a touchdown. This pass is complete. Dom Newton on the receiving end. Today's telecast presented by authority of the National Football League, intended for the private use of our audience. Any rebroadcast or other use of this telecast without the express written consent of the New York Jets and the National Football League is prohibited. First down, 32-yard line. Five on the pattern. Dodd goes deep. It's dropped. Wesley Walker drops it. Second time that he has dropped a scoring pass.
That was an excellent throw by Richard Todd. It hit him right in the chest. That is the second time, as you mentioned. Now, if ever they wanted to get back in the ball game, he had to hold on to this one and get the 6 points. It's just a foot race. You see Mario Clark is trying to keep up with him, but with the speed of Wesley Walker, he is there. Whammo. You cannot ask for a better throw than that. I think it goes back early. The first play of the game, a turnover, a touchdown. Wesley dropped one in the first quarter that would have made it 7-7. What Richard Todd can do is throw the football. They can just tee off. They just have somebody on that line to play for the draws and the street. Let the rest of the guys tee off on top.
Mickey Schuler tight end. He has the first down at the 47-yard line. Gain of 16. Rod Cush and Steve Freeman bring him down at that point. A lot of time remaining, 8:36 and counting.
You know, Richard Todd's showing me something. You know, even though they're way behind. He's hurt. He's had his ribs broken. He's got a bad ankle. He was hurt earlier in the ball game, but he's really staying in there. He's had an outstanding year. And I believe it's 8-19 is counting down. A little too much to overcome.
5 on the pattern. Going underneath the coverage is Scott Durkin. And by underneath the coverage, of course, the secondary and the linebackers, everybody dropping back immediately. And he's throwing in front of them. And the Jets now in a hurry-up offense. 2-minute offense with 8 minutes to go.
Good move. Good move by the Jets. You know, you've got to get up there and get the plays off. You're down 31-13. Get up there, get the plays called, get as many plays as you possibly can.
2nd and 4. Lots of time. Throws underneath the coverage again. Searching, first down. 38-yard line of Buffalo. The clock moving.
Same thing happening. Get up to the line of scrimmage. There's no secret what you're going to do. You're going to throw the football.
Joe Klecko, he'll be in the Pro Bowl. Leading sacker in the NFL this year with 20 and a half. Todd throws. He's on target. Bobby Jones. Jones out of bounds. Stopping the clock, 7:20.
I'm sure a lot of people are saying, hey, this looks pretty good. Why didn't they start this in the first quarter? But what Buffalo is doing back there is let them take little chunks at a time. They've got a 31-13 lead. They do not want to give them a quick score. If the Jets are going to score, they want them to earn it and take up some time of that clock. And it's 7 minutes, 20 seconds remaining in this football game. 3 timeouts left for Buffalo, 2 for the New York Jets.
And they're throwing at number 29, Mario Clark, far side. This time looking to the opposite side. Flag is down into the end zone is Bobby Jones, but there was a marker on the play. 7:14 on the clock. Flag was dropped to the 12-yard line. Pass interference, refused, touchdown Jets. So it's now a 31-19 ball game.
Bottom of your screen. Taking a look, Jones from the inside. The defensive back lets him get too close to him, and he tries to push him. You're not allowed to do that. Wide open, a good throw by Todd, and it's a touchdown for the New York Jets. Bobby Jones, number 89, come up with several big plays this year. As you see right there that Holmes is trying to push him downfield. You cannot do that.
Extra point is good. So the Jets pull within 11 points of the Buffalo Bills. 7:14 left. Possibility of an onside kick upcoming. We'll be back in a moment. 80-yard drive in 8 plays, taking the New York Jets just over 3 minutes. The touchdown pass to Bobby Jones. Now, do you go with the onside kick with 7:14 left?
Well, I would, and so I believe Buffalo figures that's going to happen because they have 5 men up there. They're looking for the onside kick.
No, they squib kick it down the field. Picked up at the 13-yard line by Rob Riddick. And he is swamped at the 23. So give him 10 yards on the return.
Bobby Jones came up with a touchdown. Here it is. Richard Todd lofting it up there. Nice throw. Enabling it had good trajectory, giving that receiver an opportunity to follow it all the way, and it just nestles down his head. And did your player on field.
Al Washington, the rookie from Ohio State, taken in the 4th round of the draft. Buffalo, 3 timeouts remaining. The Jets have 2.
I look for Buffalo now to keep that ball on the ground. 11-point lead with 7 minutes to go, or 7 minutes and 3 seconds to go in this football game.
Now, something that we didn't see was kind of out of the corner of our eye, but Darrell Ray, if you will recall, when Cripps scored from 45 yards out, hit him at the back end of the end zone, and you said uncalled for, Ray went over and apologized to him. I'd like to see that.
Well, he should, because,
boy, you're
here's
tough.
a man who's made a great play. You don't do something unnecessary like that.
He just said he apologized.
Hey, threw him into the wall down there.
All right, here comes Buffalo just outside their own 23-yard line. 7:03. Time remaining. Buffalo on top by 11. Here's Trill. He's in trouble. Defense has it. A loss of 3. 2nd and 13. Kenny Neal replacing Joe Klecko, a defensive right end, was there.
Formation for Buffalo. They're going to give the ball to Joe Cribbs, hoping to find the seam and eat up some of that clock. He lost a couple of yards on the play. You see Joe Klecko, who has been in a great deal of pain all year long. And this week, he has to really be hurting to be standing on the side.
I'll tell you how much pain he's been in. Half of the season, that foot has been so bad that on Sunday afternoon after the game, they put it in a cast. Do not take the cast off until Wednesday afternoon. He practices on Thursday and Friday and plays on Sunday. Ryan Gumbel joining us in the booth. He'll be hosting the post-game show from right here in our booth, so we'll get out in a hurry. Against Buffalo. And we said it from Atlanta last week, and I don't know if you heard it, but congratulations on hosting the Today Show. Couldn't happen to a nicer guy. Really believe that. Have a couple of things, ideas for you that I'll talk to you about later.
Will Grant, the offensive center for the Buffalo Bills. What that does for the Jets, Charlie, that stops the clock. Something that Buffalo did not want to happen.
Third down and 12, 21-yard line. Big play for the Buffalo Bills. Leading by 11. If the Jets stop them here, they could come up with excellent field position on a punt return. Incomplete. Lots of time underthrowing Joe Cribbs as Greg Buttle had the coverage on him.
Joe Klecko is out of the ball game. Now the main rusher is 99. Gastineau. Good job by Joe Devlin there. Rolling out, Cribbs throws the ball, and Cribbs wasn't even looking. Cribbs was starting to go upfield. But all Ferguson was doing is saving some yardage. He didn't want to get tackled back there.
Greg Cater will be kicking. Bruce Harper is set for the return. Now, you may recall that Harper took the opening kickoff, fumbled it at the 26-yard line. Rome picked it up and went in to score. Buffalo out of 7-0. They've never been headed. Pressure by the Jets. They'll have a 10-man front. And here they come. He gets it off. It's a good one. Harper at the 36-yard line with no blockers. The pressure was on the kicker. And he is decked out of bounds at about the 42-yard line. A kick of 43 yards. 6 yards on the return.
That was an excellent punt under the pressure that Prater was under because they had 10 men going after that punt hoping to block it.
5:43, time remaining.
There he is. If ever he needed a punt, that was the time to do it. Number 7. Greg Cater.
Oh, there we are. All bundled up. It has been a cold and wet Sunday afternoon.
I like your hat.
You like that? Well, same hat I had on last week. You liked it last week. Todd is sacked. Fumble.
Jets have it.
Third sack of the ball game for the Buffalo Bills. Joe Fields recovered the fumble at the 34.
It's a tough day for number 14, Richard Todd. He's looking the other way. Does not see Smearless come in and nail him. Throw him to the turf.
Second and 18. 5:15 and counting. Time remaining in the game. Into coverage. Flag is down. Intercepted. But there was a marker on the play. It is against the Buffalo Bills. The Jets will have a first down. If it's pass interference, it will be at the spot of the foul. If it's holding, it will be a 5-yard penalty. Still be a first down. And Chuck Knox, the head coach of Buffalo, does not agree.
Number 29.
Pass interference.
First down.
23-yard penalty.
Here it is, the ball coming. Mario Clark coming up with the interception. But it was called prior to that. Number 81, Derek Gaffney was the intended receiver.
Buffalo 46-yard line, first down. 5:08, time remaining. Buffalo leading by 11. 31-20. Over the middle, tight end Mickey Schuler, who has made exceptional catches, goes to the 28-yard line.
And they're in there. Hurry up. 2-minute offense. They're getting up to the line of scrimmage and get the play off as quickly as possible. 4:54 remaining in this football game. They're not out of it yet.
18 yards on the play. 5 on the pattern. Dodge over the middle. Schuler again. 13-yard line. Mickey Schuler the backup tight end to Jerome Barkham. Did not have a reception during the regular season.
He's going to get their attention now because he's got some big passes today. Todd is looking at the outside. They're double covering the wide receiver, so he's going to his tight end.
Marside Gastineau out of bounds, 6-yard line. Stopping the clock, 4:18. Time remaining.
4:18. That's a lot of time remaining. They get into the end zone. They don't have to actually onside kick if they get the touchdown.
The Jets have 2 timeouts left. Buffalo has 3.
They take 4 shots at it here, throwing the football.
He's checking off. 5 seconds of the 30-second clock.
Blitz is on.
4th sack for the Buffalo Bills. Rufus Best with a blitz from the secondary because they'll carry 7 men in that secondary.
Todd's blind side. He's looking to his right. He has no idea the man is coming. He's signaling to his receiver to make a move downfield. Best is in there and makes the sack. Big play for the Buffalo Bills.
3rd down, 12.
Somebody blew an assignment on that one.
More pressure. Todd scrambles up the middle. Now he throws wobbly pass. It is caught. Jones, Bobby Jones. It'll be 1st down goal. The goal clock is stopped. 3:48. 14 yards on the play.
I said it's not over yet. 3:48 remaining. Todd doing an outstanding job of scrambling. Gets the ball to Bobby Jones. Gets the 1st down. He gets out of bounds. He's so close to a touchdown. Let's look at where the ball is. Just 6 inches or so for a touchdown.
Kevin Long and Scott Durkin, the running back. That'll be Newton, the blocking back in that right wing. Kevin Long, he has to get the ball across the plate. He does.
Into the end zone. They had to have that touchdown because of the clock. 3:44 remaining.
It is good. 31-27. The margin is 4 points. A 58-yard drive in 8 plays.
Here's a touchdown. Right ahead, Kevin Long. He's hit before he gets there. 77, Williams hits him. The leg drive right there. Right he's moving right there. Gets him into the end zone for the touchdown. Up on top of the left of your screen, you can see that Newton is trying to provide a block, but he's 4 yards deep in the end zone.
Rufus Best shaken up on the play. He's being administered to on the field and about the left 9-yard line. 3:44, time remaining. Buffalo has led throughout the game. They were out in front 24-0. Now do you onside step?
No.
Okay.
3:44 remaining, 2 timeouts left. You've got time to kick it down there and say to your defense, you got to give us 3 and out.
All right, does Buffalo open up their offense? They've been conservative in the second half.
Depends on where they bring the ball back. You know, if they don't get it back past the 20-yard lines, they may give it to Joe Cribb. My eyes deceiving me.
That's the stadium shaking. We mentioned earlier that they headed for the parking lot. Are you ready for this? The parking lot's now coming back into the stadium. His elevator doesn't go all the way to the top, I'll tell you that. The Bills look for the onside kick. 9 men are up close. Curtis Brown is the D-back, and he's all alone. Number 41 is Phil Villapiano.
That was an onside kick. What he was trying to do is drill it as hard and as low as he possibly could, hoping that it ricocheted off of one of the Buffalo Bills and they could recover.
Buffalo at their own 39-yard line. 3:37 left.
Here is the big play. First and 10 is the big play. The Jets defensively must stop them. And for Buffalo, pick up 4 or 5 yards would be an excellent play.
Cribb smothers at the 40. Gain of a yard, 2nd and 9. Marty Lyons got him. Dan Blinken was also there. Kenny Neal had a piece of the action.
3:16, 15 counting down. I look for Buffalo to put the ball on the ground once again. The Jets have got to stop it. Then they can call a timeout.
The margin is 4 points. Buffalo leads. Incomplete. Mike Bramer, the tight end, the intended receiver. And it was Donald Dykes who hit him just after he touched the football. 3rd and 9.
2:52, and the pass stops the clock. That's a break for the New York Jets.
And here is the play of the game.
Well, he's going to put the ball up in the air once again. He's got to go for the first down now.
Ferguson's completed 17 of 33, 268 yards, 2 touchdowns. He has been intercepted 4 times. 3 wide receivers. Frank Lewis, 82. Ron Jesse, 81. Jerry Butler, 80. He overthrows. Joe Cribb.
Scored on a 45-yard touchdown, but it might be all over. It is not over. 2:47 remaining, 2 timeouts still left for the New York Jets, and the 2-minute warning will be coming up.
Hader's last kick, 43 yards. This time the Jets have a return on.
Good kick.
Good hang time. Almost 5 seconds hang time. Harper on the return. 20-yard line. The Jets 80 yards away. They have to score a touchdown. Hasler strips him up. A punt of 50 yards for Cater. 5-0 under that kind of pressure.
The other time was 47 yards under pressure with 10 men coming after him. 10 men once again, and he got it off 50 yards.
2:36, time remaining. Buffalo used up only 50 seconds on the clock.
Mr. Todd, 298 yards. Passing, 1 touchdown.
2 touchdowns.
2 touchdowns.
No, 1. I'm sorry. Bobby Jones set it up.
Look at this.
Mickey Schuler, 40. Schuler to the 49-yard line. Bill Simpson made the tackle. Listen to the crowd. Overthrowing Schuler into double coverage.
He did take a chance there, Charlie. Here's the one that was caught. 82, Mickey Schuler catches the ball. Good pass. An excellent grab by Mickey Schuler. Maintains his balance. Picks up 29 yards on this reception. Hadn't caught a pass coming into the ball game, and he's having a day for himself today. 7 receptions. 1 was good for a touchdown.
2 minutes and 4 seconds left.
Plenty of time. Plenty of time. They got to have a touchdown, though. They're down by 4 points.
He's there. He's got it. Bobby Jones. Out of bounds. The clock stops anyway. 1:59. The 2-minute warning will now be given to both pitchers. A pickup of 13 yards on a play and a first down. 1:59 left. Here's the score. Take it away. A quick thanks to our support crew in the booth: Mike Albert, John Gallagher, Steve Dance, Ron Zipkowski, and breathe deep.
Mark
and say a prayer.
I guess this what this game is all about, excitement. He's hoping.
Mickey Schuler, the tight end, number 82, 7 receptions, 122 yards, and a 30-yard touchdown. Sack. That is the 5th sack for the Buffalo Bills. Fred Smerlis got this one.
I said early in the ball game they had to control that man. That time they did not.
Loss of 10. Second and 20. Pressure again. Scott Durking, incomplete. Now suddenly it is 3rd down and 20. And the line of scrimmage is the Buffalo between the 48 and the 49-yard line. Minute 43. Gastineau's checking the clock. Two downs to pick up 20 yards. Gaffney. He's got the first down, 22-yard line.
Number 81, Derek Gaffney, an excellent throw by Richard Todd, and he was in a lot of trouble back there because the heat was on. That defensive line of Buffalo knows he has to throw the football. They're going after him.
A gain of 26. Gaffney 4 for 64. Looping it, going out of bounds. Jeff Nixon had the only shot at the reception, and that would have been an interception.
1:04. Time remaining. They have to have a touchdown.
2nd and 10 at the 22-yard line of Buffalo.
Take a look at Walt Michaels and Chuck Knox there. Two of the best.
Two of the best. They have really done outstanding job.
Both coached under Reed Eubank, as number of the Jet coaching staff.
Bobby Jones is in as a wide receiver. Joe Fields, the center, asked for a change of football. We've had a drizzling rain throughout the day.
Both quarterbacks have done a good job, I think, of handling the football. Todd has done an excellent job in the second half.
Flag is down. That'll stop the clock.
Who has the ball? The ball, Todd never got his hands on it.
Illegal snap on the offense.
Even with a dry football, they had an illegal snap.
Here it is. Todd is moving away. And I see
the field. That is the...
Somebody had a mix-up.
You know, they used to have that play where they would hand it back to him, and I don't think they let him do that anymore since they took away the leather helmet.
I wouldn't know about that.
I know you would.
That was during your time.
I can remember it. Oh, yeah, yeah. The center was never thrilled when you called it either.
Illegal snap, number 65, offense. Second down.
Second and 15.
They don't have to go on a quick count now.
1 minute remaining in the season for either Buffalo or New York. Incomplete. Bruce Harper could not pull it down. He is 5'8", and the pass was at about 5'10".
85, Wesley Walker coming down and just doing a little turn in or a stop pattern. Harper was the one that was intended for, and Walker was trying to come back and get a hold of it. They're faced now with a 3rd and 15 situation. 55 seconds remaining in this football game.
Walker 3 receptions, 24 yards today. And 2 drop passes that could well figure in the outcome. Blitz coming. Dodd has pressure. Flag is down. Going for the interception was Steve Freeman. There was a marker thrown on the play. Holding against Buffalo.
Automatic first down. 47 seconds remaining. Wesley Walker grabbing onto him right there. Look at his shoulder pads exposed. He had to have a hand on him.
He was stripping him. Costly penalty for Buffalo.
They've had a couple of them. You can see right here the interception.
Holding, number 29, defense, automatic first down.
That's the second, I think, on Mario Clark.
22-yard line.
Right there.
And right there.
Does he have his hand on?
First down. 47 seconds left. Got Durkee. Jets have 2 timeouts remaining. Buffalo 3. $18-yard line, 2nd and 6. End zone, incomplete. That'll stop the clock. 24 seconds. Mickey Schuler, intended receiver. Steve Freeman and Rufus Best at the cover.
The crowd wanted another yellow flag to fall. They thought something happened to number 82, Schuler. Close together? No penalty. 24 seconds remaining. 3rd down.
6 yards to go for a first down.
They have to have a touchdown.
Margin 4 points. Dodd has thrown for 370 yards. He needs 18 more for the Jets to win. It is complete. Durkee. They'll call the timeout now. 11-yard line. 14 seconds. Time remaining. Simpson and Cush with the tackle. First down.
Having a fantastic day. Pressure is on him, and he gets the ball to Scott Durkee, who makes a good reception, lunges forward for the first down. 14 seconds remaining in this football game. The ball is on the 11-yard line. In 14 seconds, I know that you can get 3 passes off. You can probably get 4 passes off in 14 seconds.
That's what Joe Walton, offensive coordinator, was telling Dodd and Bobby Jones. Now, let me say it right now. Regardless of what happens in the next 14 seconds, this is the way a playoff game should be. Both teams can walk out with their heads high.
Okay. They won't.
I know.
That shows you something about the character of the Jets, I think. They were down 31-13, and they've come back, whether they get it into the end zone or not. You're right. They've done an outstanding job coming back. And Richard Todd has shown me a great deal this afternoon, that he's definitely matured as a quarterback. He's maintained his composure out there.
And don't discount the Buffalo Bills. They played a tremendous ball game. They capitalized early, And they hold on to that lead. And speaking of holding on, the Jets have had the ball for the last 2 minutes and 24 seconds. Incomplete. Underthrowing Mickey Schuler.
Good thing he did, because there was excellent coverage out there. Looking at all the receivers that were downfield for the Jets, they were all well covered by the Buffalo Bills.
10 seconds remaining. Now, they can throw 3 more times. Do you throw into the end zone each time?
Taking a look at the coverage, he is covered well. Number 82, Mickey Schuler.
28, Rufus Best. That's like throwing into a convention, isn't it? No. Back to the question. Do you throw into the end zone?
Yes.
Richard Todd has thrown 49 passes already.
He needs one more.
Second down. Intercepted. Buffalo has the ball. Bill Simpson with his second interception, and that will wrap it up for the Buffalo Bills. Bill Simpson, the free safety out of Michigan State, has the interception. He has the football. 2 seconds remaining on the clock, and that will wrap up a wild card game.
Could have gone either way. If they got lucky there at the end, the Jets very easily could have won the ball game. Simpson was in the right place at the right time. Taking a look at this is from the end zone. Richard Todd looking, trying to find a receiver to throw to. Simpson coming up with the interception.
5th turnover for the Jets. 4 turnovers for the Buffalo Bills.
He was looking for number 81, Derek Gaffney, on the play.
So Buffalo will be traveling to Cincinnati next Sunday. You'll see that game on NBC. Dickenberg and Merlin Olsen will be there. And next Saturday at Miami in the Orange Bowl, Don Criqui and John Brody will be bringing you the San Diego-Miami Dolphin game. And that is it. The gun sounds, that makes it official. The Buffalo Bills win the wild card game. They move on to play Cincinnati, and that wraps up one of the most exciting seasons that the Jets have had in 12 to 13 years.
Well, as you said, both teams could hold their head up regardless of the outcome of this football game, and I think, as I said before, Richard Todd really showed me something as far as maturing as an outstanding quarterback is concerned. He had a great year this year, and they were down. It looked like that they were completely out of it, but they came back. They were within striking distance. They were within 1 pass completion of winning this football game. For the Buffalo Bills, they've had an up-and-down season, but if they get hot now, they could go all the way.
Now stay tuned for the NFL Report.
In 1981, a special kind of excitement stalked New York City. It was provided by a bold young football team that captured the imagination of a town that thrives on conquering heroes. This team possessed determination, confidence, and flair. They were the Jets, New York's team, and they soared to great heights. By posting a 10-5-1 record that gave the franchise its first winning season since 1969, they recalled the glory days of Eubank and Namath. But this Jet squad sought to establish an identity for the present.
I would like everybody to think of us as a winning team now. You know, you can live on the past, but not 10, 11 years. I mean, I think we should give something for the people to talk about now, right now.
A daffy delirium called Jet Fever caught New Yorkers with their pants down. No one wanted to be cured. And when the Jets clinched their first playoff berth in 13 years by beating Green Bay on the season's final weekend, Jet fever reached epidemic proportions.
We talked about all week, what does this team got to do? It's got to make the big play right now. Let's go. Ready? Fight!
Todd rolls to the right, back to pass. He is throwing deep for Lamb. He has it at the 50. 10, 5, touchdown! Johnny Lamb Jones! Now we're talking!
In 1981, everybody was talking about the team that won the heart of a towering town. A team wears many faces, each representing a unique personality. All of these personalities share a common goal: to wear the look of a winner. But that look eluded the Jets in the season's first 3 weeks. After consecutive losses to Buffalo, Cincinnati, and Pittsburgh, the face of adversity stared at Walt Michaels' squad. Many feared that team confidence would be crippled, but the Jets came right out of the chute and showed they were very healthy indeed when they beat Houston at Shea Stadium in Week 4. The Oilers were upended by a defense that forced 6 turnovers, registered a safety, and recorded 8 sacks. A 33-17 victory was also paced by Richard Todd's 3 touchdown passes. The following week in Miami, Todd's 4 scoring passes included a spectacular catch by Bobby Jones. A 28-28 overtime tie blemished the Dolphins' then unbeaten record and bolstered the Jets' belief in themselves. Week 6 and 7 brought home victories over New England and Buffalo. The offense and punter Chuck Ramsey helped beat the Patriots. 4 straight weeks without a loss marked a turnaround that secured team unity and produced a confident outlook.
People have, come up against the Jets and considered it a win without even going out to play the game in the past. And they can't do that anymore. We're a team to be reckoned with, and it makes it fun to play.
Joe Klecko's unbridled energy allows him to stand tall among the human skyscrapers who dominate his position.
I'm short, really. Most defensive ends in the league are an average of 6'5" and over. When them big guys come out there and look at that little guy out there they're going to play against, they kind of chuckle a little.
But Klecko had the last laugh, as his 20.5 quarterback sacks were an NFL high in 1981. His strength turned pass blockers into minor annoyances. Klecko made the Pro Bowl and attained superstar status as well as cult status among Jet-fevered fans who appreciated his rough and tumble style. That same style was displayed by tackle Marty Lyons, number 93, who was quick to stifle the run and also recorded 6 sacks. Tackle Abdul Salaam, number 74, earned 7 sacks. Mark Gastineau, number 99, rounded out the unit that became known as the New York Sack Exchange. His agility and strength earned him a Pro Bowl selection and 20 sacks, second best to Klecko among NFL pass rushers. His emotions earned him a frenzied following among fans. The sack exchange established a raging bull market for sacks. Their total of 66 was just one shy of an NFL record. The defense was also ignited by linebackers Greg Buttle, Stan Blinker, Ron Crosby, and number 56, Lance Mel, the team's leading tackler. Mel brought lofty hopes of running against the Jets down to earth. The furious pursuit of Buttle, number 51, helped the sack exchange to thrive. Enemy offenses were further frustrated by a secondary that included Johnny Lynn, number 29. Lynn's last-second interception against New England preserved a 28-24 victory. Jerry Holmes, number 47, also made his presence felt. Despite an injury to defensive co-captain Bobby Jackson, the secondary was consistent, as performers like number 48 Ken Troy forced quarterbacks to operate in a vacuum. The secondary's premier theft artist was free safety Darrell Ray, number 28, whose 7 interceptions included 2 touchdowns. In only his second pro season, Ray became the Jets' all-time interception return yardage leader. In 1981, the Jets were the AFC's best defensive unit, and in Week 9, they established themselves as the best in New York City. The shadow of the city's pro football tradition loomed over the Meadowlands, site of the first Jets-Giants regular season battle since 1974. The Giants' offense was repelled by brute force. Pat Lay personally accounted for 14 points in the 26-7 victory, including 4 field goals in 4 attempts. The game's lone offensive touchdown came when Todd connected with number 85, Wesley Walker. Jet fever had spread across the Hudson, and Giant fans suffered an adverse reaction. Defense dealt them the final blow.
Back the pass goes Sims. Has time, fires, intercepted by Ray at the 40. He's at the midfield. He's at the 40. The 30. Sims the only man who can get him. He cuts back inside. Sims strips him up, but Ray's still on his feet to the end zone. Touchdown! Touchdown, Darrell Ray! He intercepted it, broke tackles, went to the end zone, some 60 yards, and the Jets are going to beat the Giants.
The win evened the Jets' record at 4-4-1 and entitled them to be the talk of the town. Trouble always pops up for the Jets when they play the Seattle Seahawks. Their only 2 losses over the last 13 weeks of 1981 came at the hands of Seattle. But during this 13-week period, the Jets managed to find the handle against everyone else. They maintained a firm grasp on AFC East foes with a 6-1-1 mark that was the division's best. The unpredictable bounces of the football helped the Jets seize their own destiny and run away with a 10-2-1 record over a 13-week stretch. No AFC team did better. But chance had little to do with the success achieved by the Jets' offense, and success began with an imposing line. In his 15th season as starting guard, Randy Rasmussen set an all-time club record for games played, Center Joe Fields was named to the Pro Bowl for his ability to protect the quarterback in any type of situation. Fields, Chris Ward, Dan Alexander, and third-time Pro Bowl selection Marvin Powell, number 79, paved the way for the AFC's third-best rushing attack. Number 42, Bruce Harper, danced his way to over 5 yards per carry and 4 scores. His elusive style was counterpointed by the straight-ahead power of fullbacks Tom Newton, Mike Augustiniak, and Kevin Long, number 33. Number 1 draft choice Freeman McNeil, number 24, led the team in rushing, despite a foot injury that limited his playing time. When healthy, McNeil offered a clinic on how to burn defenses. A crash course on how to bruise them was conducted by number 25, Scott Derkeen. Derkeen was adept at navigating his way through heavy traffic. These versatile backs excelled as receivers, too, and kept defenses off balance by accounting for over half of the Jets' completions. But the team's passing game had a more wide-open dimension, thanks to Wesley Walker's return to form. Walker sought to bask in the limelight after 2 straight injury-plagued seasons, while Richard Todd was determined to make good on the potential he had never quite completely fulfilled. The quarterback and the wide receiver both had something to prove, and prove it they did. Todd's 25 touchdown passes included 3 or more in 5 different games. With a career-high 9 touchdowns, Walker was what he's always been, pure poetry in motion. Todd became a textbook passer and carved a new chapter in his career. After leading the NFL in interceptions with 30 in 1980, he threw just 13, while boldly seeking out deep threats, Walker and Lamb Jones, number 8. Jones hit his stride down the stretch run to the playoffs and was Todd's fastest target. The tallest target was Jerome Barkham, number 83. The 6'4" tight end's 7 touchdowns were the most in a distinguished career that began 10 years ago. This core of talented receivers, including Derek Gaffney and Bobby Jones, enabled Todd to compile impressive statistics. But there was more to his resurgence than numbers. There was also courage. And courage allowed him to banish the clouds of concern about his ability to lead the Jets from behind. In Week 12, Todd played against first-place Miami despite cracked ribs and a sprained foot. 4 sacks intensified his pain. But with the Jets trailing and only 3 minutes left to play, Todd began a masterful 77-yard scoring drive in which he hit 7 different receivers. The stage was set for a climax worthy of a Saturday matinee at the Bijou.
These fans are on their feet. 21 seconds remaining as Todd is back to pass. He's looking into the end zone. As Richard Todd fired into the end zone, and the Jets have a touchdown. Jerome Barkham.
What a fitting way for this game to end. I'm telling you, the Jets are just in the end zone now, all over each other, and they deserve to be happy, and they're for real.
Richard Todd had brought the Jets into the division lead. The promised land of the playoffs lay ahead. The Jets forged a trail of excellence throughout November and December. But a loss to Green Bay in the season's final game could bring a dead end. On the line was a playoff berth.
Here we go! Here we go! Yeah, here we go!
The sack exchange stopped the Packers' potent passing game by dumping Lynn Dickey 9 times.
Just keep holding, we're going to score. Come on, Richard, take him in, baby, come on.
Todd's 47-yard strike to Lamb Jones was the first of 2 bombs that keyed a 28-3 victory.
Todd, back to pass, throw it deep to Wesley, all alone, he has a touchdown! Wesley Walker on play.
New York had its first playoff team since the 1969 Jets. By embracing the principles of patience and hard work, Walt Michaels had instilled the Jets with a winning habit.
After so much sacrifice and so much work and preparation, man, it's great. I tell you, I've never been in the playoffs before. I never played on a team that was over 500. Really, and it's a good feeling.
Can't believe it after all those years of just finishing out the season, to finally have, to finally know the season's over and you got at least one more game.
A misty, rainy afternoon at Shea provided the backdrop for a game that no football fan will ever forget. This playoff game was a culmination of a dream-come-true season, but it began as a terrifying nightmare. When Bruce Harper was stripped of the ball on the opening kickoff, Buffalo produced the first of 3 unanswered touchdowns. Midway through the second quarter, the Bills held a seemingly insurmountable lead. But the Jets were well schooled in overcoming adversity, and as the first half drew to a close, Todd's touchdown pass to Mickey Schuler began a spectacular climb back. In the second half, the Bills produced an early touchdown that increased their lead to 31-13. But the undaunted Jets responded with a series of counterpunches that wore the Bills down. In the final period, the Jets cut the deficit to 4 points by scoring 2 touchdowns, including a 30-yard reception by Bobby Jones. This duel in grime and grit also saw the defense lend a hand to the comeback effort. The crowd lent its voice. Though hobbled by a bad ankle, Joe Klecko led a tenacious pass rush that bogged down the Bills. And Greg Buttle's second interception of the game was one of 3 second-half Jet fests. With 2:36 left to play, the Jets began the drive that people will talk about for as long as the imagination is stirred by courage and determination. Todd led the Jets from their own 20 to the Buffalo 11, and Shea Stadium rocked with anticipation.
There is nobody in this ballpark who is seated. They are all standing. They are watching the conclusion of one of the most exciting ball games I have ever seen. The Jets trail 31-27, 10 seconds remaining. The season riding right here. 3rd in the season.
But in a sudden instant that seemed like an eternity, it all came to an end.
Todd looks toward the end zone to Gastineau, but the ball is intercepted. The season is over. The Buffalo Bills, Bill Simpson, has intercepted at the 2-yard line. It's going to end here. And a dejected Richard Todd leaves the field. He nearly pulled the miracle off. Nearly pulled his team back from a 24-0 deficit.
It was not a day for miracles, but it was a day for proving that defeat with honor is more than an empty cliche. This loss may have bent the Jets, but it could not break what was achieved during a shining season. In 1981, the New York Jets emerged as one of the most colorful and talented teams of the NFL's new era. They were winners, and their pride and enthusiasm were shared by the town that thrives on conquering heroes. The Jets, New York's team, a young and exciting team that promises to be the talk of the town for a long time to come.
A new era of Jets football had begun. The rebuilding started in 1977 with another quarterback from Alabama, Richard Todd.
I came in during the summer. I was our #1 guy. I've played every down so far in every regular season game. I'm learning. I can read things better. When you're young, you have to do that. You have to play to learn.
The second-year pro teamed up with rookie receiver Wesley Walker, and the tandem revitalized the Jets' passing game. The Jets also reconstructed their defense. In 1977, they drafted defensive tackle Joe Klecko in the 6th round. Klecko started 6 games as a rookie, but soon became a force against both the pass and the run. 2 years later, New York drafted Marty Lyons and Mark Gastineau to bolster the defensive front. By 1981, Klecko, Lyons, Gastineau, and Abdul Salaam formed the NFL's best pass rush, a unit dubbed the New York Sack Exchange.
I don't think you can say enough about it, the quality of athlete Joe Klecko was. Here was a guy that made All-Pro in 3 different positions and an ultimate team player.
Marty was so big. He was such a dominant run player. Abdul was the strongest guy I ever come up against in my life. Nobody could really block him one-on-one. Mark was the dominant pass rusher. He was the guy who wanted to get the quarterback. We just could flat out play, you know, and we complemented each other so well.
Once you were labeled as the New York Sack Exchange, you know, going out every Sunday, it was fun to play football.
The Sack Exchange was a nightmare for opposing quarterbacks. Their prolific pass rush forced the NFL to recognize the sack as an official statistic. Individually, Mark Gastineau piled up the takedowns, setting the league's sack record in 1984 with 22, a mark that stood until 2001. In 1981, the 3-4-1 Jets faced their crosstown rivals at Giant Stadium. Richard Todd and Wesley Walker led the Jets to a 26-7 romp. The Week 9 victory was a turning point for the franchise. The years of rebuilding were paying off. New York won 6 of its next 7 games and rose above adversity. In Week 12 against the Dolphins, the Jets trailed 15-9 late in the 4th quarter.
Don't give up, New York! These fans are on their feet. 21 seconds remaining as Todd is back to pass. He's looking into the end zone.
The Jets had become winners, with both their offense and defense contributing. At 10-5-1, the Jets had their best record since 1969.
Todd rolls to the right, back to pass. He is throwing deep for Lamb.
New York had clinched a spot in the playoffs.
After so much sacrifice and so much work and preparation, man, it's great. Now, I've never been in the playoffs before. I never played on a team that was over 500.
I can't believe it. After all those years of just finishing out the season, to finally have, to finally know the season's over and you got at least one more game.
The Jets' first playoff game in 12 years began badly. The Bills scored on the opening kickoff and expanded their lead to 24-0 in the 2nd quarter. Trailing 31-13 in the fourth quarter, New York's gritty defense keyed a Jets rally. A pair of touchdowns closed the gap to 4 points. With less than 3 minutes remaining, the Jets drove to the Bills' 11-yard line.
One of the most exciting ball games I have ever seen. The Jets trail 31-27, 10 seconds remaining, third in the season.
New York had fallen short, but was again among the NFL's elite.